Islam is at war with others, whether you like it or not. It is always at war with their infidels. So your country is Darul Haram. Okay, so they are at war, whether you realize it or not. They are at war. They want to war. So it is permissible to lie, and it is not just Turkey. You can go to Yemen or Shia and other forms of deception. And if you go to the Islamic rooms, you will find a lot of these kind of lies they say, and it is almost compulsive lying that they do. At least when it comes to the scriptures.
But you said during law, right? So sorry, normal. You said it during
during war, and they're always at war because they're at war with the infidels. Can you explain Kitman, AJ?
Sorry.
Can you explain those other forms like Kitman?
Yes, like Tamaria is creative lying. Creative lying means I'll come to the other points. If somebody comes and asks me, hey, do you have a penny in your pocket? I'll say,
Yeah,
we having
it's
a
like the logical means of it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think that was you. I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
So if you come and ask me, I'm a Muslim, do you have a penny with you? I might not be having a penny, but I may be having a 50 pound in my pocket. But you will ask me for pennies in it. So basically, I'm deceiving by saying I don't have any penny.
You're a penny pincher.
So is that like sort of over-literalization, or is that lying by omission?
There are other forms of lying that you should read on it. Lying by omission is Kidman, I guess. Kidman.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Is Tamaria, is what you call it, creative lying?
Yeah, Tamaria is creative lying.
ChatGPT, classical Islamic scholarship, both Sunni and Shia, refers to three primary exceptions for lying. I asked him what the minimum bar for lying is. In war, deception about plans or movements is allowed to protect the Muslim side. Number two, to reconcile between people, softening or altering words to end a conflict or to restore relationships without unjust harm.
What is that called?
I asked ChatGPT what's the yeah. I don't know what it's called, but it gave three categories. So category one was in
Hello, everybody. This is Patrick Gibbons with the activist of the Congressman in the Bay Area. Hope everyone's doing well today.
I'm not sure that's true. I don't know if it's Saudi Arabia. I don't know if it's Saudi Arabia. Maybe the Maldives or something. And then it says to reconcile.
When there is sufficient strength, they will take up this form. That's it.
Okay. If you're doing this again, I don't know if I met you in a room before. He said the same thing about Ilhan Omar. There's no Islamist in this earth that would consider her Muslim enough. Like she is like supports LGBT. She supports the far or the left in America. That's not Islamic, and no one would ever consider that Islamism. Are you aware that the Islamists don't believe a woman should be in a position of power? She shouldn't even be in government. This is why a lot of Muslims that are in her district don't even vote for her. I can show you many clips of that they don't vote for her. You don't vote for her? A lot of the white progressives. So all the white progressives that, or whatever, black progressives in America that like, Marxism, or not just Marxism, whatever, socialism, whatever it is that her and Zoran and them push, these are not Islamists. And if for you to think that they are, it's literally insane. Like she would never be allowed to be in government.
Yeah, but Sabina, it's all about perspectives. To an American, they think that they are Islamists. To an Islamist, they're not Islamist enough, but they're still Islamists.
Yeah, no, John, A is from India, so he should know better. Half of his population is Indian, or Muslim.
Know better, and why do you say he's doing this again? He's giving you his opinion, which to him is the correct opinion.
Okay, I can accept his
He should know better, and he's pushing propaganda as if you should know better, and maybe you're pushing your propaganda.
Okay, if she's an Islamist, then I might as well be too. We all might as well be. Okay, fine. Let everyone just go. Let's go.
I'll answer that. I'll answer that. See, there's a concept. That's why I said there's a different concept called corona. Corona means temporary suspension of. One second, I'm done. Temporary suspension of what you call Sharia law to the infidels. I'll tell you an example. ISIS, they issued an order. Those in the West can mingle with the infidels. They can drink alcohol. They can have more, and then do food the infidels. And when time comes, they can actually attack. This is called proof attack. That is the proof. There was an incident in Europe wherein a person converted to Christianity. He actually took baptism. He one second ago, he took baptism and he was a regular and he went on the stabbing spree. So when authorities investigated, he was found that he was a regular and it was just to prove the evidence that he was actually converted to Christianity. So what do you think on that?
So similar to this, the love of your heart, which was a man engage in behavior pretend to love woman and marry them. And then through change, they would force them to convert. If not, the consequences of doing that. So that's just another example of this ideology, which is, in its essence, is menacing and truth.
Exactly. Now they have gone a few steps ahead. Now they are renaming their hotels in the restaurants in the name of Hindus, like they provide something religious affiliated to Hinduism, and they are also pretending to be Hindu holy men, that is sadhus. Holy men, the mob questions them and come to know come to know about their identity. They have found to be Muslims. So this is such a way it means I don't know. Okay, AJ, I have a question to ask you. So where's the evidence of this evidence for Muslims in a normal situation to like under the claim of human or whatever? Because you actually lied about what the definition of human is. That's also under something that's life or death. You can say something by omission, right? But that's something that's completely allowed not in a normal situation.
How amazing when you just so even the person who wants the entire world to be in attack because he's a Muslim and they aren't. And this is a man who practices 5 different kinds of lying and deception, and now he's accusing somebody else of not telling the truth. This is coincidence. This is coincidence. No. This is like this is peak of irony. That's it. So you you haven't seen a new peak of irony. It's amazing. No. What kind of deception are you at?
Actually, it's the funny thing. No. The funny thing
This is unbelievable.
is that you couldn't even address my point without muting me.
Oh no, we didn't anyway. You just never called.
And so you exited because when I was in the middle of it, you decided to mute. Going on to I was going on to ask AJ what his evidence is in regards to is to hit on things like pork or alcohol. Yes, taqiyya. The Sunni version of this, the Sunni definition of taqiyya is different than what Ali is used to, for example. Because Ali comes from a Shi'i background. And the Shi'i understanding of taqiyya is different. Yeah, if you hide your faith, your identity in a life or death situation, it's allowed.
What's that adjective thing you mentioned here, part of the
A lot of that's the plural term, singular term.
How do you spell it?
Habehrami.
That's your tribe?
That's not a tribe, no. It's a ethnic group. It's a
Say it again, H-A-B.
H-A-B, D as in David. Hadehrami.
H-R-A-M-I. H-A-D-H-R-A-M-I. Hadrami. Okay.
Which country is this? If you don't mind.
They're found in eastern Yemen and parts of Oman.
So you guys got sightings, right?
You said Arman? I've never heard of the country Arman.
So
mean
they're
Oman?
found in parts of Kenya, and originally from like southern Yemen, but they're found in Kenya, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many Gulf states.
Are you claiming they need to be from Oman? I just previously
I said eastern Yemen and parts of Oman.
Are you claiming the yes or no? Are you
I
claiming
just said, I told you where they're, I literally told you where
Are
they're
you
from.
claiming these days to be
What you're trying to do is you're trying to literally, like, even the Saudis and the companies are laughing at you.
Yes, no.
That's before you were Armenian.
Are you claiming to be from Oman?
I said Oman and not Armenian. So, I mean, I never mentioned
You
Armenian.
used to be Armenian.
I never said that.
It's different.
I
Yeah, you're.
never said.
I know your last. I know your name before.
I
That's
said
the MC voice.
From Oman?
Okay, Sabina, what was
No,
my
hang
name?
on a second.
He used to claim.
Hang on.
Yeah, Armenian.
Are you claiming to be from Oman these days?
Sabina, like, if
Are you claiming to be from Oman these days, Mando?
I said that do I need to keep explaining it to you?
No, are you from Oman? Yes or no?
Yeah, in terms of where my family clan is, yes.
Your family?
So they stretch from quite long. They stretch from eastern Yemen into
Are you from Oman or not? You're not from Oman.
I think you answered the question eloquently.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, being very deceptive. We're learning a lot about
No, you're not listening. I said Lofa.
We're learning a
He's
lot
doing
about
tequila. He's doing tequila. Yeah.
Sabina, I'm not doing
This is
tequila.
Takia in action. Takia Clown House.
This is practice. Yep.
Like, Sabina, relax. This is not tequila.
Everybody's from Oman.
Just because I'm literally we're geographically illiterate.
No, because I asked you where you're from. You didn't.
I just said, do you not know where, look up, okay.
What did you just say?
I'll let do the talking.
What did you just say?
Look up the region, okay.
What did you just say?
I just said Lofa.
multi-layered deception practices. I can't think of any other world religion that has that in their system of belief.
What will it
Are
take to
they
get
the crime itself? Are they the crime itself?
what will it take to get Islam?
Punishment part is not allowed. That is our thought is not allowed. But the personal laws are allowed. So the clerics have been using, not only the clerics, the family, even the family members have been using it to subjugate women for since independence. Even before independence also. If you go to the courts, you find a lot of divorce cases where they are not getting any maintenance. And even property, even the division of property, the first claim to property of, if I'm a woman, my father's property would be divided among his relatives, and only a part of that would be given to me. So that puts a lot of women under the mercy, at the mercy of relatives of their relatives. So when women are, those women who are aware of this are actually fighting against this. They want the secular law. So one of the advocates, you know what he did? He remarried according to Indian Special Marriage Act, which gives the right of property to his two daughters. So now the people are following this. Instead of going only for Islamic marriage, they are also registering the marriage under the special provision, so that their property can be given without any legal dispute to their children. Not only that, there are many other cases uh, which is languishing in Indian courts, which takes a lot of time to resolve. And usually it is to the disadvantage of the Muslim women, because this all are interpreted as per Sharia. I mean, the religious books. So that was the unique problem. And look at triple talaq. It was so prevalent among the Muslim men to just say talaq, talaq,
Un
talaq.
poquito de estudio en colegio y la escuela de la
And,
secundaria.
say talaq,
Para
talaq,
4
talaq, and just
años.
divorce the women. After having 3 children, where will she go? She's not even allowed to have a job, or not allowed to have property, anything, nothing. So she is on the streets. Her children are also on the streets. Now she will marry someone else, and then these children will be abused by the stepfather, and abuse goes around, and they will not be raised as a good citizens. So definitely women are getting educated. They won't do anything
faction in the United States. That's different, fundamentally different. Now maybe his mother doesn't know that. She's not very well read.
Guys, my prediction came true, by the way. Remember, I told you Jews bring Muslims into the West? Well, guess what? A Jew in Canada just got attacked by a Muslim, and it was reported, and it happened right before I said it would happen. It's haunting.
Thank you. That was very insightful.
It's 24 hour. It's 20 hours old. It shows a Jewish man, and I think his nose is about 5. This guy is beating the guy up. And the girl, his nose is swaying all over the place, something like that.
Oh yeah, I've seen the video. It's pretty fucked up
But
actually.
this somehow is trying to blame Jewish people for bringing Muslims in, which is like some kind of like a Aryan nation, you know, like KKK, like the Jews are destroying society by bringing black folks or by bringing Muslim folks. Is a particularly virulent form of delusion. It's probably it's not.
Okay. The point I was making,
I wanted this picture so you can understand this. It's a concept of usury or sharing, but that is for excess interest. It's not for zero interest. The concept of zero interest specifically comes from Sharia law. I don't know any other like major thinkers or philosophers who push that. Now, I mean, they're wrong. Maybe there is somebody, but I would like to know who that is.
okay, I'll finish the issue. Okay. Thing is, you will hear only about the landlord, the return, that is a loan, sorry, interest rate. But the problem is, how do they get around that? Okay. Now what they do is, they rename the interest. They call it profit. For example, if I take out a loan of 100,000 US dollars, they will add 50,000 US dollars to the wholesale amount, making 1,50,000, and call it profit. 50,000 is the profit, and then they will divide it into EMIs, and you will have to pay the EMIs. And the Muslims themselves are complaining that this is more than the usual interest rate they would have to pay. See, initially they will never say about this. And you know what? If I was talking to a banker, and he was saying that we are getting a lot of deposits because the Muslims are not taking interest, means they don't want interest. I told them, do you know what the other part says? He said, no, we don't know. See, the other part says this is a real trap. When Muslim is investing in a company or in a bank, you're not giving him interest, but you have to pay him a portion of your profit. Sorry, profit. So, what is the percentage of the profit that you have to pay out? It is divided over there. So, if they ask for 50% profit, you will have to give them because you have not given them interest. So, this is the kind of trap they will be able to. They will give nice, sweet promises. When you're trapped, then they'll have your back.
US have the Constitution, which has actually made it so that people can't get away with as much. I know that there's a lot of corruption in the US, but nearly as much corruption as to like what's happening in the UK, for example, or what's happening in all those shithole countries, you know? So I would actually say that it was never a shithole.
Sabina, I was just reading the Constitution yesterday and the day before, and it is actually a rather complicated document in terms of reading it and being able to comprehend it. It's rather complicated because it takes in hundreds of years of English legal history and theory. So there's a lot of thought that went into those rules, and so I'm just wondering, like, do you think the Muslims also have if there is their set of rules, like, is it as complex as the Constitution?
Yeah, I would argue that the Quran is a very difficult book to read. We have to learn Arabic, and yeah, it would be.
Oh, I can't read an English translation. I gotta read it in the Arabic.
You have to learn. No, you can learn. Was he asking me or okay? Never mind, John. You can ask Simon.
Once again, before I understand, and you're saying it is very complicated. You're going against Allah. And Sabina, see, we were ruled by Muslims. We were invaded by Muslims. That would be the right phrase. Okay, and we were ruled by
So you weren't ruled. You weren't ruled either.
we were invaded by the Muslims that colonized. Exactly.
Right, and so hold on. So if you come from a country where you were colonized and mistreated, wouldn't that make your view of it different than other people that haven't been exposed to it, right? That's what I'm saying. I can understand, right?
So,
How you have a negative.
anti-colonial. I thought everybody is anti-colonial.
Yeah, that's why I said, okay, so if I could just land, that's my point. When Indians criticize Islam, when Indians criticize Islam, I think it comes from an anti-colonial perspective because they're colonized. So their way of understanding and looking back at one thing is normal.
What about just that?
No one might be invaded and closed. Am I allowed to finish talking, Simon? What I'm saying is, okay, you know what, stop. You know what, don't ask me questions. I just want to listen from now on. Because if someone asks me a question, then I can't keep talking. So I'll just be quiet.
Say something, please. If somebody asks somebody a question, please let them speak. Go ahead, miss.
Well, let me ask you one more final question, Sabina.
No, don't ask me questions. Ask someone else.
Okay, let me ask some other people in the room. If, the former speaker, Anand said that being a Muslim is like being a playboy. Like, it gives the guys all the great benefits and the women are kind of used as like chattel. So, like, what are the great benefits of joining Islam?
Andrew T.
Is that anti-Semitic, Jew-hating kickboxer who rapes women in Romania?
And I stop trolling. That's not an answer.
It can basically promote like a toxic masculinity type of model for young boys, and it's attractive because they don't have to do anything. Since young boys to achieve the
That's not true. That's not true. The men have to. Also, being a martyr and fighting for your land that's not a hard thing to do. If the Muslim men are supposed to protect their country and die as a martyr, that's an easy thing for a man to do. That's easy.
That sounds like a cult of death to me. You're making this word.
Okay, and Israel having forced conscription for kids to be in war all the time is also a cult of death. You could say too, correct?
No, that's called democracy. That's not called.
So how come they don't have a choice? Why is it forced? It's very.
Well, they actually do have a choice. They can do social work instead if they want to.
Okay, perfect. No. Okay, you have every right to defend your country, right? But if someone said to you that the kids who are fighting right now in Israel, that they don't have a hard job, you would get upset, right? So don't think that one is because if they have to fight for their country and they die as martyrs, that's a hard thing to do. Don't say that it's an easy thing to do.
They don't die as martyrs. Why are you making up sheets? I mean,
I also want to point out Israeli conscription and Islamic sort of martyrdom they're nothing alike. I mean, Israel's job is to protect its people from actual threats, and they train soldiers to survive and defend the country, whilst, as used by extremists about seeking death to harm others, one defends life, the other destroys it. So the comparison is absolutely ridiculous.
Right, the suicide bombers.
The ones that target civilians, yeah, they're terrorists, but regular soldiers that fight for their country are not terrorists. But
Like Hamas.
I never said Hamas.
Actually, Israelis were refugees, no? They were occupied the land, we give them shelter there.
And why is you not talking about Muslims now? What about all the Muslims that were in combat for thousands of years?
Thousands and thousands of years? Really? I didn't know thousands and thousands of years.
The Jewish people are, the Jewish people are not belongs to the land of Palestine. There is no Israel in anywhere. Asylum here. Asylum here. If you are talking about the killing the people, because they're
You should look at your book, Father. Hang on a second, son.
But you may be looking at their file.
You should look at your book, brother. Brother Israel's in your book. Pick it up.
How many have been raped,
Man, I like Zionist too. You at least my name is Israel and many times in Quran. And I would like to answer Sabina on the Indian issue. See, we have been colonized by both British and the Muslims. We never came to grudge against the British. I was pissed off as a Christian, as an ex-Christian. I was pissed off British more than the Hindus themselves. But they don't keep on this grudge against Christians on. And what happened? The Muslims, it is not the British who divided the country, it was the Muslims. In 1934, they asked for a separate country because they said that we cannot live with the polytheist. They got two countries, which they said that we'll make paradise out of it. What is the condition of Pakistan and Bangladesh? That she told much more suitable than us. Yes, we are a third world country, we are very complex, and we are progressing. We are a young country, and it is too complex. Unlike other countries, it is too complex that it will take some time to get our act together. I agree with that, but we do have a space program. And see, the problem with now the Muslim population, there was no total population transfer to Pakistan. Those who voted for Pakistan stayed back in India. We allowed that. If it would have been any other country, they would have kicked the vote. And now what they are doing is now their population has increased. Now you know what happened in my country? The Muslims took out a procession and a 10-year-old kid, I don't know whether he is 10-year-old, less than that probably. He has actually called for genocide of Christians and Hindus in India. He called for genocide of Christians and Hindus in India. This is the condition of. This is what Muslims are doing in my country. And other things that they are doing is they drove out Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir. 3 lakh people are refugees in my own country. Those are all Hindus, and they are not allowed.
500,000 non-Muslim people out of Kashmir in a matter of days. That's really correctly.
You know what announcement was made from the mosque speakers? Leave, convert or die. Really, chilling. This was from mosque. This is happening in the free India. Okay? even in conservative areas in India, I had beef, like in the Hindu majority. I used to have. You can have beef discreetly, but totally if you want to show their power and or we cut open your rubber thumb and show you tools. I will, like provoke you. That is when problem happens. By the way, Hindus from my area, they have beef. The age
Oh,
that
hey, Tobias, you're here. What's up, Tobias? How you doing? That was an epic night last night. Holy shit.
I that went on for quite a while. Actually, I left. I don't know how much longer you guys went on for. But when did the room close?
It didn't close until like 4 o'clock today or something.
Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, or 3 o'clock, yeah, something like that. I don't know leaving, but yeah, that was epic. Yeah, and fucking hell, that was like, yeah, it was just fun. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
First time back in the app in a year, that was epic.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Tobias, I have a question. Actually, here, give me just 30 seconds.
Yeah, as long as basically AJ, I've always felt that I know that most Indians are like good, hardworking people, and they're shaped by their sort of culture and faith that actually value respect and tolerance in their community. And Hinduism, which is obviously the majority religion, teaches good principles, very much connected to like non-violence and harmony. The country's challenges are obviously made worse by many decades of aggression and terrorism from Pakistan, but the people continue to live and work and build. So I think earlier the comments about India as being a shithole, I think actually that kind of ignores the reality of who people actually are and what they stand for.
Well, I'm not saying that
No, I'm not responding to you, Simon. I was responding to.
directly said, what's that I directly said India was a shithole.
Was that it? Or,
I mean, like, again, but like, that doesn't exclude, like, I would say, like, Nigeria is also a shithole country, but, like, Nigerian people are extremely hardworking. So it's not to discount, like, the actual people themselves.
yeah, it was like you weren't the only one that said that. It was also that lady, that Muslim lady earlier, where she said it in a way that was directly not for the reasons that you said it. That's what I was mainly referring to her.
I lived in India. I loved India. I don't know. I had a great time when I was there, so I don't think it's a shithole country. But so Tobias, my question for you is, what do you think about all of the protests going on today in like every city in the UK? Do you think it's gonna work? Do you think people are fun with it? What are the thoughts going on? They're anti like migrant protests essentially. All over the country. Small towns, big towns, cities. Yeah, I was kind of watching the news earlier, and they were like kind of going to all the different cities, kind of like interviewing people, and it's like okay, so it's in at least 40 towns and cities, but I think there's a lot more going on because I saw them in my town too when I was in town. It was smaller though, but yeah. What are your thoughts on this? Because it's getting pretty crazy here.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy all day. I read a little bit about it. It does seem a bit crazy, man. I need to kind of read up what's going on. I kind of have a gist of what's happening, but can you enlighten me if you mind?
Yeah, it's specifically to do with the hotel, the migrant hotels, and they're like protesting at the hotels in all of these different cities. So like specifically for I don't know if people know what's going on, but in the UK right now, there's something like 250 hotels across the country, all over the place now, where they have been taking these illegal migrants and housing them in there, and the Labour government has been telling everyone that it's mostly women and children, when in fact, like, there's even statistics that they're saying that it's like 75% men. And we've been having a lot of issues with them. There have been like a lot of underage girls who've been raped by these guys, or like women are basically the UK is like about to explode. So that's my thoughts on this. And a lot of people are saying it.
Yeah, following what is happening in England, it's very pathetic situation. Even now, I mean, even now the homes are coming and the government is not able to stop it. Despite the PM saying that we'll be deporting them, and all the as soon as they land, they it's quite nice. They
perspective of the Muslim man who's 28 and 32, living in a hotel in a foreign country that he's never lived in before. He just came out of a war-torn place, and he's angry. He's not feeling that great about his situation in life. So he might take risks and opportunities that violate the law and are antisocial behavior and are destructive. I'm just saying, what is the perspective and the attitude of the migrant living in the hotel in a major Western city?
So I could kind of disagree with your point. So actually, the majority are not coming from more towards countries. They're actually coming from countries where there's no war going on currently. And when they're being called for essentially economic migrants. So it's not, they're not coming, or they're coming here to get free money, essentially. Because I'm all for taking refugees, getting people out of war-torn countries, when people are unsafe. I would say that the UK, now that it's the rape capital of Europe, I would start to say that women and children should probably start migrating out of this country and go to a safer country. But yeah, I don't know, a huge portion of these guys are not coming from war-torn countries. They're coming as economic migrants because the government is giving them money, giving them free housing, they're giving them a cell phone, they get a weekly allowance, and most of them are ending up with permanent residency in the country.
How many of them were sent back?
Almost none. Almost none.
What's the process? How long do they wait before the decision is made?
Well, there's so many people that have come into the country. The courts are backed up by about 2 to 3 years. So it takes about 2 to 3 years now to find out if they can stay. I think something like 80 of 90% stay, and they get permanent residency. And at that point, if just say they do something like rape a child, at that point they can just rip up their other passport and say, well, I don't have that passport anymore, so you can't deport me from this country. And the other thing that's outraging people is the really lenient sentences that are happening to these people. Like, I've read story after story after story after story of people getting suspended sentences for, like, raping an underage girl because they have these lawyers, these NGO lawyers, that are saying they didn't know that it was wrong.
And on what basis does the government grant them permission to stay? What do they look at?
Lawyers,
to
NGO
decide
lawyers,
whether or not
they're saying they didn't know that it was wrong.
isn't there or what is it?
Well, I mean, to be completely honest, based on what's been going on here, I would say that they don't even look at everything. I mean, I would say that it's essentially just unvetted, like, large, mass-scale migration. So there are people that are coming here that have, like, rape charges, for example, or murder charges in the previous country, and they're not checking them. So there's all these people that are in the country now. I mean, one of the things that's, like, really scary, for example, is that the previous Tory government hid an entire Afghani refugee program from the public, and without us knowing, some obscene amount of Afghanis came to the country, and they put a complete media block on it. And it's turning out that a lot of these Afghanis just applied for the program that did not work with the UK Army or the US Army, and we're working as interpreters. And they're actually, now we found out that some of them are also ISIS terrorists. So it's like, it's a complete shit show over here. Like, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen such a massive breakdown in state society.
It's almost like the governments want to demoralize the people and cause chaos. I wonder why they want to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you do realize the only way to rule Clown House or, Clown World is to destroy Clown World or, to essentially divide and conquer.
Pakistan is not at war with anyone. It has not been at war, since a long time. But
What do you
India
mean?
is
They just
not at
attacked
war.
India 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's that demonstrate the religious hatred. They can if it is a war between two countries, just attack the soldiers, isn't it? An army post. What they did was they retreated into India. They looked up as they went to a tourist spot. They literally put down. They figured, first of all, they asked whether they can say the Islamic prayer, and when they were in doubt, in order to confirm, they put down their pens and checked whether the men were circumcised or not, and they immediately shot them without anyone asking any question. And when the accompanying women was in a state of distress and said, "Kill us also," they didn't kill them because they wanted legal people. They'll be in a state of trauma, and everybody, Hindus and all Christians also was killed. So this is the religious hatred. There is no other problem other than religious hatred. I would like to inform the room that there is an Islamic prophecy that says we will conquer India. It's called Ghazwa Hind. You can just type on YouTube Ghazwa Hind, and you'll find hundreds of videos that prophesize of this. They're already ready for this. And there are people asking, when we conquer India, what will happen to all the Hindu women, whether we'll marry or whether we'll keep them as sex slaves? This is the kind of idiotic question that they are asking the clerics. See the kind of indoctrination and the kind of hatred that they have against others. And even the children are so indoctrinated that a video came up, like we'll be celebrating our next holidays in New Delhi or in Mumbai or at some other city. You know what that implies? That implies that Pakistan will conquer India and they will either convert or kill all Indians. And even celebrities. That's another, we love the Pakistani cricketers when cricket happens. So even prominent Pakistani cricketers whom we have helped, many times, they were talking about this. They are saying that rivers of blood will flow, which means only one thing, that again the Hindus will be slaughtered by Pakistanis. They believe it is. So it's not Islamophobia or any bullshit. And they will do it, whether you like it or not, whether you are friendly or not, whether you do anything for them. They think that is your country is corrupt. They will be it.
From a Western perspective, importing high testosterone young men that are polygamists and militant in nature because of religious and, theocratic programming, it's not desirable because it causes more conflict and more concern and more work on behalf of the new host country. It's like bringing fleas or parasites, into your home. I mean, nobody wants to deal with bed bugs.
Okay, I love the metaphors. They are very. No, but I just think that they were a little bit small, maybe, but it's okay.
The word you're looking for is creative.
I just want you to land. I want you to hit that nail on the head there, John. Not quite there, bro. I can see what you're saying. I just wish you were like there.
Well, a lot of people, the way they deal with bed bugs They just throw the whole mattress out, and then they got to do a full sterilization of the room. I mean, you can't leave one little critter left, otherwise they can remultiply. You got a whole nother infestation, and you got to throw out that mattress again. It's a lot of work dealing with bed bugs.
Are we the bed bugs?
Well, sometimes you don't know if you're the parasite, and sometimes you don't know if you're the host. But intelligence is being able to determine whether or not you are the parasite or you are the host.
So, what if we are able to realize we might be the parasite? Are we still intelligent?
I don't know if you describe yourself as a parasite. Would you describe yourself as being intelligent?
I'm not saying that. I mean, maybe sometimes we all can be a parasite, right?
I don't think that's the
feel
question.
emotionally.
I think the question is ethics. It's what is right, what is wrong, and that should be the guidance when you speak. So if we don't have any guidance, we can talk shit about everyone, we can start a genocide or anything. I just think that we should have our manners in place, that's it.
Agreed, but when your government and your local elected official imports thousands of Muslims into your backyard without even telling you, there's grounds to be a little upset with your elected so-called democratic leaders that are destroying your
that
future.
is accurate. That's accurate. Yeah, sure.
Well, I have sent you a website. It's called thereligionofpeace.com. It's very informative website. They update the daily attacks or incidents that happen around the world. It also gives the statistics on what is happening around in the world in a month. There's also some interesting things running like Ramadan bomb. During Ramadan, the number of kills that Muslims make is given as statistic.
Hinduism. Now that's religion of peace. There we go. The guy who killed Gandhi was a Hindu. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. All time.
I said Hinduism. That's the religion of peace, right? It's the guy who killed Gandhi. He was a Hindu.
You are saying that the guy who killed Gandhi was a Hindu?
Yeah, he was. That's what I've been reading. He was a Hindu.
Yes, of course, he was a Hindu. When women were being raped in Calcutta in Direct Action Day in 1947, you know what Gandhi said to these women? Learn how to get killed. If the Muslims want to rape you, just let them rape you. He was also responsible for another genocide in 1921, wherein the Muslims almost wiped out the Hindu population in southern state of Kerala. And all, including Annie Besant, was criticizing him. So he was basically appeasing the Muslims. He allowed them to massacre the Hindus on more than 2 occasions. He considered the creation of Pakistan and Bangladesh. He also sat on a protest to give Pakistan 50 crore rupees. Okay, you know what Pakistan did? They took the money and bought ammunition and raided India.
Could we talk about Israel and the problem Israel has? I mean the problem the Muslims have with Israel instead of other countries, please.
Sure, but
Yeah.
it should be
Well, he's saying some interesting things about the Mahatma Ji I've never heard before, and I gotta say it's a little alarming.
Yes, it's alarming because even I was not aware of it. And only when I grew up and people started saying, I opposed them. I said nothing like that happened. But when I read history,
And when I gone through the what do you call the accounts of those who were privy to it, I have a different view. Maybe yes. The
I was
room
just
is
gonna ask if one of the mods can reset the room and we can start this party.
so it should not just concentrate on Israel because people will think that this is happening only in Israel and you are to be blamed. When you show them that it is happening all around the world, that only then will people realize that this is a global problem and this ideology is a problem. Otherwise, they think this is just a land dispute.
I agree.
So, what is it in Islam that gives them this, I guess, feeling of superiority, or I can do whatever the F I want to do?
This is, when they start off in madrasa, that is the Islamic schools, they are totally brainwashed. They accept everything. Like one of my friend, he did not have any much outside contact with other people. So he was told every day that Islam is the most perfect religion. It is perfect according to science, and there are many scientific facts in the Quran. And this has a certain effect on people. Okay. Then there is a Spartan lifestyle. In this madrasas, you are abused. You have to get up in time. If you don't recite the Quran, you are trashed mercilessly. So it is a Spartan lifestyle. And sometimes even the food is very scarce. You get abused sexually in this madrasas. You can get corporal punishments. You can get severely beaten up. So where do they vent the anger? That is when these imams redirect the anger towards the non-believers. They'll not teach it directly initially. They'll say, uh, Allah doesn't like shirk. And who are the people who commit shirk? Yes, it is the Jews, Christians, and here in India, it's majority Hindus. Whom do they worship? They worship the cows. All kind of these tropes are fed into the psyche. This act, even if they don't mean it, it'll be in the back of their mind. Like a guy was describing an incident wherein this guy has never seen a Jew in his life. Okay, so both this Hindu and this Muslim was traveling on a bus. Suddenly, a foreigner alighted the bus. I boarded the bus, and he said that he's from Israel. While conversing, he's from Israel. And the Hindu guy was describing he has never seen a Jew, and this Muslim friend also has never seen a Jew. But immediately the Muslim got angry. And he is usually a cool person. He was like so angry with this guy whom he has never known. And he wanted to thrash him, but he know the consequences. That's why he was keeping his cool. I would like to narrate another incident, very funny. Okay, like 2 years back, a cleric was saying that we should not have fruit juice. Why? Because the juice rhyme with the juice. It is the invention of the juice. Imagine the kind of tropes they are making up and distributing. It's very funny. But at the same time, it is also tragic because there are people who believe it, idiots. They've been conditioned that way, and they have this control mechanism. Everything that you do is controlled. If you don't go to mosque, people will notice, and they will ask you, "Did you come to mosque?" He cannot lie because there will be others who will corroborate the story. And if you don't come, he'll be like ostracized, and people will like physically assault them if they don't come to mosque for a long period of time.
Did Muhammad decide to call? Did Muhammad decide to call Islam Islam because they want to like slam all religions and slam all other ideologies? Is that the basis for the Muslimic, or the Mohammedans is Islam?
No, can I get a video? I got a video. I got a video I can play. The lives don't mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'll read the context 1 second.
I mind.
You mind?
Yeah.
Who's that? Yeah, you're not a mod. Okay.
Damn. I'm up.
No, you're not. Okay.
Damn.
Mod, can you mute that guy so I can play this video?
No, I'm up. It's good.
There's a video. Okay, 1 second.
What's the video, BB? What
I'm playing it. I'm playing it. 1 sec.
But what is it before you play it?
Muslims living with Hindus. Problem. Muslims living with Baha'is. Problem. Muslims living with Shintos. Problem. Muslims living with Buddhists. Problem. Muslims living with Christians. Problem. Muslims living with Muslims. Very big problem.
All right, I don't want to hear. I don't like to bang on any religion, so I don't. Okay, I don't think it's helpful. Thank you, though.
It's not banging on a religion. It's stating the facts, and then the video wasn't even finished.
I understand. I muted it. I don't want to. It is banging on Islam. You're saying that Islam can't live with anybody.
No, but you didn't let the. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah.
If you listen to the full context of the video, they leave their country to go to another country, and then because they didn't like the country they left, and then they turn that country into the country that they left. It's like a woman that getting plastic surgery all the fucking time. You can't keep her happy. Even God can't even make her happy.
When Pakistan was divided, the man responsible for partition was Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He was a Shia. Okay. Now the Sunnis in Pakistan are calling Shias
But
in
how did
Pakistan.
you stand, Norm? You didn't want to slam, but this guy's been slamming Islam for the past 20 minutes that I've been in the room. But you wouldn't let me play the video.
Okay, another sect called Ahmadiyas. They were at the forefront of partition. Now the Sunnis are saying that they are not Muslim. They are being persecuted while Ahmadis in India are having a peaceful life. You can see during Eid they are not allowed to sacrifice the animal. Their minarets are broken down. Their places of worship will be bombed. Yeah, Muslims are safer in India than in Pakistan because you don't know who is going to come and place a bomb in Pakistan. Shia bombs the Sunnis, Sunnis bomb the Shia, both bombs the Ahmadis. Well, Scotty has put up another room which says the Zionist can't be reasonable or have a debate. And there is no one in the room except Scotty.
Oh, there's another live going on, is there? Mr. AJ? Let me check.
I have one. I started an Islamic, Mohammedan, Muslim nonprofit so I could help spread the joy of Quran to more Muslims and more potential Muslims. I figure like get ahead of the curve before they control the marketplace.
Okay, now can I play the video? Tobias? Rubenchik?
He's asking that.
It's BB.
Yeah, you can play it. BB, play whatever you want, man.
I'll allow it. Okay, then
I'll moderate you, BB. One second.
Thanks, and then I'm gonna read the context off just because it's pretty interesting. But yeah, 1 second, guys. Thanks. Because I think it's important.
well.
When you read the it says, for those not following the logic of this video, Muslims flee their own countries to objectively better countries than the only one they fled with, the goal of turning the new country into the one that they fled from. No logic, but it's their religion that tells them Islam is to take over the entire world and enter every house. Many other migrants flee countries that are not Muslim, but the difference is that they assimilate into the countries by respecting its laws, but becoming more like the people in it, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, but they do not have an end goal of turning it into the place they came from. That would make zero sense.
But you can't put the blame necessarily on the people that want to make their new host country like their former bad host country, because it's really the leaders of the Western countries that are letting them in to begin with. Those are the most guilty, in my opinion, of all, of this whole dynamic. It's the people in the West that are letting these Muslims in.
I agree. And why do you think that is? And you're a very intelligent guy. Do you think they're doing it because of votes?
I think it's clown world. It's wokeism, and they're trying to malign and destroy their own country in order to essentially maintain power, which you could say is votes.
No, they're doing it not just for votes, they're doing it because these people come and work the jobs that you would not work.
But they're not. But they're not like in Canada and the United States. If you see it, they're coming here because they're making more money. Like in Canada, they're making more money than somebody who's worked here for 35 to 40 years, getting a retirement pension and benefits and old age. They're making more. So my mother tomorrow, even though she came as an immigrant, worked her whole life here, worked for 50 years. I think she makes $1,100 a month, retired. If she goes tomorrow, throws away her passport, starts speaking different language, she would quadruple that amount. How the fuck is that right and normal? I want to know the actual stats on how much migrants, like what's the ratio, how much they're taking off of the system as opposed to the people that actually built this country. I would agree with your statement if it was 20 years ago. They come here, they work. No, they come to Western countries and into Europe and take the benefits of it, and then burn the flag of the country that they're sitting in, receiving the benefits of it.
True, but I'm saying there's demographic change. I mean, you cannot deny that the average age of Europe is now like 45 plus, 47 plus in Spain and in Norway and so on. You cannot deny that sooner or later, the doctors, the nurses, lots of these people will be immigrants. And out of immigrants, a huge number of them are going to be Muslims.
So you think wait, hold on. Because from my understanding, the Muslim world's making babies at a faster rate than anybody else. But somebody who's very well versed on Yaakov, he could give you like actual data and stats on that. Yaakov, you actually talked about the birth rate.
Yeah, in Western countries, they have much larger families than native populations. In the U.S., average American family is like 1.69 kids per woman. It can be anywhere from 3, depending on where you are, 3 to 5. When you're getting all these benefits and you're getting housing allowances and other things, it's easier to have kids.
Okay,
There's a built-in incentive to have children. Like they're taught, more kids equals, better future and quicker path to taking over.
Absolutely. Quick anecdote. I was in a cab in the U.S. and the guy who was driving me was originally Palestinian, right? Who lived in Egypt. And he was telling me, I just happened to ask him, like, what do you do? He's like, I have a business. My son's run it. It's a mechanic shop, garage. And he's like, I have a good business. I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, yeah, I have 5 kids in America, 5 sons. All of them are supporting him in the business. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of children. Oh, he's like, that's nothing. He's like, that's nothing. My cousin who lives in the West Bank has 125 grandchildren.
125 grandchildren for one man because he has 15 kids and 125 grandchildren. Maybe he was exaggerating, I don't know. But
No, but that goes back to the average age of 45 and older. I believe it's way younger.
The thing is, like, try even living somewhat of a decent life with like 15 kids and like fucking 125 grandchildren. It's like, there's no, like, if you're living in poverty and you're just having sex and kids, it's like, okay, cool, like, there's nothing to aspire to. But like, when you're living a somewhat decent life, like a Western country, like, you don't want that many kids simply because like your standards of living would be drastically.
But why not? If the government's giving you benefits to pay and you're living better than somebody who's worked there their whole life. But the problem I see with it, the problem I see is I don't think it's the problem of having 15 kids. I think the problem is when you're in that country receiving the benefits of the 15 kids and then you burn a flag of the country that's giving you the benefits. I think that's where the big I wake up and I want to.
The median age for Muslim Americans.
I don't really care about that.
The median age for Muslim Americans is 34, compared to, depending on what sector you're looking at, anywhere from 39 to 48. So they are significantly younger. So you can compare 34. Actually, the best way to compare, best two numbers compares 34 to 48 median age.
And did you hear the story from Texas where in Dallas they bought like 400 acres of land?
That got shut down.
That got shut down, I know, because that game
it got shut down.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, so they're trying to create a small little Islamic piece of land within Texas where Muslims will rule. They will have a central mosque and mostly Muslims will get housing in that community. And they were trying to create a small little Sharia law, in Texas.
Why was that shut down?
They do that. So the way they got around doing that, and I don't know how, I have to look into it, I don't know how Governor Abbott shut it down because it's a local land use issue. But he claims to have shut it down. But the way they got it, you can't just sell property to Muslim Americans. It's just not allowed. What they did do is to say, there's essentially it's a homeowners association, and there's a common fund that you have to pay into, and a large percentage of the common fund goes towards maintaining, I don't know what the Muslim word is for mosque, but the masjid, I think is what it's called. So a lot of that goes to the masjid. Thank you. So like Christians, Jews, or anybody, A, probably don't want to be surrounded by all of that, and B, don't want to be supporting that financially. So it's a cute way of gatekeeping.
And I think
legal gatekeeping.
And I think the problem is I think 90% or 99% of the room wouldn't care. They don't have a problem with any religion as long as the religion is not impeding on your life. Or I don't see many other religions where they leave the country that they're in, go to another country and try and rule the whole country, make everybody their religion, and don't want to contribute to society, want to make their own society. I think that's where the big problem is. And I think the elephant in the room is who we all see. So that's where the big problem comes in.
Look at Syria and the Islamists in Syria. They're throwing Druze off of cliffs that they just murdered. I mean, it's a murderous overthrow of the governments and the locals. It's submit to Sharia or die, and you're lucky if we don't kill you, even if you do submit to Sharia.
Yeah, and where's the outcry? Where's the rooms? Where's the clubhouse rooms? Where's the Twitter spaces? Where's the Instagram? Where's all these rooms? Where's these protests about what's going on in places like Syria? And I think there's a huge number of places that it's going on right now. Where is the outcry? There is none.
They're not. You can go to Amir's room and he says, I don't talk bad about Hamas. He says, that's not my job. I don't talk bad about Hamas. So and he will call people kuffars, and listen, if you're an Islamist and a Muslim, like, you got to stay on code. You can't break from code.
Islam is a spectrum. On the extreme spectrum, there are jihadists like Al Qaeda and stuff. On the other side of the spectrum, there are people like the mayor from London, and now possibly the mayor of New York. Right? They're on the other side of the spectrum, and in between is everybody: the lawyer, the judge, the housewife having multiple kids and sharing her partner with 4 other women or 3 other women. They're all in it for the same cause. Some just directly kill you, some don't. That's it. Education does not matter. Nothing matters.
Do you remember when that Sinbad or Sinbar guy got killed? The leader of Hamas, he got killed. Well, I just sent a picture of that dude to Amir because he didn't believe that it was actually him. And so I sent him an actual picture. He blocked me permanently from his room. So he's definitely a Hamas sympathizer, just saying the mirror. So.
Not just a sympathizer, he is a potential terrorist and a terrorist promoter.
I agree. Absolutely a promoter. To be lost.
It just reminds me of, you guys remember when ISIS was doing their thing and they were big? And you would see little groups in Virginia and I forgot that there was little camps, and then women were also running to join and be married to them and this and that, and it was what the fuck? This is more of a passive aggressive way of what they're doing now, but I think it's more dangerous, far dangerous of what's going on with these rooms, with these guys that are promoting and sitting back and saying, I'm just giving you the news and no, you're not, you're grooming.
Yeah. Just as bad as our schools were grooming us for college. I mean, we know the fuck are the groomers from. Yes, Adamir, yes.
See, if you're a leader and all you do is stir the pot of hate, you're not a leader. You're actually a leech, a parasite, a turd.
Yeah.
Islamophobic.
Absolutely.
That's Islamophobic. How dare you?
Well,
that's the problem. People are afraid to talk about Islam because they're like, oh, we're bashing. No, you're not bashing. If somebody's robbing a bank, no, but listen, that's the problem. People are afraid, right? But if we're talking about bank robbers because they rob banks, then they're like, I don't want to give bad word names to bank robbers. No, you're doing a bad fucking thing. Somebody needs to talk about you. And there needs to be more and more people talking about it without the fear of being called Islamophobic.
See, Sabina will say there's a difference between Islamophobes and Islamahate. See, Islamophobia suggests that you are fearful of something that you are unaware of, meaning that you haven't really truly learned that Islam is a religion of peace and harmony and balance and stability. So you're accused of being fearful about something you don't know anything about. And when you attack Islam, you're called an Islamic hater. So this is all just political reverse psychology, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And you should be concerned not just about the religious aspects, but you should be more concerned about the political ambitions. It's a political movement primarily and deals very little with spiritual, psychological issues with regards to peace and balance and stability and harmony and love and law. It's political. It's a political movement to control you, to usurp your rights, your constitutional God-given liberties, with a new set of rules, which is the final revelation, the religion that culminates the Abrahamic religions and summarizes it in a brilliant new flash of political ideology.
Wow, that was amazing.
Garbage philosophy. It's a primitive philosophy. It worships death. It's not compatible with Western values. Fuck it.
Agreed. See, if they were more intelligent, they would actually be reading poetry and doing taqiyya by giving you maybe the fruits of Islamic scholars like Rumi, and because that is a great book. But again, that deals with psychology. That, to me, I've read Rumi many times. It's the only intelligent thing I've ever read that has come out of the Islamic world, and it was Persian. It was not, Arabian. you won't see that because in the left and the West, we are totally woke. Wokeism is the herd psychology still. The mind virus hasn't necessarily been broken, and it will take strong leaders like and patriotic leaders like Trump and J.D. Vance and other great Americans who are willing to resist the woke mind virus, which is an infection in our soul, in our charter, in our constitution.
Well, do you think, Nick, honestly, do you guys think that, like realistically? Because I think you're onto something, but I think, I don't know, because everybody, I don't know what your ages are here, but when I was a kid, everybody loved Michael Jackson. Right? The Jackson 5, Michael Jackson, was like everything. It was like mesmerizing, right? He danced, he sang. And then towards the end, everybody turned on him.
Well, he was dangling babies out of windows. You know, the guy turns out to be a sociopath, psychopath, and
So do the people we talk about John me too, bro. Everybody wants to know John me too. No, but yeah, exactly. But the people we're talking about, they don't dangle babies out of windows. They throw them out fucking windows. They throw people off rooftops. And murder.
Well, look what the former speaker said about Mahatma Gandhi. You know, historical revisionism is a bitch because a lot of people think Mahatma was this fantastic leader, but no, he actually gave up a lot of his own people to appease Muslims and allowed them to get murdered and said, learn to love how to get murdered. Like that. So there's a dark side to history with regards to, you know, this glorious revolution and liberation of neocolonialism or colonialism. So, you know, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Well, he was just trying to boost his chakras, you know. All great leaders need to keep their chakras boosted.
Yeah. But how many of us have seen those videos of the child marriages that are going on today in 2025 still? The people how are people not shaking their fucking head?
Because, you know, from the TikTok, Instagram, YouTube consumers of the West, when they see something happening in a third world, they just go, oh, that's just third world customs. You know, not my problem. But literally down the street and in every major U.S. city, they're building mosques at an unprecedented rate.
That's the culture.
I mean, Jewish restaurants in, you know, Chicago get torn down and they build mosques. It's happening all over, and the Saudis fund a lot of this. You know, there's a lot of criticism in America for Israel and other countries, but you don't ever hear these complainers talking about Saudi Arabia or Syria or Yemen or any of these places where, you know, the virulent strain of Islam exists. And meanwhile, we're importing it into our own major cities and even rural towns. It's an invasion, and, you know, Trump is just the man to stop it, and he is stopping a lot of this Muslim migration.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the man because he just took $50 million Qatari plane. You know why he took that plane? And why the Qatari leave it? Do you have any idea?
See, he's a smart guy. You don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. If somebody says, hey, here's a $250 million toy, you know, and people criticize it, but go ahead, Shiva, why? Why do you even think that gift was like a sincere gift? Because there's a lot of liabilities with maintaining a plane. It's like here's a toy that we don't even want to take care of anymore because we'd rather upgrade to the new model. It's like it's basically a bullshit gift.
What if it's hacked? That Trump goes on it one day and they fucking control it and fly it into a fucking building.
Well,
I'm sure there is Air Force will
gift horse in the mouth. You know, we'll take anything you want to give us for free. I mean, we're sick of spending money. You know, how about you give us something? You know, the point is, it's a fucking insincere gift. It's a stupid gift, but the fact that the media blows it up and claims that he's violating emoluments and that he's taking a gift, it's his gift, it's going to go to his presidential library. It's like, fuck off. Like, you know, keep your stupid fucking plane. But you know, the principle is, oh, you want to be nice and give us something? Yeah, sure, I'd love to take your gift. You don't kick a gift horse in the mouth.
We're tired of paying for everything. Why the fuck not get something like that for free?
See, you would take gifts from Al Qaeda.
No, I mean, you make a good point. I mean, I think before they abandoned Afghanistan, they should have torched and destroyed every single piece of military equipment that they left there. To leave the Afghanis with U.S. military weapon systems to make them into a strong army is fucking mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
That is certain spot, right? I mean, we can make them an actual legitimate military, you know, but we didn't as citizens, we didn't fucking, you know, we didn't want that shit. I think most of us wouldn't even want to be in Afghanistan on hindsight. And Donald Trump, you know, he wasn't in power when this happened. You know, the withdrawal happened under Joe Biden.
The fact that Yasser Arafat's daughter has, you know, $3 billion, $5 billion sitting in Parisian banks, and a lot of that money came from donors around the world or USA. You know, American leadership is schizophrenic in their decision making. They support both sides of wars. It's like, pick a side, pick your allies, but don't support everybody and give everybody American taxpayer, you know, funded items.
They're probably getting kickbacks, John. That's probably why they're doing it, bro. There's answer. Like, why would that seem so insane? Why would they be doing it? But they're obviously getting kickbacks and getting rich off this shit.
Who's the newest Trump ally these days? Pakistan. The wonderful country of Pakistan is the biggest ally. Because Trump's family is doing business with them. They have a crypto exchange, or crypto coin they have invested in. And they're getting along with Pakistan. The whole family visited, and the military general of Pakistan and his family. Can you imagine what's going on? So,
Al Qaeda is a proxy of the Pakistani army.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's sons just issued a SPAC, which is basically a blank check IPO, I think, for $100 million, so they can make an acquisition. It must be nice to go to the market and be like, hey, we want to start a business. We don't know what business it's going to be yet, but if you could maybe lend us $100 million, we would love to take that money and buy up somebody else's business. Or just gamble that money in, you know, cryptocurrency.
So yeah, I voted for Trump, don't get me wrong, but I don't know where this is going.
I know SPACs aren't new. There's nothing new about a SPAC. But yeah, I mean, Islam is not the religion of peace. I have the glorious Quran, and you know, I've tried to read it a few times, and it's very difficult to read because it's so boring, and it's, you know, you can tell that it's not written by some kind of college academic, you know, scientist or philosopher. It's really definitely written from the desert, you know. But I have heard in some circles that at the time, the Jews were actually happy that Islam emerged out of nowhere because it was a political movement that was used to fight Christians, and many Jews felt that they were persecuted by Christians. So now there was this third party which was waging war against Christians, Christian kings, and you know, Jews were supposedly, you know, happy that there was this new force fighting their own persecutors. So, but now in 2025, I think, you know, that type of opinion, you know, is irrelevant. You know, Islam is so devious because it mixes law, politics, and religion into one, with no differentiation. I mean, the beautiful thing about America is we have separation of church and state. There's no government religion. So, when you merge religion into a government, that's like total mind control. There's no liberty or freedom there to experiment with new ideas. It's either submit or die.
The title is fucking amazing.
So who's the supposed Jewish ghost that wrote the glorious Quran?
I'm wondering if they did that, if they, some Jewish guy's like out there and he just cosplayed as a Muslim. He's like, let me make it boring. Yeah, and violent. You know what I mean? There's people. So do people like violence? Is that what's going on? Is that why? Yeah, is that why it's being fought towards? Because people need violence, or they call that a little excitement, but then they change it and call it passion.
The problem with the Muslim world is that when they hear the resistance against the West, they actually sanction it. And it's to whatever degree. Let's just say, Hamas are killing Jews, or 9/11 goes down, and these people cheer on.
Yeah, but isn't there some Arab Muslim countries right now that are totally against Hamas? And people are ignoring them and saying that they're not Muslim countries now because they feel that they're traitors. I don't know, isn't Saudi, Qatar saying to Hamas release the fucking hostages already? Well, you have France, Canada, that are saying to Israel, we want to shit on you and we want to recognize Palestine as a state. So you have countries that aren't Muslim countries that aren't talking. They're saying Hamas release the hostages. A bunch of Muslim countries. Okay, that's honest. That's dumb. So Canada, France, country.
When it was happening, yeah, go ahead.
Roger, let's talk about the causation as to why this happened. We had a finance culture and a culture that a certain generation participated in to taking out millions of dollars out of their equity to send their kids to study women's studies at Cal State Berkeley. So I mean, this same generation is a direct cause of the same pattern of frivolous financing that the generation that they're complaining about engaged in.
Yeah, the good old-fashioned HELOC. You don't see many of those anymore.
Isn't it like a wrestling move?
No, the HELOC, it's a home equity line of credit where people would take the value of their home and they would borrow against it.
Use your home as an ATM.
Yes, and then essentially never paying your home off. I remember people buying houses in Modesto where they move out of the Bay Area. They'd go to Modesto, they'd buy a very inexpensive home, and then the value of the home would go up moderately. It wouldn't go up like the 12% per year that the Bay Area would, but let's say it goes up 7-8% per year. And then to Adam's point, let's say they have an event Johnny's got to go to college, and they're like, where do I get college money? And then they look at their home and they say, I can borrow against that. And so then they borrow against the value of the home, and they're not very good at math. I mean, yes, it's a source of income, and if you wanted to use it, you could, and I think you should be able to. I don't think it should be hard to get
5% parents aging in place, they have just taken, and have given nothing back in return. So to your point, when you actually, take out a home equity line of credit and you're paying interest on that, by the way, and then your snot-nosed kid is only taking, and not giving anything back, I mean, that's a really shitty investment. I mean, wouldn't you say, Mojo?
I would say it's a terrible investment, and you also got to link to the title of the room: small government, big government, no government. When you look at the cost of an education, it's directly caused at this point in time because of the involvement of the government backing loans. When the government got into the business of backing loans, the lender said, okay, I don't have to worry about credit worthiness because the taxpayer is going to back it up. So anybody that comes and applies, they can give them the loan that they want. Once the institutions learn that, hey, these people are qualifying for bigger loans and more people are qualifying for them, we should raise tuition prices. And then the lender has no objection to lending lots of money to anybody because the loan is guaranteed. And the institutions are like, hell yeah, they got a bunch of fucking money that they were given from the taxpayers. Tuition is going up. And so if you want to fix the price of an education in the United States, you gotta get the federal government out of it. And if you think that's bad, wait until they do the same exact thing with medicine.
Yeah, I remember like when, lately when, the Trump thing was, not just Columbia, but other, universities, and realizing, like, not just the endowments, everyone knows, like, Harvard has, like, several $1 billion endowment, like, it's just money sitting in the bank, but just, like the amount of staffing they have versus students, and, like, how much they charge, per year, and how much they pay professors, and I don't know, the whole thing just, if the government's like subsidizing a huge portion of it, or some portion of it, whatever portion it is, yeah, so like what's the incentive for the university to lower their costs or lower their tuition? It makes no sense. Because if people are going to keep paying and the government's going to keep subsidizing, why not, right?
So I see the poll results, 77% prefer small government, 16% support no government. I call that the spirit of Bima that is still with us. And then 8% prefer big government. I'd love to hear from the big government people. Like, what do they mean? Like, why do they prefer a big government? Like, why is that a benefit? Love to hear that.
Well, it doesn't always come down to the belief that this fiat currency bubble supply system is infinite, and therefore we're just mean and nasty people who want to be fiscally prudent, but there's enough to go around, and it's all artificial control.
Well, I think those are the people that have bought into a particular lie, but I also think that there's plenty of people that are just stupid.
I would say the no government are the people that I question sideways at, because if you had no government, who's going to protect you? Like, I mean, I want you to think of this. I promise you, like, if there is no rules, and we just had, like, whatever goes, whatever you can determine, and, we're going to call it the frontier, when the frontier was there. It didn't work out for no government on the frontier. I do recall in history that it never worked out well for them. So, I mean, you're going to have someone like me who will have no problem conquering you. I'm not that kind of nice guy. I may have, I'll just take your stuff and leave you for dead. I may decide a whole different type of government. I'll make sure you're in a government. It'll just be one of my choosing. And you'll end up facing the consequences. And see, people don't realize, like, government protects you from fires, wildfires. What are you going to do? You set up this settlement, you magically think everything's going to be a utopia. You're not going to have, like, a government entity come in and save you. You're not going to have rescuers come in. How about your heating supply, your electrical supply? You know government there, like, you need those things. You need an infrastructure
she just said, well, whoever. And it's the people could just have them. And you ask her, okay, well, don't you think that the people that have them currently, like, I don't know, like if you had a nuclear powered sub, you would probably just keep it. Under what standard would you have rules of engagement on when you would use these things? And she said that it would be up to all the individuals to decide how they would want to use them. I mean, like when you start asking the real questions, forgive me, axing the real questions, you get some very bizarre answers. And I would encourage people to go and listen to the stream. I'll go find it myself and I'll pin it to the top. It's very interesting when she was asked the hard questions, how she could just spin out of control. And what's interesting is that we all know that the anarchists will never fucking take over. It's far more likely that we get a tyrannical government than no government, which is why with the 75% that said small government, there's a challenge to keeping the government small. Like it started off much smaller than it is, and it's growing and it's growing and it's growing. It's becoming more tyrannical, more tyrannical, more tyrannical. We have $37 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and the government has the power to levy taxes over you to pay for their spending, which they also borrow, which causes inflation, which is another tax on the people. So I think that the biggest challenge is how do you keep a government small? And Beamer's answer would be, well, because you can't do it, you should eliminate it. And I think the real $1 million question is, if the nature of government is to expand and to want more power over the people, how do you control that? How do you limit their power? We have documents in this country that if we followed them would do that, but every president that we've had likes to ignore the Constitution, including the one that we have in office today that doesn't have a very good understanding of the Constitution.
I agree with your premise on that, but like it depends on what you mean by small government. Like I'll say I want small power controls in the government. I want Congress to actually not be effective, to take back their role and retract some of the powers that have been afforded to the presidents for years. I think that's a good start. There are certain areas, but if you're talking to me about like, hey, should the government have a small role? Okay, in the energy sector, taxes could probably be able to do what they want to in terms of that. But some of those government subsidies that we pay tax dollars, they go to make sure that pipelines aren't just controlled by one entity, that they can be universally used and energy gets out there. Niagara Falls, a natural resource, powers the entire northern seaboard, northeast seaboard, and to Canada. That's a huge energy grid. That's the Kitover Dam, another one. These are central projects that without government support and spending in those areas, you wouldn't have. And I think when a lot of people say no government or I want to go back to the original, they're not thinking very well of how much like your state of well-being is actually dependent on the government. Many of you, 99% of you, would not survive in a colonial, like old revolutionary times. Like I'm just telling you, you're not built for that. You don't know how to do that. You guys fought over toilet paper at Walmart. You are not built for having to be accountable and find and do resources on your own. So the idea that, hey, you know what, I want no government, or I don't want the government involved at all, depends on which sectors. Like, do you want it on infrastructure? Because the government, I'm going to tell you, highway system's pretty fucking good to get from here to there. It needs work. I'm not saying it's perfect, but at least it allows for you to get your shit at Walmart across the country. You've got energy grids. You guys seem to run AC and heat. You have pools and all of this shit. I mean, you're not suffering in that front. There's no one that can't have a home across the country if they want one. I mean, you're going to find a place to live in, so you've got shelter, and you don't have to do that. Many of that is due to a lot of government backing. So it just depends, Roger, where we're going with small government. We can pick up certain things, and I agree, the $1 trillion is a bit much to have that much in debt up there, but I think it's a lot more nuanced versus big, small, or no government, and then the people cheering no government. We should never listen to them, ever.
disparities. That's my evidence that there's wealth. You know where there's not wealth disparities? Where there's not a lot of wealth. And so, I'm pro wealth disparity. And by the way, this idea that the richest 1% own more wealth than the 99 combined, I'd like to see a source on that. I don't buy that. A lot of people will take this information into present day, and they'll say, oh, the rich get richer, the poor get poor. It's not really true. The poor have gotten richer, and actually now the poor have a free ride. I'm definitely in the camp of instead of eat the rich, I want to eat the poor. I don't know why people prefer being poor over being rich. I want people to have more money. So I'm on a crusade to cause the poorest Americans to pay more in taxes. I think that they need to pay their fair share. 97.7% of all federal income tax is paid by the top 50% income earners. The bottom 50% income earners pay 2.3% of all federal income tax. It's time we change that. No free rides. The poor need to pay higher taxes.
Well, it's the way it's set up. When a low-income taxpayer files, he's actually just getting a refund check or a credit from the government, or basically a wealth redistribution or a borrow and a spend from the government. So you are required to annually file, but a lot of these people also don't even file. I would say 20% of the population doesn't even file a tax return. So it's to your benefit to file if you're super low income, because you're just going to get the annual refund from the government. So the system itself is fucked up.
Correct. This idea that the rich are the problem is I'll never understand it. I would say that we need to start having more straight talk. That the rich should be held up in a higher regard, and the poor, they're the ones that need to be shamed into paying their fair share. And I think it's high time that the poor take it into their pockets and pay their fair share.
Well, so let me ask you a question. Do you believe that instead of giving people a child tax credit, sorry for the parents in the room, but do you feel that instead of giving a credit, they should be charged more in taxes? Because if you look at the likelihood of that said child coming into this world being rich, shouldn't those said parents be charged higher in taxes?
I would go the opposite way and then just give a tax break for single people that have no children.
Okay, so I was controversial, but then Roger stepped on the gas.
Yeah, that's good. So we've incentivized, if you think about it, we've incentivized the idea of like marrying with kids. These are going to create tax credits. But the truth of the matter is the people that get fucked are the people without kids. If you don't have kids and your property taxes are going to fund the school, like how is that equitable? You don't even have little bastards to go feed down at the fucking schoolhouse. And by going to feed, it's because they don't teach them anymore. It's like a fucking this whole school lunch program. It's fucking amazing to me that people literally believe that it's the job of the school to feed kids. It's almost as if parents don't have any responsibilities. I don't even recognize the world we live in today. It's weird.
It's crazy to me, Roger. I remember, like, when I was in middle school, my mom used to send me to school with, like, a check for the month of, they just added it onto your account, and, you put in your little pin when you went up to the lunch window and you got your food, and, my parents paid for my food. Like, I guess I never questioned, like, were there people around me that weren't doing the same thing, and, like, how fair is that to my parents?
You selected big government. What do you mean by that?
I just wanted to troll.
I would argue that Social Security is big government. enlisted him, you're fucking out of the workforce. What do we do with those people? That's the only social safety net that I think is worth discussing. Everything else is a money grab and a transfer of wealth.
I don't know about that. I think the only safety nets that should exist should be for orphan children and disabled people, whether they be elderly children, and veterans. I just don't believe in any other safety net beyond that. There's a lot of people.
But it doesn't have to be the government, right? There's charities that do this work.
This is correct. But what do we do with the orphans, right? Because I've thought about this, especially when we're talking about abortion. Like, I can't kill a baby, and but then if you have like some absentee father and a mother that that doesn't have job skills, and the kid's fucked, right? Do you rescue these kids and like put them in a chocolate factory and call them Oompa Loompas? Like what do we do with the orphan? I just don't know.
Well, wouldn't it then be at that point, there's a lot of couples right now that are unable to have children for medical reasons. They could adopt them out to those families if they meet certain conditions.
Well, we've made it very difficult to adopt in this country. We've made it very expensive to adopt. And then what we've done is we've got this temporary foster system where the worst of the worst people look at children and bringing children into their home as this money grab. The foster system, if anybody's familiar with it, it's fucking terrible. It's broken. And then the people that legitimately desire to have kids and can't have them for whatever reason, or have decided, hey, there's a stockpile down at the shelter of dogs. I don't need to breed dogs. I can go get one from the shelter. I think we should think of human beings the same way. But nobody wants to make that system easy. If I wanted to go adopt a dog, all I have to do is go down there and pay the adoption fee, and I get the dog. That's it. That's it. They ask a few questions, right? You answer it. Do you have other dogs? Yes. Are you allowed to have dogs in your house? Yes. And that's you need to be sure that you're not allowing pedophiles and other weirdos to grab these kids. But we have far too many rules on adoption, and if we're gonna make sure that abortion is illegal, I think that we need to figure out what we're gonna do with these kids. What do you think we should do with them, Adam? Sorry. What do we do with these kids? What do we do with the orphans?
Well, I think that, a lot of the reason why a lot of people don't adopt is for the simple fact of costs and, the legal process that they have to go through. I feel like if anything that should be subsidized by the government, it should be facilitating people successfully getting through that process when they otherwise have demonstrated that they're able to afford, supporting these children. And I feel like the schematic that's kind of used in gauging that affordability also takes into account the exorbitant cost of adoption. So I don't know. I feel like, the red tape, in terms of the overall cost, I feel like that just needs to be streamlined and it needs to be brought down. Now again, I think that every person that, adopts a child should go through a DOJ, Interpol, and, an extensive background check. But I'm just not seeing that the cost of what adoption costs today, how it actually accounts for that, and then you still have a bunch of perverts and a bunch of people that slip through the cracks. It's very strange to me.
It's just I couldn't help but laugh. There was no critique on Adams when you would ask them, what do you think of, right? If you're anti-abortion, what about the cost of your problem? What about the all the hurdles for adoption slash so he's probably just waiting for his own that response. So it just summed it up like, what? Like, wait, what? Wait, so I'm critiquing on Adams, but it's like, what? Oh, right. So
No, honestly, I'm at work.
I said it's not against you. Not against you. It's on the right.
foster care, the horrors that go on there on the regular, the pedophilia, just the regular abuse and starvation. There doesn't, like, where is that concern from the right, where it's like, oh no, they'll kill your babies, where, like, after we take care of these babies that are unwanted.
Well, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, America hates children. We know this. So, you know, these are very easily fixable situations, and for some reason there's reluctance, not even an observation of the Constitution, or people having, you know, complaints about, you know, the lack of rights. For some reason, the system continues to remain broken. So, I mean, I've come to the conclusion that America hates children. Like, it absolutely does. Like, if you look at the policies that America has laid out to the detriment of children, all the way down to abortion, like, I don't know. I just feel like this country hates children for some reason. It's very disgusting.
So, what if they had to get licensed to have a kid?
Well, if you're talking about, you know, adoption, technically and effectively you are. You have to go through a home study. You have
Well,
to go
what about having the
you have to
kid?
go through.
How about having the kid in the first place? I mean, like, we make sure that somebody knows the rules of the road before we allow them to drive. But, like, you can just have two of the biggest idiots on the planet fucking each other and creating kids. I think part of the issue that we have is that the stupid people do more breeding. And then the smart people are like, well, how am I going to pay for these fucking kids? And then they put these limits on it. The reason the Western world, birth rates go down is because people are using, like, they're not just out there saying, let me have 11 kids. No shade thrown at you, Cuba, but, having 11 kids in 2025 is probably an expensive endeavor for most Americans. But yet, you're free to do that. And then we want to look to the government to say, hey, what are we going to do with these fucking kids?
I expect, I mean, it's almost a small government, like, you want to have license to have kids, but you want a small government that's kind of.
I'm throwing the question out there of, like, why is it that the stupid people want to have so many kids?
Are you calling the kid stupid?
No, this is not for him in particular, but if you look at countries with high birth rates, it's not exactly the fucking world beaters.
How far from stupid, like, how far from being
You know, Cuba actually had a
This is not shade on Cuba. The fact that I used 11 kids might have felt personal, but it's not. Okay, 7 kids. So now we're clearly not talking about a Cuba. We're talking about only people with 7 kids.
So if you want to look at, like, a retirement and support strategy, Akiva got it covered. Not only does he have a lot of kids, but his kids actually do exceptionally well. So, I mean, if you look at 11 kids and $1,000 a month, you know, for their parent to age in place, I mean, I feel like Akiva's probably going to die at one of those places where the Kardashians send their grandparents. Like, I mean, if you look at it from that perspective.
Do you guys worry at all that MAGA Republicans are having kids?
Yes, daily.
It disturbs me that Marjorie Taylor Greene has children, but aside from that, I really don't feel like MAGA is, you know, exceptional. Just, you know, being of the utmost concern in them reproducing.
Sorry, well, never mind, I'm a MAGA.
Well, and serendipity, with all due respect, you're not going to get pregnant having sex up against the wall. The semen's going to drip.
I don't know, I had 5, I'm pretty fertile.
Yeah, but you weren't doing the up against the wall back then.
We're getting conceived standing up.
No, but the last one was definitely conceived upside down.
Well, that would be, you know, consistent with science according to Rasher's theory.
Yes. I knew I was ovulating that day and I wanted a baby.
For those of you that didn't catch
when you're with wild animals, unlike an inanimate object like a race car, right? Like if you're race car driving and you get a thrill out of it, you get a thrill out of it. But there's an allure in working with dangerous animals that you think, oh, you're safer than you are. So I don't know. I'm done talking.
Looks like big government's making their push on the poll. It's up to 24%.
What poll are you talking about?
The poll about the room.
Oh, there's new one.
It's been there since this room started. So 1 out of 4 people that have been surveyed want big government. It's amazing.
You got a lot of win there, I think. How are you?
Edward, you're off mute.
Yeah, what's up with that, Randy? How come these polls don't add up to 100%? John Kitover, hopefully you'll win your race for Congress, but what do you think of this poll? Are you surprised that only 60% want small government?
Well, I just asked Grok, can you please give me the top 100 line items in the annual budget of $7 trillion? So if you really want to know what big government is and what all the borrowing and spending is funding, you should probably know what the top 100 line items are in the annual federal budget of expenditure. And so it doesn't surprise me that a quarter of people are communist, socialist, Marxist, redistributionists, high taxers, because a lot of these big government people want to eat the rich, destroy the rich, and that's really the hand that feeds all of society. But if you have just a moment, I will read to you the top at least 30 line item expenditures.
Can you give us the top 10, start with 10 and work it to number 1?
Yeah, here we go. Just give me 1 minute, I gotta find it again.
Capitalism is good, Lou. In fact, I think it's the best idea that human beings have ever come up with.
Real quick, why aren't people watching Howard Stern anymore?
Because he's turned into a faggot. I could use that word. If you look at my PTR, I'm an ally. He's just not funny anymore. He's probably happier in his life because whatever trauma led him to being as funny as he was once upon a time, he's probably worked through all that stuff. But now he's just not funny.
Somebody says that he wears a wig.
He never evolved.
Somebody said that hair is not
It's
actually his
transition.
anymore. Well, he did do the blackface comedy routine with that famous African American comedian actor. So, there was a time where you could be sensational and try to be funny with race play, but those days are over. I mean,
As the only Jew on the stage, I think, I can tell you that we're all traumatized. And if there's a Jew who thinks that they don't have a history of trauma, then I think we need to kick them off Clubhouse because they're lying.
Well, there's a lot of Jews. You know, my father's a Jew, my uncles are Jews, my aunts are Jews, my cousins. You know, and they came over in 1900 on a boat and went through Ellis Island, and they all made a big success of it. And I think a lot of immigrants that come to this country are very focused on success and eliminating a lot of the bullshit, of American culture and society. And they maintain their close knit little group, or they're just hyper focused on success and they don't look back. And success is, what they absolutely value. I mean, it's a little materialistic, bougie, or commercialized in a way, because a lot of these immigrants are such brand whores. But that's the psychology behind their success in a way, that they're not gonna accept mediocre jobs. They're gonna go for the big positions. They're gonna become
Yeah, but
optometrists, dentists.
what's interesting is that
If America was so centered on success,
we've lost the propaganda war in this, in perhaps the most important fight of our lives, and that to me is kind of insane, right? Like, okay, so we can in terms of commerce, in terms of building economies, we can do all these things, but we've completely lost sight of the need to win a propaganda war against people who have far fewer resources but many more bodies. It's amazing.
John, wouldn't you say intelligent immigrants coming to America look at success differently because they look at America not the same way some citizens look at it?
Yeah, it's like
Meaning the process of becoming an American is knowing about America and how it functions and falling in love with the idea that, hey, if I can go here and I can do it, I'm going to do it.
I think it's just in group, out group, where you come from nothing. Like, I've traveled to third world countries, and it's honestly invigorating seeing people live in garbage, because when you come back to America, you literally kiss the ground and you say, I can't believe how other people live in third world countries. Praise God, that America is the way that it is. So when you come from shit and you arrive in a golden palace, that feeling like stays with you. So there's no like degradation of your ambition. It's 100% all the way. I'm gonna go to college, become an accountant, a CPA, and an optometrist, a surgeon. Like, you're gonna work your way into the highest paying fields, and that's why when you go to your doctor, you're usually greeted by Mr. Patel or Dr. Patel.
It's hunger. The majority of immigrants here have a drive and a purpose in them. They have something they want to set up for multiple generations, and oftentimes they achieve that. By the third generation, it's gone usually, or everybody's assimilated. But the wealth in America is usually dissipated or gone by the third generation, because you don't have stewards anymore. You don't have people that are hungry. Once you touch the golden cow, as John put, for as long as you live in comfort and you have your iPhones and you live in this utopian mindset that you don't need to scratch out a living, you don't need to fight, you don't need to be forceful, you don't need to even challenge the rules, to break the rules, and you're just, succumb to mediocrity. We have a lot of people that are mediocre, and they're fat. I'm sorry, they're just, the majority of people are fucking obese, mediocre, monsters.
I don't know if anybody's watching this, but Ron Paul is having his 90th birthday barbecue live on X Spaces.
John, I was invited to that, and I have to tell you, the last time I saw Ron Paul at the Reno Libertarian Convention, he didn't look good. He had to sit in a quiet room until it was time for him to come out and speak, and then he goes out and he speaks, and then as soon as he's done speaking, back to a quiet room. He's not been right since the stroke that he had on air. Did you ever see that where he stroked out while he was like on a live broadcast?
No, I didn't see that.
He's not really been the same. And in fact, the guy that he does the podcast mess with now is just like a fucking Russian propagandist. I think Ron Paul has fallen from the grace. It's, when he was in office, I thought he was great, but as he ages, he gets crazier.
Yeah, I was happy and proud to meet him, but he did not have that Trump gusto and bravado of saying, "Well, we're going to lock her up." So, he was not an effective communicator when he ran as president. These are the top. I asked Grok, what are the top 20 spending categories of the annual $7 trillion budget? This is from the lowest to the highest. It's allowances, commerce at 15 billion, energy at 20 billion, community development 30 billion, science and space 35 billion, agriculture 40 billion, natural resources 50 billion, general government expenditures 60 billion, housing 80 billion, international aid 70 billion, justice 80 billion, transportation 120 billion, education and training 200 billion, veterans get 305 billion, health including Medicaid is at 620 billion, income security, which is 675 billion, defense at 921 billion, net interest 928 billion, Medicare is 1 trillion 11 billion, and Social Security at 1.4 trillion annually. Now, that's not that doesn't seem totally accurate to me, but I think it's like a good index at least. So
that feels like 2023 numbers.
I mean, it's kind of weird because Social Security and Income Security, it feels like that's the same program. So that would put it at 2 trillion, but they generally only report Social Security at 1 trillion annually year budget.
I think the income did that to look good. I think that's referring to SNAP.
But another way to refer.
Fall under agriculture as part of the agricultural programs.
Well, it's got a cash component and it's got a food assistance, so you can actually get cash or food credits.
Why do states individually manage the disbursement of these programs as opposed to the federal government administering the disbursement of these programs?
Well, a better question is why do we collect it, send it to a centralized place, pay huge administrative fees, then disperse it to the state for additional administrative fees, only to trickle out pennies on the dollar for the benefit. I mean, we have created the most inefficient system possible sometimes kids' eyes glaze over, but Graham Stephan's got, an energy and a fresh face. People should check it out. Is anybody here familiar with Graham Stephan?
No, I never heard of it. But this is what income security breaks down to. It's a $675 billion 2025 estimate. Covers programs aiding low-income, unemployed, federal retirees. This is the breakdown. Refundable tax credits.
John, your numbers are bogus. It's gonna get worse. Okay, like I keep bringing up the feedbacks. Okay, y'all think that I'm trolling. Okay, that is going to be the bane of our freaking existence. The fatter and more unhealthier people get. Just in, I believe it was this room yesterday, people were having a conversation about, legalizing drugs. So I mean, if you're gonna fund a healthcare system that's gonna have a bunch of fat, lazy drug addicts, okay, don't you think that that's going to start to burden the taxpayer?
These are the numbers. Refundable tax credits are at $115 billion. Food and SNAP, child meals, $150 billion. SSI, $67 billion. Unemployment compensation is $62 billion. Federal employee retirement is at $160 billion. Housing assistance is $60 billion. And then there's other foster care TANF program, $62 billion. Again, this all comes out of cbo.gov.
So let's revisit those numbers in another 5 to 10 years. If our country doesn't file for bankruptcy by that time.
Do you guys think that there's a borrowing and spending problem in America?
Yeah, that's how people got so fat, Roger.
So you have to borrow to spend.
People by living beyond their means. Like that's completely normal.
Yeah. Adams, do you like the new title of the movie?
Oh, beautiful title. Well, I mean, it's a fact though, Roger. Like, the bigger the average American has become, the bigger our government has become.
It's a very disingenuous game that the government is playing on its American population by borrowing and spending so much at the tune of $2 trillion a year that they're spending when they're not taking in any revenue. Why can't there be some type of constitutional convention or consensus at the leadership level that is inappropriate, that to borrow $2 trillion and spend it year after year after year with no end in sight is absolutely ludicrous? Why can't we have a balanced budget amendment or a law that demands a balanced budget unless in time of extreme need such as war?
Hey, Josh, you never answered that question. That's kind of important, right?
Well, it's not. It's actually just linguistic logic and common sense that, if you talk to Maxine Waters, she would say something like you just said, or she'd give out there some other type of deflection. And this is very clear communication that demands, that you perk your ears up and say, he's 100% right. Why aren't we all going in the streets and demanding accountability but rational budgets and rational spending? You can't spend now unless you borrow, and so it creates this future event which we want to avoid, which is essentially bankruptcy, liquidation, or degradation. I mean, the same rules that apply to your checking account should apply to the rules of your government. Otherwise, that mirror system is broken. It's dishonest, disingenuous. It's like looking in a mirror and seeing a fake image of yourself. We want the real image bounced back to us, in our fiscal accountability. This is unsustainable. Chairman Powell says we are on an unsustainable path, and in 2050, at $4 trillion in annual interest, plus all these other expenditures that I just read, it will create hyperinflation. Your milk will be $20 as opposed to $1.99. Your bread, your eggs, your butter, it will all go up. I mean, in Weimar Republic, prices were doubling every single day in the early 20s. So that's what will happen, but We can prevent that, but that's the worst part, is that shouldn't even happen in a well-functioning economy. Unfortunately, 40% of this economy is completely artificial. It's all borrowed and spent. It's all borrowing and spending. Your doctor, your hospital chain. Hospitals are shutting down because Medicare, Medicaid is no longer going to these facilities. So the whole system is built on borrowing and spending, and it's shutting down part of it, but it's also continuing.
I think there's, yeah, as far as whatever the number is going, basically going to infinity, i.e. the dollar's going to zero, I think this is an inevitable path. I think there's sort of like some optimum that they can, try to ride it out. Like, what is the optimum level of borrowing and interest rate and so forth that they can squeeze as much juice out of the lemon as possible. But it's clear like it's all going to break down in the next 20 years, max 20 years.
I don't know about you, but I fully intend to go. I'm definitely blaming fat people.
So I'm just talking to a ChatGPT 5 here, and they said by 2075, 50 years from now, it says debt held could easily exceed 300% of GDP, which in today's dollars might mean 150 to 200 trillion dollars.
California and 44.4 million people in Texas. And it also goes on to talk about the next 10 years that Dallas-Fort Worth is going to surpass Los Angeles. So your fucking state is hemorrhaging atoms. It is a fucking rat hole that everybody fucking hates. And they're all even. They're all coming to Texas. So get fucking put your fucking California nation bullshit.
Same with Manhattan. There are $15 million condos, $10 million condos, $8 million condos.
No, but no, Adams is like, this is why California's such a populated state, because people over here are so amazing. It's because we're a bunch of retard cooks.
No, I agree with you. Obviously, population is voting with their feet, and they're getting away from the blue states. I mean, it's just reality. We just hope that most of the people that's leaving these blue states are not coming to make their state permanent. So
they're not.
Okay, all right. Well, let's hope not. Okay, because I see it happening in other spots. Okay, it is very unfortunate because we should be able to run our independent states much more properly. And I'm also proud of what you know. I am a conservative, or a conservative. I don't still care about first. I'm an American. I will be American. And I just don't like the way our country's currently ran because we got too much big government and I hate bureaucracy. That's it.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say about Texas is they have
of the rules, and hopefully you guys can appreciate this one, is that there's another rule violation that happened there, which is number 9. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. So whatever happened in the other room, don't want to police it in this room. So
I was only in here yesterday.
I listen. I don't care. We're not going to talk about that, but I'm going to bring Adams back up. We're not going to talk about that word, and we're not going to talk about drama from other rooms.
I was saying, so going back, Akiva, please accept my apology. I was not trying to interrupt you in the way that you thought it was. So please forgive me. Okay?
I don't know the way that because you're not trying to clear out what you're talking to say in the way that you in the way that I took
And that means I was wrong. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand that.
You can be a victim all you want, bro. It's okay.
You trying to make me a victim. I understand that. But you're the one making this apologize. That's the issue.
Hakeem, tell us what you were going to say, though.
Hello? Did you say it?
I speak when I just said I just speak. Nobody talk to me to speak. When I do speak, you cut me off. No, you don't tell me. Go ahead, boy. They cut me off.
You know, I live in Illinois where we suffer fat Pritzker, and he is very slimy and very good at manipulation, media control, buying mass media, and you know, I think he's going to be, I think he's going to put his fat toe, in the ring.
I couldn't imagine somebody as fat as him doing well.
I mean, he may just stay in Illinois and be a complainer and rule this state, you know, and destroy it into the ground by continually raising taxes and doing all this transgender identity therapy for students. Now, they're actually building almost hospitals into schools now. It's no longer just your local nurse. Now it's a full-on health clinic, and they're doing mental health assessments to find out if you're trans, if you're gay, or what your feelings are on trans and being gay, and even maybe what your feelings are about Donald Trump. They're doing assessments and diagnostics now where you have to get a sheet to opt out, but they want to know about what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and they want it recorded, put into a database. So they are literally taking steps to prepare the future generations for wokeism, and this type of governance and ideology has to be destroyed.
They're building low-income housing for transgender community. They just announced that the other day. Hold on, I'll put the link in the chat.
That's pretty rich. I love Nick. Nick, you're, I don't know who you are, but you're awesome.
Can anyone share with us what Democrat right now run a good governance anywhere in the country? Is there any Democrat governor, mayor, anywhere?
Fetterman post-stroke is turned into the best statesman that this country has.
Yeah, jumping on that, Shapiro for Pennsylvania, he's a good governor. He's a Democrat.
So you guys gave me two, right? Fetterman.
Well, Fetterman is a senator, but Shapiro, as a governor, is a great governor of Pennsylvania.
I personally would like to see us do a run for Republican nominee.
Democrat, like if I'm on a poly market, I would put my money on Shapiro.
Hold on, I have a question for the people that voted other at the poll above. And if you haven't voted at the poll, please do that. Right now, it's a pretty tight poll, and I'm curious. When you say other, like Nye said other, Howard said other, like who are we thinking? I have a San Antonio.
I don't have anybody in mind yet, just yet, Joe. I think I've seen it perhaps in your space yesterday or someone else's space that I am very disillusioned with the Democratic Party. I don't like Newsom. I think he's a freak. I don't like Pritzker. I think he's a freak. Both of them, if elected, if they run and elected, it's a wrap for women and children. And I have to believe that Democrats are on a mission to normalize and legalize pedophilia under the MAP umbrella. So no current Democrat politician, whether it's a senator, governor, someone on the grassroots level who's kind of rising star on either in the Democratic Party, will get my vote right now because I don't trust these people. Republicans right now, their leadership seems to be very weak as well. So when I say other, I'm looking for somebody fresh, slightly provocative, a voice that we haven't heard, similar, but doesn't align so much with the fringe on either side. Someone new, inspiring, invigorating, and I'm not sure that we've met that gentleman.
Do you think anyone on the Republican side is pushing this transgender pedophilia kind of stuff?
It's possible. I haven't seen it, so I won't say no because I don't know for certain. But I have not seen it on the level that I've seen coming out of the far left.
So I'll be traveling on Tuesday to the state capital of California to go against AB 495. It's called the Stranger Bill, where any person can walk into a school, and with this bill comes a sheet that says you can be a caretaker of any child and take them out of school. They call it the trafficking law of California. Only 2 months ago, they passed another law here in California that you can purchase a young boy between 13 and 17 years old for prostitution. This is pedophilia at the highest level. We have a Democratic majority here in the state of California. This is sad. This is what I'm talking about. The elected officials that we currently have, guys, we got a lot of people in office who are claiming the children. Leave our children alone.
So the pedophilia issue is like the trans issue. It is not something that most people are actually concerned about at the end of the day. And there are pedophiles on both sides of the aisle.
Same corporation, different division.
Listen, I agree, driver. It's not an issue now, and by the time it becomes an issue, it'll be too late for people to act. Because some of these perverted politicians know that your average American does not care, they're not paying attention, they don't think it's real life, or they have this idea that it's only 0.0% of the population that's white. So they're already hosting TED Talks to normalize these things. You have studies coming out of Ivy League college universities claiming that babies are born trans and people are born pedophiles. So if you're born this way gay, you're born this way pedo. So everybody deserves special rights and equal treatment and cupcake prisons if they get charged with dealing with the kids. So yeah, it's not an issue now. Nobody cares now. By the time folks really wake up to what's subtly happening, it will likely be too late.
How can
I mean,
you?
they've already convinced y'all to put your kids on a cocktail of drugs because puberty is bad. Like, come on.
How can you say?
In the state of California, they tried to get it to pass through legislation without even an actual vote. So yes, they're trying to sneak it through. And it only did not get passed because Republican in the state of California said
let alone pedophilia. It costs $100,000 to convert a man to a woman, to cut off that genitalia and get them on these puberty blockers.
Here's my opinion, but how many, for example, I can't think of a trans person that I know, maybe one that I know from someone else. I don't know anyone who's registered as a sex offender. I don't know any pedophiles.
It's called a mental health crisis. The suicide rate of these young men who decide to become women is prolific. It's like,
Okay, but this look. So I think looking at the trajectory of the Epstein news media, I don't want to call it a circus, but the news media cycle. I mean, look. The only reason that that's still in the news is because Trump has been, afraid to expose himself to whatever degree that he's vulnerable, right? So if he hadn't pushed this issue more, we wouldn't be talking about Epstein right now, in my opinion. And so if that tells us anything, someone of notoriety has to give it coverage. I mean, when the guy who is the New York Democrat, who's the guy who was married to Hillary Clinton's assistant,
Wiener.
Wiener. Okay, so Wiener. I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I don't think the Wiener story got a whole lot of coverage. Looking at it through the lens and with respect to the context that we're looking at it at this issue now. So Trump is keeping the story alive. So to Nye's point, it might make if it bleeds into if it bleeds into 2028 as what's his name, Epstein story, then maybe it does have some legs, But I just don't think that we're nearly as exposed to pedophiles as we are to people on a spectrum of gender.
the point is that it's clown world, and you have to. First part of diagnostics, and is to realize that we are still in clown world. This DEI, all the spending, big beautiful bill, all of this stuff is one whole system, and it's easy, as Brad is saying, to get distracted. If Republicans think transgender is still the major issue as opposed to the economy, everybody's a fool. I mean, who cares about these cultural issues? I don't want to pay property taxes, and I don't want to pay income taxes, and I don't want to pay 100 other taxes which ruin my livelihood. The clown world system has to be broken, reformatted, and common sense and fiscal prudence has to be the mantra, in my opinion.
I mean, I agree. We need to restore common sense. Trump keeps saying that. Trump keeps saying that's what he's attempting to do. I mean, look, the past 4 years, they have redefined what it is to be a woman, what it is to be a man. You can be flirty and fuzzy and all this other weird stuff. You can't say breastfeeding. You have to say chest feeding. You can't say menstrual products. It's just weird. And this is all coming out of the upside down, loony policies
they can either make a move to the middle or they can make a move to the left. Whether or not one of those strategies will be better than the other in terms of attracting voters, we would have to see. But if they stay where they're at, they're absolutely dead and they know it. But Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, so like people say AOC, I get the point. Like she's a good cheerleader for the DNC. She doesn't. She's not the biggest fun hauler. She doesn't bring in the most money. She's kind of the pretty girl that you bring on a date. She's like Matt Gaines going to a bar. He's gonna have a pretty girl on his arm. That's not really what AOC is going to excel at. As a matter of fact, I don't think she's even going to be able to pull out a race against Schumer. I just don't see. And when you look, even after all of her stump speeches, all of her gallivanting across the nation, going through and talking, all these things, screaming online on the news, she's still, I don't know, as like Emerson did, Morning Consult, all these polling places, even in their own little collectiveness, she only pulled 11%. Kamala wasn't doing any of that shit. She still pulled way ahead by like almost triple digits in matchups with women. We still haven't had that. I do not think AOC would be the answer. I would love it because it would be easier for a Republican to actually win. That would be a great ticket if AOC threw her hat in the ring. But I don't think anybody in the DNC really thinks she's a viable candidate, even at VP level. I think what they want is her to be a cheerleader. And remember, her district is redistricted, gerrymandered to the fact that even a glass of water that has a blue label next to it is going to work. So there's no way that she has really faced any kind of really political backlash or had to stand on her own feet to get elected. In New York State, it's going to be hard to sell that because again, she's an Instagram girl. Like that's how the political apparatus look at her. I'm going to go to Newsom, who's got a national appeal. Shapiro, maybe, but he's screwing up pretty bad right now with his key left demographic, which was a lot of getting way too involved in the Israeli-Palestine thing, and he's making dumb career choices right now that's really pissing off a lot of people on one particular side of the aisle. He's also just not doing what he should be doing in Pennsylvania to really secure that state, which is why it's going to be a battle state. So I mean, again, like I'm looking at Pritzker Newsom right now. Whitmer is still in the wind. She's a ghost right now. She's staying very quietly, but she's going to fundraising events. She's going to PAC committees. She's like traveling around and she's collecting in money. She's getting money on reserve. So I think she might be a player in this, and she's not having any controversy. She's trying to keep her name out of the news, and she have a go at it. I like politics itself. Like who's going to be the best governor is irrelevant. It's who can you sell on a national stage, and that's what I'm looking at. Newsom can sell on a national stage. Pritzker is utilizing all his benefit. He's constantly trying to grab headlines. Shapiro is grabbing headlines the worst way. So I mean, I just don't. I don't know. I don't think Shapiro's going to do it. Kelly is definitely not presidential. He threw him up in the rafters. So he'll fumble like Waltz did.
What's more?
Up to 2.
But what's more?
He's going to run his third party, and he's going to, if he even throws it in the ring.
So I mean, I pretty much disagree with a significant portion of what Brad said, but I want to come back up real quick to some of the arguments, right? Like, oh, AOC is from a same Democratic district. So was Bernie Sanders, right? Nobody expected Bernie Sanders to be a problem, right? AOC is someone who can't run on the national stage. The Democrats did not expect Bernie Sanders to almost take it from Hillary. Like, these
elections moving forward are going to look a little different than they have in the past. The way that people get access to, an exposure to the candidates and the candidates to the people. And if you look at what Trump did in this victory, one of the things that he did really well that was a game changer was his appearances on podcasts. He was meeting like niche audiences, and one of the big challenges that they had with Harris is that Harris was so disingenuous that she couldn't do a podcast appearance without looking like a fool. If you guys have seen the podcast appearances, she just looks terrible. You need to have somebody that's going to be able to present well, that's going to be able to go into an environment where there's going to be tough questions and maybe get heckled a little bit. If you're hanging out with comedians, they're going to try to find the humor in things, and you're going to have somebody that has the emotional intelligence to be able to navigate those conversations. I don't think that Harris had it at all, but I look at the field and I'm trying to figure out like who would be able to do that. And I think Booty Juice might actually be the best for putting on the podcast circuit. But you guys think of anybody besides Booty Juice?
He is a special appointment. I don't know if you know how he became captain in the Army. He never went to boot camp. He never did anything. He just got specially appointed by the CIA to be an officer.
And Mojo, wasn't it that Kamala with Joe Rogan, she wanted him to come to her?
Yeah, he invited her and she declined. Here's another interesting thing. When libertarians were having their moments in the sun, what's her name? What's her goddamn name? It slips me. She's so irrelevant. No, the goddamn fucking libertarian broad that ran. She was actually offered an opportunity to go on Rogan, and she declined. And here's something that people don't know about that campaign, was that when she was running, she was also working full time. She didn't take off time. She was teaching at Clemson, and she didn't take the time off. And if the media wanted to meet with her to do an interview, she wouldn't meet with them until after 3 p.m. Eastern time. Like, think about that. So, like, noon Pacific, on the West could work, but she would not make herself available for anything. And so she never wanted to quit her day job. Now, you might say, well, why are you mentioning that? The point is that there's some people that really want to run, and there's the people that know that they have no chance. But when you're given an opportunity to get exposure, the reason why she didn't do that was that she knew she'd make a fool out of herself. When people, imagine Harris on the Rogan podcast. Just imagine when even the layup questions that she wouldn't be able to get right. If a tough question was fine, she would just be fucking terrible. What the Democrats need is they either need someone super polished that can go out there and really deliver good answers, or somebody that's so fucking ignorant of the fact that they are dumb that they'll just go on there and they'll just say words. Like, if you guys were to tap on somebody like Bima, for example, not her specifically, but that idea of, she can be asked a tough question and without any thought will just blurt out a dumb answer. That's better. That's better than what Harris would do, where Harris would try to relate to people, and her bag of tricks is to make caricatures of the audience that she's trying to connect with. This is why she makes up things like washing greens in a bathtub.
I think that you kind of nailed it, right? Like, Democrats have a habit of thinking, politics that don't come across as authentic. And that's where Trump actually does pretty well in. And so does AOC at my end in there, is that you think she's not lying to you. She's not sugarcoating things. Neither is Trump. It's actually what she stands for. She just repeats the same thing over and over again. So you believe it, right? Democrats tend to think, even Joe Biden at times doesn't come across fully authentic in some of his speeches.
point out something that Pete Buttigieg, he attended a 2-week indoctrination course and was appointed a captain in the Navy Reserves that deployed to Afghanistan to beef up its credibility. No ROTC, no years and years of training. Hey, you're an officer, you're going to Afghanistan and you're a captain and you work for the CIA.
How did he get his commission then? Did he get his commission?
He's formidable looking, isn't he?
I put it in the chat.
By the way, Norm, I'm with her. It's not really non-true campaign slogan. It was stronger together.
I don't know though. I saw these buttons in New York tonight. Or
Yeah, that wasn't started by her.
maybe it was both.
Well, maybe we can recycle that slogan of Buttigieg's runs. We can then say, I'm with her.
The Democrats just don't like it from their side. They should have hoped that they lose the midterms because then they get White as an outside candidate. I mean, it depends on how the economy is at the current juncture and what's going on in the world. I don't think the Epstein is going to be damnably so for the next candidate's head or the Republican's head because all they have to do is go out there and say, I'm going to release the tapes once I'm elected. And they may or may not. And everyone is kind of the opinion that if there was really anything really negative about Trump, they would have dropped it already. That would have been out there. That would have been out there. Okay. Shit. Biden, Kamala, Hillary, Obama,
Well, how do you just release it on Trump?
So, I mean, they would have found a way. They would have leaked it to like fucking like a New York Times reporter or somebody. They would have found a way to do it. They had no problem leaking other information. I mean, did we forget Russia? All the quote leaked sources to news outlets. Every day they can find ways to manipulate that shit, and they did. They've already. I mean, we've been fully aware of this. So, I think honestly, the Democrats are out of abortion. They're out on LGBT because that's like not even a thing anymore. That you can really rally behind, or that the population doesn't care. So that's a social issue that they really don't have in their fodder. And the only thing that the Democrats are going to be able to run on is either the wars, which it depends on how these two end up resolving. Trump has made some progress in the Russian-Ukraine thing, so maybe he will, come to a resolution on that. But the problem is, for the Republicans, is there needs to be someone standing next to Trump doing this. And it's not Ben J.D. Vance. He is not pushed into the limelight. He is not the one that is gathering headlines. He is not being photoed on everything. He is still 100%.
El Normo, can you hear me? Hello, El Normo, can you hear me?
DeSantis, I don't agree with all of his policies, but Florida's a better run state than many of the states that we have in the union, especially ones that are highly populated. How come we don't like DeSantis more? What's the problem with that?
I think you just keep running into Trump. Like, Trump operating
People like him and appreciate him and respect him. If you live in Florida, you thank God that he's your governor. You live in Illinois, you pray to God that people like Pritzker, have a myocarditis, So, I mean, but it is, I think King was right, it is a lot about running up against Trump at the beginning. I mean, Trump really dished him pretty good in the early term of, while they were running. So they butted heads, but, he seems to me like he's running that state in a way that, is long overdue, or there's many states that should be running their states in the same way that he's running the state. For God's sakes, he's claiming that they're going to get rid of property taxes.
Yes,
You're going in the matrix.
Brad by Atari.
Is this better? Okay. His problem was Nikki Haley intro. Yeah, he couldn't get past Nikki Haley. And if you can't beat Nikki Haley, his time there, you finish third, he's going to have a harder time on the national front.
So what do you think? The country wants to see more alligator Alcatrazes. That a good luck.
I think so. I think
Can you expand on that?
yeah. Well, you asked if the country wants to see more of it, and I think yes. I think that you can come up with clever names to try to go against certain immigration policies, but I think that the country right now is more with Trump than against Trump when it comes to this issue. And so, to answer your question, I think yes. I think they want a big moat between the U.S. and Mexico. That's what I think.
But I mean, when you're talking about DeSantis not being successful, it's his state. Is that a coincidence?
Coincidence? No. But let me ask you this. Why is it that when Democrats talk about democracy and what the people want, that's the story they use when it's ideas that they like. But then when the will of the people is to do something that they don't like, then all of a sudden they're against the idea of democracy. And that's the part that I don't get. It's like many people on the left, they want a pure democracy. They call for it pretty openly. They think that we should get rid of the electoral college, for example. But then when you find policies that are popular, Democrats are like, oh man, that's bad. And I just don't get it. They're only for this idea of democracy when they're getting their way. It's very weird.
It kind of reminds me of one of the world's largest global religions, known as Islam.
I wouldn't call that a religion, John. I would call that a pedophile death cult.
You had me laughing so hard yesterday when you were saying, why even do abortions? Why don't we just feed the babies to alligators? I could not stop laughing because I could see getting into an argument with an abortionist that, saying that. And it's just, to me, it's just insane, it's because it is so gross and tragic and sad, but it's, I don't know, you had me in stitches yesterday.
So, Congressman Kitover, what do you think of, tell me more about your take on Jamie Pritzker. He's not well liked, but he's well resourced.
Well, his cousin, I think, is trans, and she was running the Pritzker Military Museum on Michigan Avenue. They're having to close that up because it's, they can't even get people to go to the museum. First of all, nobody's interested in it, but crime is rampant. So I think they're moving it to Racine or Milwaukee. But my gaydar goes off when I see him, and he puts out a lot of creepy videos, and he says a lot of cringe things. And he was on Stephen Colbert saying, we gave this redistricting map to our local kindergarten. This is what they came up with. He's not a leader. He's a panderer, and I think it's possible that could be that horrible P word, and the fact that his trans cousin dresses up as a woman and dates young Hispanic men in the Rogers Park area in his massive mansion. People have illicit sexual lives that you don't want to know about, and have political opinions about cutting off young men's genitalia and pumping them full of puberty blockers. So Illinois, Abraham Lincoln's great state, is run by Clown World. It is a prime Clown World state in our 50 state republic here. So I think be on the watch out for Pritzker. He funded the translation of the Zohar into the Pritzker Zohar edition. I love the Zohar. It's got incredible wisdom, but I do not think that these clown world leaders read books. I don't think they have any wisdom, pragmatism, or just basic normality or decency in them. They are dedicated to creating gaslighting content on the interwebs about all these woke positions, and it's really pathetic. I mean, they pick out the littlest things like J.D. Vance, and increasing the water supply in the river. It's like they pick at the lowest hanging fruit because their jobs are essentially political communication. They don't produce anything. They don't create anything. These people have never run a business. They've never started businesses. Pritzker is just a trust fund baby, and he's a fat, pathetic pig. And I don't think he has the actual physical strength to run for president.
So what's interesting about Pritzker, and I don't know enough about the family, but
Yeah, let's go see Pritzker play 18 holes of golf, okay? Pritzker can't walk 3 holes.
Yeah, what's weird is Tony, the older brother, the middle brother, the oldest is Penny, who was on the Harvard Board of Overseers. It seems that the least presidential, at least on the surface, would be the youngest brother. He's just not in good. He looked like he's age more than his older siblings by a ton. He just does not look like the best specimen to come out of that family. I don't know what to say, but that's just a superficial,
Illinois is a super corrupt state, and in fact, with the John F. Kennedy election and the mafia, Illinois is like a fixing state. It is a place for corruption to essentially, happen. And the people that run the Illinois GOP, the Chicago GOP, and the Democrats, it's really like a uniparty here. There's really no real fiscal Republican conservatives. I mean, the state has been Democrat for 70 years. I went on eBay and I bought some Illinois Democrat primary ballots. It used to be a classy organization. People wore suits. It was probably basically in the 60s and 70s, it was more like a Republican association versus a Democrat association. But now, with all the wokeism stuff and the rainbow flags and the trans flags, here where I live during the No Kings protest, the anti-American messaging that these young children were writing with chalk on all of the sidewalks was so shocking. I really wish I would have filmed it all because they were literally the extension of their parents' woke liberal ideology, and they were transmitting it through artwork. And the messages that they were saying were so shocking, so anarchical, so violent that the brainwashing of these young children is a tragedy in the making.
Let me tell you how corrupt this crazy ass wicked state is. Listen, I live in Illinois too. Okay? The police, and I'm not making this up as crazy as this is gonna sound. The police robbed my family blind in a house fire. We had a house fire. I won't go into it, but just know that's how deep the corruption is. How are you a victim of a fire and the doggone investigators rob your shit, steal your shit out your house? I'm done.
Well,
John, if you want to move them over to window in Illinois, what you need to do is get a faction of people within the Republican Party to speak radically about the types of changes that you want to see. You're not going to win, but what will happen is it'll make Republicans, the mainstream Republicans, look more popular. So people will run from the radicals and they'll embrace the more moderate side, but at least it pulls them away from Democrats. That's how you shoot the Overton window, is like having some radicals and then allowing those mainstream people to call you out and say that you guys are the problem and you're extremists and blah blah blah. But you just have to have that representation. If you want to see it working out, go to like New Hampshire, where the Libertarian Party and a few radical independents are say the most crazy things, right? They want to, they want the things that they're fighting for are just like over the top radical. But what that does is it solidifies the more moderate Republican position.
when 300 people get shot every weekend live in an anarchical society, and the police are just looking at their cell phones in their cars. They don't want to be bothered with all this shit. So we have a gang problem. We have an alien invasion problem in this city. They've spent over $1 billion housing 60,000 illegal aliens, and many of them are tied up, in drugs, narcotics, prostitution, robberies, murders. It's like a political elite, and the Chicago Teachers Union, who sucks out 75% of our property taxes, like the city, we're in a very dangerous place in the city because they can't keep kicking the can down the road because Trump isn't going to give them that bailout money, and those billions they spent on the COVID-19, they already spent that money. So the city is like at a breaking point. It has given up all of its value. It sold its parking rights to the Abu Dhabi Investment Fund. This city is strip mined, and people want to leave, and it's just like New York City. I mean, you can look at the new housing inventory that got listed in the past 30 days. People want to get the fuck away from these socialist, Marxist, Democrat leaders who are very dangerous. I mean, it's all about white supremacy, climate change, gender, etc. They are the biggest frauds and liars, and I just, to the life of me, having gone to a good school and served with good people in the army and worked with great people, it's like, how in the world do all of these clown world representatives make it into leadership positions, whether it's Karen Bass, Newsom, all of them? It's like, is our population that shitty? Like, there's no good leadership? I don't know. It's like terrifying to know that, our own leaders are eating out our substance, lying to us, hypnotizing us, propagandizing us nonstop. Like, this is what politics is. It's hard to believe that they can get away with it, but I think the whole population is actively disengaged. Like, I went out last night, there's a bar full of 150 young people that are mostly in college. None of them are interested in politics, and they're very neutral. They don't express any type of patriotism, any type of political affiliation. And so, again, nobody's actually involved in politics. At the GOP events in Chicago, you'll never see a red MAGA hat. So there's really just not a lot of people actively interested in politics. And, it's to their detriment. I think they don't want to be associated because everyone is afraid of being maybe labeled a racist, or they are a MAGA. So, you're a MAGA, you're a MAGA. Like, you can listen to these rooms on this app. All they do is donk on Trump and Trump supporters. And I mean, so people want to be disengaged and separated from it. But the problem is you can't be. Like, your whole financial future is tied up in this.
So I think that it's really hard to run a democracy in a social media age, right? Like, everybody has a voice. There was a point when people only had a vote, but now everyone has a voice, right? And people get amplified, have strong convictions, and perhaps less knowledge. I think that this is why this autocratic regime, if you will, has had some success, because people want to see some rule and order, and the only way to do that when everyone has a voice that can be easily amplified is to come down hard, and that creates a lot of enemies and a lot of polarization. As much as I don't like Trump, I don't even want to give him credit for the circumstance we find ourselves in. I think there's so many other factors, social and psychological, that have, created this kind of this society in distress. Who do the clubhouse Democrats, like, if you were to do it in Patty Drew, who do they think is going to be the
Jasmine Crockett. I mean, they literally think. Oh, really? Well, I'm willing to bet I've listened to and recorded more of politically correct than you have. I did want to say something about Benjamin Netanyahu taking the Gaza Strip and saying that Hamas will be destroyed. There will be no Palestinian Authority. There will be no more Palestinian Muslim Islamic terrorist groups leading to Gaza, and we will secure and install a peaceful government. So, to me, it seems like gaslight, and it's like every day there's always some kind of new gaslight news headline. I just wonder if, Benjamin can actually accomplish what, it's going to take to liberate the Gaza Strip from Hamas and hopefully save the hostages that are still alive.
Wait, I don't mean to deviate from what you just stated, but I just want to go back to something that the Jasmine Crockett point. Jasmine Crockett said in an interview a couple months ago, maybe some of you guys saw it, but I had to go refresh my memory. I'm reading this from the New York Post. She said that the Democrats want the quote safest white boy as the 2028 presidential candidate. She said that they are hinting at quote one specific candidate being floated by the party's donors. She said that during a podcast conversation in May, and I'm reading that from the New York Post. So for those saying that some folks are suggesting Jasmine on the ticket, Jasmine claims the Democrats are already behind quote safest white boy. So with that information, which
I mean, that's the thing is you can make outlandish statements, all or nothing statements, extreme statements. You can lie. I mean, there is no limitation to gaslighting. And you hear it on this app all the time, and politicians are playing that same communication game. But I'm telling you, we don't have forensic accountants, auditors, and we can't just keep spending like this. It's just madness. And when you really look at all the breakdowns, I mean, if you were to cut things just 10%, like 10% cuts to a lot of these programs, and there's thousands of programs. Gotta cut, gotta start cutting and reduce that deficit to like maybe 100 billion. It's gotta come down. And unfortunately, I believe that most Democrats and most Republicans will never bring the cost to do business down. They will only increase the costs because this is a very immoral game that we're playing. But again, I don't think we're the only country doing it. I think a lot of countries and their economists and their governments and their central banks, based on the currency exchange, they have to say, hey, we need to do more inflation to catch up to the American inflation. So, I guess that's what all these PhDs do at central banks all around the world, is to figure out who's cheating the most so we can figure out if we need to catch up, or, maybe there are some good people that know how to do actual state central planning and know how to start and run a business or dissolve a business. So, do you think Jasmine Crockett or Maxine Waters have ever opened a business, or they know essentially how to create a successful economic environment without rampant inflation and dollar creation? No, they don't. They're incompetent, and they know the game though. I think, but anyways, that's what I'm thinking.
Do you think when Trump leaves office, the national debt will be lower than when he got into office?
No, it's going to go up 2 trillion every year at a minimum. So that's 8 to 10 trillion in additional debt. And if it's 2 trillion added at to 37, I mean, it's going to be 45 trillion, 48 trillion by the time he leaves.
So how is that an alternative to the big spending that Democrats would give us?
It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just like the fact that a Republican hand has their finger on the button. And if you look at Doge, I just looked at it today. There is so much international insane woke spending that they are screenshotting out of the SAP system. That is the same government acquisition platform that I used for 5 years growing up, and God bless Trump, but if he was Thomas Massey, I mean, it would be better for the overall economy and the longevity and health of this country, because we're just becoming a debt slavery system. Everybody born is. If you don't have $1 million now, you will never have a solid retirement. Basically, based on this money.
Well, you could still build wealth. You need to have some incredible attributes and be able to create value or understand the markets and the directions that they're going to go. We were talking about it earlier. I won't mention the stock again because I don't want to be accused of having too much information, but there's a move that'll be made on the 12th, it's a Tuesday, that I think will create wealth for a lot of people. So it's gotta follow the trends. You can make money in an up economy, a down economy.
I think if Gretchen Whitmer converts to Judaism, she has a very strong chance of winning.
Well, how could that give her an advantage?
I will vote for her. I just think Pritzker has $4 billion behind him.
Dr. Jordan, can you explain why you voted for Kamala Harris in the last cycle?
Yes, because I wanted the status quo of misery so that I can commiserate with other people. I don't want drastic changes. I don't want to turn my career as a zoologist or publicist into something very lucrative. I want to live on the extremes. I want to be a survivor, not a thriver. I like to complain. I'm Jewish, and if good things start happening to me, I'll have less reason to complain.
See, Dr. Jordan, I keep saying this, but I talked to my mom. I was like, Mom, we should have a podcast where it's called, Let's Complain About Everything and It's Be as Cheap as Possible. Because that's basically what my mom and I talk about is, we talk about as being as cheap as possible, and how proud she is about how frugal she was with this and that. I mean, she doesn't flush her toilet unless she has a build-up, that type of frugality.
I mean, look at how overrated success is. You've got some guy like Jamie Pritzker who is struggling to exercise during the day apparently, or eat healthy because he's not looking so good, and he's got all the resources in the world. If that's success, do you really want it? And then you got Josh Shapiro, who's worth $150K, and he seems to be slim and fit, but he's had trouble deciding what side of the aisle he's going to stand on when it comes to dealing with anti-Semitism on college campuses, which is kind of a softball, I think. And I don't get it.
When you voted for Kamala and then Trump won, how did that make you personally feel? Because, I know when I vote for a winner, I feel like a winner.
Well, I mean, I'm a hypochondriac, as you know, and I thought I was having a stroke when he won, and that I misunderstood what they were saying in the media, and so I kept having to turn the TV on and off, so I'm still getting over that.
One of my favorite clips from Clown House is recording JB and Mike Moon talk about their votes, and then JB also posted his ballot, so we tried to create some fake news that JB broke the law by posting a photo of his ballot. This is all just a way to say, hey, look at me, give me some attention, but also at the same time, embarrass them for their, bad pick, and their basis on why they felt Kamala was the better choice. JB said that it was based on, he had to think about his children and their future. Everybody gave a reason, but, in retrospect, everything that you now know about her positions, and especially Tim Walz, how can you still think that you made the right choice?
Well, again, we're underestimating the after him is going to be very interesting because, he may be the first president to attack someone in his party who's running for the election that follows, the 2028 election. So, I mean, I think it's going to be very interesting. We are totally underestimating what can happen when he has to step away from office if he does.
What do you think about his presence? Trump's presence itself, his confidence, his pride, does he feel like he's manifest destiny itself? What do you think about his presence?
I am no expert, but I think it's interesting that, an overt narcissist, a grandiose narcissist is likened to a quote-unquote subtype of psychopathy where someone with vulnerable narcissism like me or covert narcissism, I'm more of a traditional type, right? And so he really believes his confabulations. He really thinks he's smarter than everybody else. He is a manifestation of unbelievable overconfidence. That's different. That's really, a psychopathy, right? More than this insecure narcissism. So as we've come to know it. So I think he's batshit crazy. Because I think most of us would be embarrassed to be president of the United States and not know some of the things he knows. It would be just the incongruity would be so strong. I would be too embarrassed to stand up, and he absolutely doesn't care. He's made a mockery of many things, and he doesn't see it that way.
Well, don't you think it's technically like our Pope in a way, and then we have all these other popes out there like Obama, Bush, Clinton. So there's this mind trust between the presidents in a way, and they may not get along, but they can still be in communication. Maybe.
Well, I mean, hasn't he challenged that construct and that model? If he was smart, well, he separated himself from the old guard so much, they don't even want to be in the picture with it. I mean, it's really weird. You would think that if you're president, you'd want to be part of this camaraderie that's he's dispelled the notion of being among leaders because he's so different. It's weird. If all the other presidents, if I knew that everybody else who was in a leadership position similar to me thought so little of me, I couldn't live with that. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that he thinks that that's what I'm saying. He's willing to separate himself from the crowd to his own benefit or detriment because his ego is so confusing to us.
I know, but don't you view him as not being part of the same chain? I mean, they tried to blow his fucking head off. They cheated him with Joe. The second time he wins by a miracle. I mean, what I'm saying, is it all just theater? Is it just theater? Because that's what I really think that it is.
Wow, John, you're not tired from the 2020 election snowing. You're still rocking that. God bless.
Well, I mean, I will say that, based on my own little statistics and my experience voting, I didn't see anybody there in 2020, just a couple little Democrats, but it could have been the polling place I went to. But anyways, I'm just saying that, Trump is independent. If there is some type of conspiracy going from JFK to 9/11, COVID-19, Trump is I don't know. It's so hard to know connections.
Okay, so what's fascinating to me is if you look at this nepotistic trajectory, if you will, Bush up, the second Bush, whatever the hell his name is, it was harder for him to step out of the shadow of his father, who was a president preceding him, right? But what's crazy to me is that Trump really and it comes from as nepotistic a family as the Bushes,
not the anti-hero, though, right? Like, I think he's more of a hero than an anti-hero, but I do know that, everyone has a Yetzer Hara and a Yetzer Tov, and the greater the Hara, the greater the Tov. So, I mean, I'm just like, I still can't, it's hard, it's so easy to forget how happy it makes me that he's the president, because I just don't see, like, his presence in my life here in Chicago. I mean, I would prefer that he actually deploys, the Illinois National Guard and takes over the city. I think there's a lot of domestic interventionist things that he could do that, test the waters of the Constitution, find a new balance, because if you're going to lose, the cities in your kingdom.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. I think most people in his position, you would think they'd be looking out for their quote-unquote progeny. They would want to see an Ivanka Trump pick up a Senate seat, TJT Jr. Take the Trump organization to greater heights. I don't think he sees that up. Could you imagine? Like, I have resentment toward them, but I also feel terribly sorry for them. What could you do if you can't speak out against that guy if he's your father? You can't, like, you're in such a cage. The caged offspring of Donald Trump mystifies me.
But what if they really love their dad and they say he's just our dad? I love my dad. He's the greatest, because if you love your dad, I mean, there's nothing really bad to say about a guy who has always given you, love, respect, compassion, kindness, gifts. A good parent for many people.
But I don't think he's given them anything but gifts, right? And I don't think that, like, I think it's like they know that if they don't join him, they're screwed, and so they're in a really precarious situation.
It's much like, very much like AJ, Meadow, Soprano, going against Tony, their dad, the patriarch, do it.
Well, but hold on. If you watch that show carefully, they actually did do it. In fact, AJ was testing, like most kids do, how far he could go with pushing back against his dad. Now he found the limits of that. There's definitely a limit to it, but he did. Yeah. But he was testing him, and there were episodes where I would watch and be like, man, I wouldn't have done that. But AJ's just being a kid. I thought it was AJ's, even though as an actor he's terrible, I think the character was very well written for people to just say, if you were the kid of this monster who, and there's these contradictions where he does love his family, but he's got this business and he's got this oath that he puts above everything. Being that kid would be a tough assignment. And but as any kid, he does rebel, and he rebels in some pretty dramatic ways.
It tells it even further. AJ was a total dipshit, and in fact, I think he's one of the few actors on that show that never really went on to continued acting. I guess we're real grateful for that. Meadow, on the other hand, it's like, was Carmelo having an affair with the milkman? Because AJ and Meadow couldn't be any different apart. Like, Meadow was driven, he's intelligent, and outspoken, like he's trying to be a lawyer, but specifically for like civil rights people or like social work. AJ's like,
do you guys watch the podcast with the two of them?
I haven't. No, I haven't. But I was gonna say that
You should check it out.
Yeah, but I've also pushed the boundaries. Especially when Tony interfered when she tried to date a black guy. And it's one of the best episodes talking about coming of age. I just rewatched it, so it's a little fresh in mind.
Let me add this.
Let's get away to service. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. One of the best episodes, and I can relate because one of the kids in my high school in Jersey, shocking. Their dad was, they're like big mob, like global. And so I can only imagine when my classmate Sue realized that she was getting older, what Daddy really does. And there's a great episode, that being like on AOL, like limited computers they had, internet access they had back then, and they're reading articles about their dad, and was interesting, Art, to see though that at the end of the day, though, you know, that, like there was a really powerful scene where Tony was like, you know, to that, I was like, you got something to say to me, and she just breaks down or whatever. But at the end of the day, she does end up remaining loyal to the patriarch. Thank you, Doug. Or the driver jet. Sorry.
So I was just gonna say, okay, imagine Ivanka Trump is sitting there talking to her therapist, and she says, you know, my dad is an asshole and he may be a pedophile, and her therapist turns to her and said, yes, Ivanka, this is true. How does this make you feel? And she says, I really want to speak out, but I can't because he may disown me. Now, he may not be able to take my money, but he may ostracize me. He may make Don Jr. the golden child. Like, I mean, I envision that. I should fucking write a book, but I think that this is what goes on. Like, imagine she's in a position, she knows some of his deepest secrets or not, and yet she's in no position to challenge him because he would, you know, he would ostracize her, is my guess, or he would, you know, make, you know, put pressure on media sources or something. Like, I think this is what she faces. I almost have empathy for her.
See, people would listen. See, I think you don't understand how people will judge you when they hear you speculating about this topic. So, you know, as like a, you know, some advice about, you know,
Please judge me,
publicists.
judge away, John. Judge the hell out of me.
I'm just saying, what you are suggesting, Dr. George, is so disgusting, so revolting. If, you know, if you're wrong, I'm just saying that, like, what you're putting out there into the ether, it's just, it's vulgarity.
Wait, what I'm saying? I'm just saying what's the likely scenario. I mean, why is that vulgar? It's just possibly. I mean, I don't know that he's a pedophile, but let's just say. I mean, do you think that that's an unlikely scenario for her to sit in front of her therapist and talk like that?
Yeah, I think so, 100%. See, the thing is, I could easily bounce that back and say you're actually describing the Joe Biden administration and what he did to his daughter in the shower and from the diary. So it's like, but I've also seen the video. The thing is, I don't know, you know, I don't have children, and I'm just saying, to me, this is all vulgarity. I like the gossip show, but I also, you know, don't like this type of lashon hara against the sitting president of the United States of America. You know, to me, it's just like kind of low class.
Do you think too much of your happiness, because you did say earlier that, you know, you're suffering in Illinois with your retarded Democratic governor, but do you think you may be putting too many eggs of happiness in the Trump basket? I mean, what are you going to do when he finishes his 5th or 6th term? How are you going to carry on when he, God forbid, and I hope you're sitting down and maybe have a strong drink next to you when I say these really, you know, terrifying words. What will you do when he actually dies?
It's not just Trump, it's Tom Holman on Fox News saying, you know, being very happy and having a big smile. Seeing the head of, you know, our mass deportation effort happy on Fox News saying, if these Democrats obstruct us, we will arrest them, or we need more action. I'm just saying, in comparison to Kamala and Walz, I am.
I think there's a little too much identity worship with MAGAs and Trump versus the Dems and Biden and Clinton.
You understand, it is not identity worship. It is me being a Taoist or believing in the opposite, which was Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. When I know that Trump and J.D. Vance are the leaders of this country versus what could have been, that's what truly gives me the happiness. It takes Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to make me happy. I hope you understand that, folks.
So it's less what Trump's about and more what the alternative was.
Exactly. And I ask that all the time. Please give me the contrarian position to my question. And then it corrects itself. It gives me the information I'm actually looking for.
Can I just point out that we do not have enough votes here for the poll? The poll is asking, do you regret your vote, your 2024 vote? And so for those of you that have not yet voted in the poll is posted above. Please take a look at it. And if you don't have an option, that's fine. That would
maybe you'll be able to come to America. I don't know where you live, but you will experience the incredible, glory and beauty of this country. It goes on and on and on. Have you ever driven through Texas? It just goes on and on and on and on.
Do you think Washington never lied?
I haven't read the letters of George Washington. There's a lot of things, we need to do in terms of education. But of course, I'm sure he maybe told a lie and, asked for forgiveness and made atonement.
But I think the more important piece of this is that we once had this belief that we wanted to prop up our founders and we wanted to make heroes out of them. And then we put them through a critical lens and we said, okay, maybe they were, flawed humans like every human. But now we've gotten to a point where we don't want heroes at all. As soon as somebody does something that you argue is heroic, we want to search for the things that would make them flawed. And I don't think that that's a good idea moving forward. We should have heroes. We should have people that we can point to say, hey, look, what that guy did in his day was pretty fucking incredible. And then you can go ahead and say that those times had policies and social norms that you would oppose today. But if you isolate for in that time was this person doing something exceptional, I would say anybody that that was willing to throw the tyranny of Britain off of us, I think they deserve our respect.
Tina Turner would disagree.
The Prophet Muhammad, listen, if you can point out the good things that he's done, that's cool. All I can say is that in the Hadith that Aisha wrote, she acknowledged the fact that she married him when she was 6 and they consummated when she was 9. So all I have right now is that he's a pedophile and that the members of this pedophile death cult are very forgiving of that fact. Now, give me the heroic things that he's done, please.
You knew that was coming, right?
Yeah, listen, Christianity and Islam are both Torah fan fiction. Nothing more, nothing less.
See, there's different types of Torah fan fiction. Not many people have read Zohar or Tanya. See, the Jewish book club, or the Jewish publishing industry is vast. Jews love books, and I have many, many Jewish education books. And so basically what I'm saying is, if you read Zohar, it's like, or this other book called the Sefer HaAgadah, the Book of Legends, it's more stories about the stories. So it'll take Moses sitting in the mountains talking to his generals, and they'll be talking about war strategy. It's like, that's why I say it's kind of like the Torah comic book club or fan fiction, So I'm just saying, there's no limits to creating news stories about the stories. I mean, because people in the future, hopefully they'll pick up that media and, recreate it. And I love reading books onto YouTube because a lot of the stuff from the 60s and 70s, which was very profound, it's not necessarily digitized now. Like, you can go to their foundations and maybe find some of the materials, but there's a lot of mind-blowing, profound books just like Zohar that, if you can reproduce it into YouTube and get people to experience this divine, mystic experience, it's really profound psychology, but it is in a way like fiction hypnosis, but it rings true. So it's just alternative media.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, both of you guys are going to hell. You didn't know that.
Wait, why do you think we're going to hell?
Because of the way that you speak about the Bible.
Oh, really? What did I say about the Bible that would cast me into hell?
You know what you said.
Well, I
This
think...
man said, look,
projecting your own hell onto us right now.
Mother, can I offer a challenge here? I will bet that I know scripture in this Torah fan fiction that you call the Holy Bible better than you do. I'm sure it might sound.
I spent 10 years going to church every weekend, and I'm going to church right now every weekend, so I mean, it would be competitive. I don't know how religious you are, but I do go to church twice a week every week.
I'm not religious, but I am a man of letters. So let's.
What does that mean?
Well, I read. And
Are you saying the only legitimate religion is Judaism?
Well, of that, school. It's kind of like this is how I feel about it, right? The original trilogy in Star Wars, to me, that's the source material, right? And that was the creation of George Lucas. And then and all of the things that you have, like the prequels and the sequels and all the spin-offs, that would be Star Wars fan fiction. The same way as the Holy Bible, and the same way with the Quran.
There's a long-winded yes to my question. Got it. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, back to Mother. Can you give me your interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
I don't have that memorized. I don't know what that is.
This is when the prophet Elisha was being teased by kids and prayed for the Lord's help. And then out of the forest came 2 bears that mauled 47 children. Can you explain to me what that means to you?
So I'm going to finish taking this shit. I'm going to go open the Bible that I have in my living room, and I'm going to read the passage, and then analyze it, and then respond. I don't, this gotcha that we're doing here, I find to be odd.
It's not a gotcha at all. Not a gotcha at all.
You know, compelled to tell the whole room you're taking a shit. Very odd.
Mother, I'm trying, despite the fact that I know you're taking a shit, I'm going to say these words.
Mojo.
I want to meet you where you are.
Mojo, let me ask you, what do you think that means?
I think that it means that if you disrespect a prophet of the Lord, that the Lord will resort to violence to get revenge, which I think is an interesting concept. And it makes me wonder, when we see children bullying another child, would it be more godly if, let's say we're not Dr. Doolittle, we can't summons the bears, should we go and smack the shit out of kids that are bullying other kids? Because it sounds like that's the instruction, but maybe God wants to keep it in his hands and utilize bears to do his bidding.
Well, I mean, I always like to think about the micro and the macro, but that story to me sounds like thoughts, meaning that chaos and, all these children being mauled by a bear. It's kind of like that book, Lord of the Flies. It's like, who is the Lord of the Flies? Is it Beelzebub? Is it God? I mean, how do you respond to flies? A lot of people get freaked out when you see flies.
There's no one apparently acknowledged it is the fly is God, because they clearly flies work with shit.
Well, listen, if this room were Lord of the Flies, I think Hakeem is definitely picky.
Oh, man. It's a wild book, actually.
The book is 100 times better.
The Balthazar Getty film was okay, but that was an example of where the book is better than the film. Traditionally, people say that all the time. I'm in the camp that usually the movie is better than the book, and I've got countless examples of that if you'd like to talk about that.
We can rattle off a few books that I think who's nest. John, actually, he's still good, but John's, yeah, you're usually verified.
Wise Guy versus Goodfellas.
Was Wicked a book? I don't know, that movie was wonderful. I saw it last weekend.
So did anybody see The Moon last night?
Sure did. That was something.
So what is the I haven't put this to Roger on the Google search yet, but are women's menstrual cycles actually tied to the moon?
Mother, what say you?
Yeah. I mean, men also have a menstrual cycle, right? I mean, it's not as profound, but there are times when it's monthly, right?
nesters, and they are also transcendent. Anybody agree with that sentiment that women technically have these two different aspects, that a man does not have? The man should be out of the nest, gathering energy, harvesting resources, but the nester, and so men have a different task, women have a different task, or a different set of basic capable or their position who they are. Is that why Kamala lost? Because the roles,
Dr. Catherine, hi.
the roles
How are
were
you?
inverted.
Wait, you want you done? I got to hi to Dr. Catherine. Where have you been?
You know what? I just came out over there in Cheddar, and I have to tell you a story about that. Jonathan thing went off on me and lost his shit, and I decided, who are these people? Right? What are the real people? And it's you people. So I'm coming back to the clubhouse.
Can you agree with me? One second. Can you guys agree that Jonathan Bing is the worst thing that's ever happened to Chatter?
I don't know.
I like Jonathan Bing.
That. I do like him. I'm friends with him, but I could play this clip. I can't even listen to it, but he just.
Please play the clip.
Oh boy. Okay. I can do that.
Spill the tea, Dr. Catherine. Spill the tea.
Yeah, you know I got tea. I got the tea. So this is what happened. He was going off. You know how he definitely kind of dates, but me
submit a vote in the poll here. Do you regret your 2024 vote?
Oh, that's what we're talking about in the room. Okay, so I voted. Can I see what I voted already, Mojo? Are we waiting?
Can I say something first? I want to just say that I'm jealous of Dr. Catherine because she's such a sponge. She takes if I took a thousandth of that amount of information away from all the therapy I had, I mean, I feel like I've done nothing with all the therapy I've had. I'm just devastated.
Oh, maybe you did go to too much therapy. There's a sweet spot for therapy, and we'll talk about that in another room. I voted for Bernie, so I don't regret that at all.
I voted for Ron DeSantis in the primary, and then when Trump got the nomination, I voted for Kamala. And I'm very happy with both of those votes. And I would never vote for Donald Trump ever in the history of my life. And my whole reason for not voting for him has been proven to be correct. I don't like his leadership style, and I think his economic policies are not going to move the country further ahead, which they aren't. And I don't think that he's good for America at an international level. Well, every reason that I had for voting for Kamala has come to fruition.
Can you tell me what was Kamala Harris's plan to reduce the borrowing and spending that we have in this country?
Doesn't matter. That's not the reasons why I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for Trump because I didn't like the way he ran the country. And I'm 100% correct in my current opinion of he's doing exactly what I would expect: chaos and confusion.
Good attempt at love, good got you on the corner. Harris was doomed. 137-year-old Biden never should have run. I don't think he would have if it wasn't Trump. Chip on the shoulder. You did 50 years of service. Remarkable. Like, have a seat. Like, you were a President War like that. You can't top that resume. So he hands the baton over in the 11th hour to Harris. He didn't have a prayer. She didn't have a prayer.
They actually took the baton and they forced it on her.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. He was stuck in his country, right?
Yeah, if it was up to him, he would have continued to run. But the problem was, I don't think he could have even submitted the paperwork. He was too far gone. In fact, it was ruled that he was legally incompetent, couldn't even stand trial, but yet he was our president.
Talk about narcissistic, Dr. Jordan.
Sorry, I missed that. I'm driving. What did you say?
Well, Trump's narcissism is Stevie Wonder. I can see that, but with Biden, we can't overlook the narcissism that essentially what we just described, that was he's setting up Harris for failure instead of stepping down. And to Mojo's point, he did that creepy interview when he's whispering. He's like, guess what? It's never gonna happen. Like he was Clint Eastwood. It was bizarre. He never should have done it. His ego and narcissism kept him in it.
But there's an element of narcissism that's highly productive, and when you're, all presidents are going to have that to some degree. Some are going to be more pathological, but you can't help his survival instinct, right? I mean, what person who's president of the United States is willing to relinquish that position for any reason? I find that hard to believe. So I don't.
We were just talking about heroes earlier, though, right? Like we're just talking about heroes. If you ask me, that is what a hero does. You step down. You literally take a knee for the greater good of the country. If you truly took that office to make a difference, and Jimmy Stewart goes to Washington. I mean, I hear you. Like I hear the megalomaniac and the attention and power. Your point is absolutely valid. It's not lost on me. But a true hero, I think, didn't have to be coaxed off the election, edge like he was.
Yeah, but remember, Biden and Trump both were. They're all insulated by a circle of people. Sorry, I just took my mouth. Obviously, they're all listening. Their ears are bent towards certain people, and so we don't know that Biden's family didn't have a huge influence on them.
You have a hot mic,
Hey, Moose, do you think that Nixon did the right thing by stepping down?
He wouldn't have had to if he had the Supreme Court that Trump has today. But yes, I do. And I don't think he did it for the good of Watergate. with Bernstein, yeah, it was a different time, but I think if the Supreme Court was stacked as it is, and whatever president does in the act of being presidency cannot be prosecuted, would have been different.
I don't know. I still think that Nixon, to your point, I think he did the right thing. You just man up, say, I fucked up, and I'm resigning.
I think the pushback against that is that, is that, well, he inevitably would have been impeached. Like, actually impeached, like, actually removed from office, not like Clinton.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, but to your point, times are way different then. I mean, he's still going to go down as one of our top 4 worst presidents, but still.
The war on crime, tricky dicky. I am not a criminal. He's a living Saturday Night Live skit. The entire presidency is a Saturday Night Live skit.
Did you ever see the movie about him? It was pretty good.
All the presidents, man?
Yeah, something like that. There was like a couple, but I saw one like...
Very good, yeah. Robert Redford researched that for like several years. He directed it. Solid movie. Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford, yeah.
I liked the JFK one too by, God, I'm trying to think of his name. The director.
Oliver Stone.
I can't remember. Yes, very good movie. But yeah, I mean, Nixon just was like, okay, yeah, I'm not a crook, but was he really a crook? I don't know. That's subjective.
What about
Nixon's support of the, first of all, the creation of the war on drugs and his support for wage and price controls? I mean, I think Nixon's a smart guy, but his policies were dog shit.
But again, there's some conditioning and programming. I mean, how is it that you go from having everyone kiss your ass and calling you Mr. President for however long someone has lasted for the duration of a term, and then suddenly have people, questioning you, then hate you, then comes, congressional hearings and potential litigation. I mean, you go from being on the top of the world and everyone literally kissing your ass, even if they don't like you, to suddenly accepting that you're mediocre or criminal. I mean, I think that's really hard for the human, for a human to contend with. And that goes for Nixon, Trump, Bush, Clinton, all of them.
But was it Nixon? Didn't he have like one of the highest IQs for a president?
Highly likely, yeah.
And he got more votes than any president in history.
Really?
Yep.
But
I learned that on MSNBC 2 nights ago.
But Doctor, wasn't it? Or I'm sorry, the driver. Wasn't it Reagan that won by the largest margin ever?
No.
I understood there was...
His re-election, he won 49 out of the 50 states. The only holdout was Minnesota, and that's because that's where Mondale's from.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't, Mojo, it wasn't the first election, it was the second one when Reagan ran, what, 84?
Correct.
Incredible he survived that assassination attempt. Surgeon said it was like less than a half inch away from his heart.
That's crazy. It's even more crazy, Boost, that Trump survived that, because he got very close.
Do you guys remember the Saturday Night Live skit after Reagan got shot where Eddie Murphy did Buckwheat's Been Shot as a parody?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go YouTube that, Mojo.
Well, I think you should ask Dr. Catherine what a near miss that was, because she more than anyone would know with regard to Trump's injury, at least the optics of it.
Of him coming up and with his fist in the air, like he just, like Rocky did in Rocky 2, when he evolved, like that, those kind of theatrics.
And that was mad respect. I mean, I've seen quite a few lucky people who just missed a major injury. by just a few millimeters like that, and you just think to yourself, wow, God has a plan for you. And we're all part of Trump's manifesto now, but that was wild. That was a real
Y'all some real
epic
political.
moment.
Y'all some real political people. I'm not really a super political dude, but do you think that Trump thing was real, or do you think that was like something to make him like seem better than he is? Like, do y'all think that was real for real?
Wait, hold on. So, what if you think that it was somehow theater? Can you explain to me the person who got their head turned inside out?
To me, me personally, I think there's no way that could be theater. I think that was a real thing that happened. A lot of people think it's theater, though. I don't think you can make that up. Like, he's technically supposed to be dead right now. They just missed him by a little bit.
I
understand how somebody would think it's theater. My bad.
I actually thought he was going to die when he got COVID. You know, if it wasn't for Regeneron and having like all those doctors swarming around him, I really thought that was going to take him out. So, you know, it always takes three things. So the next thing coming for him is going to be the one that takes him out.
In the form of a Big Mac. Yeah, I mean, like, I think the intelligence agencies tried to actually kill Trump. That's why I think that's the real conspiracy, not that it was fake. I mean, like, there's so many. It's either this. There's only really two real good explanations to me. It's a mass incompetence on the Secret Service's part to allow two close assassination attempts very close together, and also one that was right before the RNC convention, basically when they're doing the Republican nominee, okay? Or it was intentional. It was intentional competence where they allowed these third-party actors to get in so they can actually ruin the election for the Republicans.
That's a good point right there. Intentional incompetence. Okay, I never thought of that angle. That's a good angle. Intentional incompetence.
Because it's hard to explain or comprehend how the Secret Service thought that the local, at least that's one story I heard, is that the Secret Service thought that the local law enforcement would actually take care of like the rooftop areas. So they're just gonna go ahead and leave the only like available.
Why do you want to put a whole sniper rifle on the roof? You know how long it takes to assemble that, Trump? I'm in the military for 16 years. Yeah. I know how long it takes to assemble a sniper rifle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a major bizarre oversight by Secret Service.
But Moose, like, I remember when I'm here in Michigan, I remember like George Bush was coming to like one of the community colleges or something to do a speech. Every road was blocked off. I mean, I've never seen so much security. This is back in like 2004. I've never. Go ahead.
I think she just had a hot mic. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, I've never seen that much security. But to your point, Moose, it was just very bizarre that I would think they would have all the rooftops covered, but I don't know. There was some major oversight miss. But didn't that person, like Moose, who was like head of Secret Service, resign like right after that?
I don't think they were given a choice.
Yeah, I think they basically said, you resign, we'll give you 6 months severance, fly off into the wind.
Do you remember the woman that couldn't holster her weapon?
Yes.
DEI.
Yeah, it's a tough job, though, you know? Not too many jobs where you're literally signing up to stand in front of someone else to take a bullet. But, ooh, that's a big oversight.
You know, I didn't even think Trump was going to make it to election day after 2 assassination attempts. I was like, someone's going to, like, assassinate him before. Shockingly, he made it.
You guys remember how nasty the clubhouse Democrats were when they were saying, "Oh, we almost got him"? Do you remember those conversations?
For the record, I was never, believe it or not, I was never one of them.
I never said that either.
You imagine if there was an assassination attempt on Harris, what the reaction would have been? Has there ever been an assassination attempt on a Democrat? Well,
Yeah, Mark
Kennedy.
Attempt and success.
True. And then Bobby Kennedy, too.
Yeah, the two big ones.
Yeah, they were cleaning house in the 60s. Yeah, they were. But that Kennedy family's been so unlucky.
Yeah, I was going to say, bad time to be a Kennedy.
But Moose, there was another one, too. Like, I think one of them else got like cancer and died at a really young age, too. Wasn't it Jackie, his wife? Yeah, the Kennedys are like the Von Erichs of politics.
Statistically, I don't think, maybe Dr. Catherine can back this up, but statistically, I don't think that they actually have had more high profile deaths, quite frankly, than any other family. It's just that it's the media. There's a media bias. Let me look this up to be sure.
You got a new poll up there, Mojo.
We have a new poll?
Oh, wait, sorry, I was looking at the room title. See, at a glance, it is confusing. I'm like, wait, how come the room title doesn't match the poll? But, right, two separate things.
Oh my god. Did I miss a question about narcissistic personality disorder? Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, no, anytime Dr. J is here, we're always, we're in the presence of an expert on narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, he's the Dr. J. Okay.
Yes, the one and only.
No, what I was saying was that the Kennedy family, statistically speaking, there is no difference. There's no significant difference in the number of deaths that the Kennedy family has endured than any other family. They're a big family, and they've just obviously we know more about them through that loss of life through media bias.
Wow, I don't know. They've had like. So you think it's based on if you were to run any big family that you'd have that many assassinations, the people who have died in planes, I don't know, a lot, especially being killed. Let's hear
A lot of musicians dying in planes, Dr. Catherine knew.
But all in one family?
Yeah, Dr. Catherine, I was just going to say, like, I just think that Kennedy family's been very unlucky. Have you ever read the book Killing Kennedy by Bill O'Reilly? Although I'm not Bill O'Reilly's biggest fan, he did write a damn good book.
You know, it's in my Audible books. I don't remember if I did read it, what impression it had on me.
There was another one too, like Killing Lincoln. That was a very interesting one because, I don't know if you know this, Lincoln's head of security or top security guard, he was supposed to be watching over and, watching him, but instead he went across the street to the speakeasy and got drunk and didn't do his duty. But no, everyone overlooked that.
Oh, I heard that actually, that makes sense. I guess that explains why the security guard who walked away from Epstein is related to the security guard you just described. Apple in the tree.
Well, Moose, another thing too, like, with the Lincoln assassination, when John Wilkes Booth did it, he jumped down from like the wherever he was at that theater, and everyone thought it was part of the play, and they didn't understand like the president had just been killed, but they thought it was part of the act. But yeah, it's a good book. Check it out.
So are you guys paying extra for this Chatter app? What do you get for that? What's the update on that?
No, Catherine, there was investor payout day today.
In Chatter? You guys are getting paid for your rooms?
No, because like I guess all the original investors or investors of development, I got some email saying they were paid. Like they were getting some sort of dividend, or I don't know if they're getting their money back, but I think it was some sort of dividend.
Oh, I wonder what the return was on their investment, or if that's just like their settlement. Interesting.
Yeah, after the class action lawsuit. I think honestly, you're better off taking your money and flushing it down the toilet before you are investing in that app.
Oh, on the Chatter app, or this app, or any of the apps?
Chatter app.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't have invested in.
No.
I think it has potential. There aren't enough intelligent conversations happening, and there.
Right. John, can you do your Jonathan Bing impression? Oh, he's not there.
Well, Jackie Kennedy is the best dead Kennedy of them all. She was pretty incredible.
What do you like about her, except for her sense of style?
And she's actually really smart. She had a lot of art appreciation. I think just the trauma, of seeing her husband shot. Like she had parts of his brain on him. She's a very strong woman, I think, and yeah, I think a lot more than just style. But she was an editor of a publishing house, so she was a great writer herself, and she was meticulous, I think, with her correspondence, her relationships, and she suffered so much trauma. I think just how you look at PTSD, and she probably drank too much, smoked too much. She died of cancer too young, and I think
Did you ever see her Playboy spread?
What? You're thinking of Marilyn? Jackie Kennedy? Really? Oh my god.
Let me see if I can find a good photo on PTR.
But one of my favorite, I think, historical, triangle love stories is the Jacqueline Kennedy, Maria Callas, and Aristotle Onassis. I think that was a pretty amazing situation there, because Aristotle really loved Maria Callas, but he also loved, women who had so much, who were popular, and he just loved women, and he left Maria to marry Jackie, and man, just really broke her heart, and it really broke his heart too. But Jackie, she got to live on a Greek island and have free security and her kids were relatively protected, which I think she needed to do that. Okay, so nobody's paying for an upgraded version of Clubhouse. That's what I've heard. Is that right?
There is at least 2 people on the stage that are paying. You can see by the plus sign next to their name.
Okay, so those of you with the plus sign, what are you getting? Like what's...
They have an anonymous feature that allows them to enter rooms without being spotted.
And supposedly
like
you can...
So you don't need a burner.
Right, and supposedly you can see who views your profile, but that's not really accurate. Because every time you go into a room, like if they invite you on stage, it's not really telling you anything.
Yeah, LinkedIn does that too. They're like, see who viewed your profile and upgrade to premium. And I'm always like, what do I need a list of creepers for? Right? It's like, okay, I'm good. I already got my private list somewhere now. I gotta worry about these other guys. I'm good.
It's weird, right? I'm like, I don't know. It's weird.
So to Bree's question, can you go in a room as anon if someone has you blocked? No. If I am the moderator and I have an account blocked, they can't switch to anon and enter. However, if they've always been anonymous, then I wouldn't know. And then I wouldn't be able to block them, and so they'd be able to do it. So I would have had to have blocked them prior. So it's a little nuance there. How much money do you think they raised by charging people $5 to have the little plus sign and use the anonymous feature? Think they made a lot of money?
Considering there's 25 people in here and it can count 2 people who with plus sign, I'm gonna go no.
I'm just really terrible at canceling subscriptions, y'all.
Yeah, because my thing is the features aren't worth the subscription price.
Oh, no. Not at all.
Okay, yeah.
Like the fact that they put, you can see who viewed you as one of the bells and whistles? Really?
Well, yeah, and like I said, it's honestly not if somebody reacts to you, they show up in that list. If somebody invites you on stage, they show up in that list. Like, there's so many times that we interact with each other's PTRs, like, if somebody's trying to show a picture and they're like, oh, view my PT, those aren't really people, like, looking at your profile.
The reason why they don't know how to roll out features that we want, the poll feature is good, but all they did was copy that from Chatter. The reason they don't know like what we want is because they created the app and they no longer come on it. Once upon a time, Paul used to pop into the rooms. In fact, when we were doing healthy debates, I would say Paul would come every day to the room. Every day. And he would sit there sometimes for 10 minutes, sometimes for hours. And he would listen, and he would see what people were doing on the app. I think he lost interest in doing that, and he thinks he's got an idea of what people want. But I used to be part of that little beta house. Catherine, you might remember this. They didn't really want real feedback. All they wanted was people to kiss the brass ring. Anytime somebody provided real feedback, you'd have like all of the suck-ups to like jump in and like, and vote that down. It was very interesting.
It was insulting. I mean, honestly, you would ask questions in the chat, they'd be ignored, give feedback. In the beginning, I thought Clubhouse was so cool because I thought, wow, the founders are sitting here talking to us and they had good energy. But then, yeah, they just did those leadership rounds, what they call them, town halls, and there were a lot of complaints in there and they just ignored it. So, like, why even have it? Or just say, like, we get it, we're working on things. We just can't do whatever you're asking for yet.
So the founders were fucking up, but when they decided like they wanted a feedback loop and they created the beta house, the beta tester house, this was like, okay, we're gonna get people with real insights. And I got invited in, and then the person that invited me in, that person got skewered. Like, why would you let Roger into this group? This is crazy. And it was a small group of people, and they were all in it for self-serving reasons. They all wanted, like, you had guys like Nozzle, and you guys might like Nozzle, might dislike Nozzle. Nozzle, all he cared about, it was he wanted to get a job at one of these companies, or he wanted to figure out how to monetize. And so his whole thing was like, we should monetize houses. We should monetize houses. And I'm thinking to myself, why does that feature matter to him? It's not like, I mean, he could open a room and only 3 people would show up. He would have never been able to monetize anyways. He never had an interesting thought. He never shared any interesting information. And now, interestingly enough, he's now an employee and helping to make decisions over at Chatter, where I think he belongs.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say the monetization feature of Chatter is something I think Clubhouse could have added pretty easily. I think it's a little disruptive the way they do it now in Chatter. They call it like a rocket thing. And when somebody likes or wants to give energy to the room, they call it a rocket chat. So it can be $1, $50, whatever. And you can see who's contributing, and the person who's hosting the room apparently gets paid, but the payout is like 40 days later, and you have to do a Stripe account. And apparently Nozzle lives in some country where his Stripe account didn't work, and so they had to do it differently. But I don't know, I didn't tie anything to money or put any rocket chats in because I'm like, I don't really trust the app for.
I would recommend this. Yeah. When it comes to social audio apps, whether it's Clubhouse, whether it's Fanbase, whether it's Chatter, I've learned the hard way with some of these things. I would never connect a financial app that you have to them. You don't want to reveal any information that you don't have to them, because it's not that you can't trust all of them. I actually think that there's probably some really good people that are involved in this. But there's also an attraction to some of the biggest scam artists on the planet. I mean, if you think about Chatter, if you think about some of the people that are over there now, they're quite literally like con men. Like people like Grant Cardone. He's a con man. He's a fraud. I know that he sued John Legere for saying it, but he's not going to sue me because Mojo doesn't actually exist.
I think that's what many of us like to be on Clubhouse, to hear the cons. And like, I was just starting my private practice. I didn't know anything about business. And I really enjoyed hearing how real estate people talk and people into marketing and selling stuff, especially like kind of the cult type movements and the grifters. You're like, well, it's very fear-based narratives. They're very gifted in how they tell their stories, and they get people to come along and make them feel vulnerable if they're not buying what they're selling. So I thought I learned a lot.
I think what's fascinating.
Grant Cardone lawsuit.
What's fascinating.
Somebody came up and deposed me to be in that lawsuit. Can you believe that?
Jesus Christ. What's fascinating about those real estate rooms is a lot of the people that were involved in that are not selling a lot of real estate. They're trying to do like funds and trying to convince people to invest, and then they do it in a way where they don't even want accredited investors. Like, they're all setting themselves up for major lawsuits. But I think the thing that's sad is that the people that go into those rooms, they have no clue that these people are con men. They actually think that like, oh, they drop some wisdom. We're building community. I'm gonna make it rich with these people. Look, if they were so goddamn good in the real estate market, they wouldn't be spending their time on Clubhouse telling people to fucking give them their nickels and dimes. They'd be out there selling fucking property.
Agreed, definitely. And the mortgage syndicate, I was always curious, like, what is the deal? And then I learned, okay, they're they're basically selling very high priced interest loans, right? Selling money, and how you sell money to people at like higher rates than the worst credit card. Is that the scam? Things like that. I don't know, it's interesting. But I'll tell you, because I'll always say, well, send me the papers, the documents, so I can have my finance people look at it. And they've got nothing to send. I said, well, what's your tax ID number for your company? You know, like if my company were to support your company, how would that be filed? Or if you're a charity, you know, like what's your tax ID number for the charity? So when you know what questions to ask, it breaks down very easily. But we've seen a lot of people get.
I'm so glad you mentioned this. So glad you mentioned this about nonprofits. So I was in this room, Politically Correct, I think it's called, and there was this woman by the name of Sin. I'll call her out by name, and she was talking about all these things that she does in her community, and I could just sniff out the bullshit, and then like, so I went on stage, I said some things, and like, yeah, I don't know, set the room on fire, but she was saying, you don't know me, you don't know what I do, and she was telling me about this nonprofit, and then I go, okay, why don't you put the link in the chat to your nonprofit, and I'll donate $500 right now. Now, as somebody that's raised money for nonprofits and for other causes, if somebody is going to, say that they're going to donate, even if they're not going to donate, you still would put the link out there. She couldn't provide the link because it didn't exist, and then when I called that out, I got removed from the room. So you gotta be careful. These people are fucking frauds. If they tell you that they're doing this fucking great project, just ask for more information. If you were to ask, I would imagine if you could just have 3 good questions. Can you show me, and not just like a link to a GoFundMe, and not just here's my Cash App, but look for some sort of documentation, some sort of filing that they've done where they've really put their information out there and they show that they're legitimately doing things in the real world. Even then, I wouldn't give money to people on Clubhouse. As a general rule of thumb, if you guys were to do something and ask for money, I would I'd just be completely out. Just a general principle, I will not give money to people on Clubhouse. That being said, if you're inclined to do that, I would just ask a few fucking simple questions. And what you'll find out is that I would guess 5-9 probability that that everybody that's ever asked for money on this app was not doing with the money what they claimed they were going to do with the money.
And John Legere really tried to, I think, protect the people. And that lawsuit, it's a shame because he stopped coming to the rooms, and he, I thought, added a lot. I thought that was what was really fun about Clubhouse a long time ago. He really has a great diversity of rooms and people calling out each other's bullshit. And you see too, if I call out someone for being controlling or something, we get kicked out of rooms. I played that clip, Bane was in it, and you're just like, wow, there it is. If you're not authentic and someone's calling it out, you're going to defend yourself, and that's something to think about. Is if you're authentic, why would you have to defend yourself? You're just honest. And look it up.
Is there a way that I could get a copy of that clip? I would like
Nelson has it.
You know what? I already know, because this room's been streaming. I could just go back to the live stream and I could clip the moment in which it was said. So I got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Honestly, it's so uncomfortable for me to hear it. If anybody's been, abused verbally or has trauma, it might be like trigger warning for that. He just really sounded.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other direction with it. What I'm gonna do is take things like that, string them all together, and maybe use that as like bumper music as an intro for these rooms. So like as people are piling in the beginning, just play like maybe a 90-second clip of people crashing out on Clubhouse, and I think that's a perfect example of somebody crashing out on an app.
Bumper music, I like that. Okay, bump along. You call it bumper music because it's like an intro or a closing. It's like the bumpers to the.
That's what they refer to it when it comes to like like AM radio, the talk radio stuff. There's like the intro music, and then there's the music you play to a commercial, and then there's the outro at the end, and it's referred to bumpers because it's bumpered on the sides of the commercials as well as the content.
A collection of crash outs would be actually quite epic.
That should be, John Kitover, if you're listening, that should be the next YouTube channel. It should just be called Clubhouse Crash Outs, and it can be an edited version where we need to find an audio video editor, somebody that's willing to use some AI, go find some great crash outs, curate the content, and put it together on one channel called Clubhouse Crash Outs. I think that could be a very popular thing. And then we could
probably tell Nigel to do it and just send him a cash app for like $50. I bet he'd do it.
Yeah, but on general principle, I don't want to pay that guy anything. We gotta find a good nozzle. Go ahead.
I don't consent to being recorded. Thanks.
I don't know. I don't think that those words mean what you think they mean.
Dripping with sarcasm. We signed off those rights, and we checked off that little T&C box. To download this app or pretty much any app these days.
And even if you don't check off the box.
Exactly, serendipity, right? They're happy to do that. They're happy to do that for you. They're very thoughtful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just love some of the people that are, bitching and complaining about people like John Kitover, but they didn't give a shit when Snowden released all the information about what the federal government was doing, and they're like, oh, that's different, it's the government.
Well, I don't want to get in an argument with you about this, but if Snowden had any integrity, he wouldn't be living in Russia.
Well, I don't know. I think they've made it explicitly clear that they're going to lock him away in a box for the rest of his life, and he'll probably end up dead. So, I can't blame him.
Well, no, I can blame him because if what you really care about is exposing tyrannical government, you don't live in Russia. Sorry.
No, I get that, but who else is going to take him? Who else is going to take him and not, 5 minutes later let the fucking feds come in or Interpol come in and be like, sorry, yeah, we lied. Kind of rock.
So it's not really in opposition to tyrannical government. It's more about that he wanted his names and lights, and now that there's consequences for that, he's willing to go to the most tyrannical government on planet Earth, minus North Korea, and then just live there. The guy has zero integrity.
What, you think that? I was seeing if you were trolling or not, or if you're being genuine.
No, I'm being dead serious. I actually think that him living in Russia might be the punishment that he deserves.
Yeah, but like I said, which country do you think would not let Interpol come in and take him, remove him extradite him back to the United States?
I think he should, if he believed in what he was doing was right, he should face a jury of his peers and he should expose it. And then if he goes down in an unfair way, then that's called martyrdom. But he should not be calling out tyrannical government and then living in Russia. It's hypocritical, and the people that support Snowden to me are a joke.
Yeah, but you can stand for integrity and people not being spied on, and not also at the same time want to be tortured by the fucking federal government. To have
but let's not forget that
have CIA fucking wet work black ops guys come in and fucking rip your fingernails off all night.
He was working for Booz Allen for a long time, and he knew what the government was doing. He was doing the government on tracks. So. And remember, this guy was in Hawaii when he was working for the NSA. If you talk to that vintage of NSA people, which was a lot of military folks that had maybe done 6 to 8 years,
not all were doing cyber or security related. Some were combat veterans that joined the NSA, but this guy was like all alone on an island in Hawaii, completely detached from the broader NSA operation in Washington or whatever, Virginia. But the point is that he had already worked for Booz Allen for like, I don't even know, like 10 years or some shit.
Okay,
So
Chris, do you think it's better or worse that we know what we know now?
it's way worse. Once the public understood how mass data collection was being weaponized by governments, what did governments do? They increased their mass data collection capabilities. They came up with more advanced forms of signals intelligence. Like, look at all the innovation in signals intelligence. It's pretty shocking. But just spying on Americans and then telling everyone about it definitely did not make it better. Even the big beautiful bill has expanded funding for mass surveillance, right? We're using that to target immigrants. But also, again, our government targets everyday American citizens regularly. It used to just be the FBI, but now it's the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and also the NSA. And they continue to gather more and more and more data. And now we're reaching this precedent where not only does the federal government have this central pool of data on almost every American citizen that does anything on the internet, but now they're breaking these previous boundaries between federal, state, and local. So fuck Edward Snowden, that pussy-ass bitch.
Christopher, it's good to see you on here. Quick question for you. Do you feel the same way about Julian Assange? Because I feel completely different about those two situations.
I do too, and I've also talked to a lot of Assange's family. See, look, Assange intermediated the flow of the information that allowed us to audit our government. Okay? Edward Snowden got paid by the NSA and Booz Allen for fucking years, and then didn't leave us with any instructions on how to deal with the signals intelligence. And then again, what? We got fucking obliterated by every fucking government on this goddamn planet. All these governments doing mass goddamn data collection on their fucking citizens. This bitch takes fucking Russian citizenship. I completely agree with you on martyrdom, because the least he could have done is tapped into the streets, and there's a lot of people that probably would have been down to run some maximum pressure on this pussy-ass government. I was in Washington, D.C. last week. Fuck this federal government. And fuck these goddamn mass data collection policies and the consolidation from the federal, state, and local, these pussy-ass bitches. And I hope that these motherfuckers start to create a fucking file on me, because to be honest with you, Snowden didn't even give us fucking policy proclamations. This pussy writes books. He writes these fucking books from Russia. No fucking goddamn policy, no institutional structures to combat the heinous nature of this goddamn government. And I'm standing here in Chicago, and he's fucking in the capital of Russia, probably selling us out to fucking Russia too. So fuck Edward Snowden.
Yeah, of course he is. And I'm glad to see you're one of the few people that see it this way. Some people are like, oh, they're both traitors. Other people will say they're both heroes. And I just see them completely different. I think Snowden's a traitor. I think he had an opportunity to be a hero, but we found out that he wasn't as pure in his intentions. His actions tell us everything. But with Assange, the one thing I would have wished that he would have done differently, if there's one thing, and probably if he could go back in time, he would do differently as well, is redacting some of the names from the cables. I think that the information released, I think was valuable and important, but I think redacting the names would have been a wise idea to protect him and the people mentioned in it.
Yeah, that's fair. And again, Assange allowed us to audit government behavior, so then we were able to become aware about the war crimes in Afghanistan.
he also showed us the fuckerest way that our public officials communicate over email, like almost like even extremely unprofessional behavior, acting like they're playing a fucking video game with our goddamn tax dollars. But again, all Snowden had to do, honestly, even if he didn't want to get his nails pulled out by the federal government, which he should have thought about that when he was in Hawaii doing a fucking contract for the NSA. He didn't have to work for the NSA. He didn't have to hack for Booz Allen either. Who knows how many government contracts he worked on by the time that he decided to jump ship. I mean, fuck, like, he probably did contracts for weapon systems manufacturers, so I just don't think he's a great person. I think he's an egomaniac. But he could have at least given us some knowledge on what to do next if he's the savior, and that's why I just don't think he is a well-rounded individual. I think, like a lot of hackers, he was a megalomaniac, and once he realized how significant the signals intelligence capabilities were in the United States, he maybe just wanted to make like his egotistical point. But I know he lives a good life. I know he's making good money and off the American public. So
Would you hire him?
fuck no, I wouldn't be anywhere near that, man. I would never want to be associated with that pussy ass bitch, because if I'm gonna go to work with my government, I'm sure as fuck not leaving this goddamn country, and I'm definitely not gonna go to Russia. Fuck that.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire the guy to push the fucking mop at the peep show.
Isn't his, status though totally blown out of proportion in terms of being like a hero or a traitor? I mean, doesn't he get way too much credit?
It's definitely not blown out of proportion in that he sold the federal government out with his top secret clearance and all the access that he had to the signals intelligence platform at the NSA.
Yeah, but
it's a huge deal.
What are the three major revelations though that he shared with the world?
Americans didn't understand that signals intelligence had moved from wiretapping, which was actually putting a device on a copper wire. So you had to know which wire was transporting the communication, and you had to actually physically go to the site, the tap, whatever the box was that had the copper wire, and you had to put a piece of hardware on it. Couldn't do mass surveillance on copper wire because, I mean, it's technically...
Christopher, all this copper wire talk has me a little confused. Can I ask you a question? What is 565 times 1,000?
What, 565,000? But anyways, once we move from the copper wire to digital platforms and digital devices, that's what people didn't understand. So he showed people for the first time that you could do mass data collection, that the government could do mass data collection that went way past what you could do on a wiretap on a copper wire. So that was certainly a revelation back in 2009.
But while John just distracted you with that math question, meth heads just came and stole all your copper wire. Sorry.
Well, nobody's running copper wire anymore. All the telcos retired it. Anyways, you feel me?
So what's the second revelation of Edward Snowden?
That a lot of people didn't know that the NSA existed. Like, the public didn't really know what the NSA was doing. They didn't know we had a mass data collection focused branch of government, right? Because everybody saw the Patriot Act. Very few Americans know today that Homeland Security was created in 2002. That we didn't have.
The biggest consequence of Christopher is that everyone just thought of these agencies as relatively benign and that we were somehow excluded from surveillance. And, I don't think the long-term, and I agree with the consensus on Snowden's character, but I don't think the long-term consequences of his betrayal were that great. I still think we're kicking ass in the world ahead of the rest of the world, but I do think you're right on about the fact that it awakened America to the fact that these agencies are not just some acronymal bureaucracy. They're out there aggressively pursuing and monitoring, and surveilling us.
Yeah, and even if they weren't connected, government signals
House intelligence and domestic repression definitely has improved significantly since Snowden. So you could say maybe he wasn't the cause of the scale and the increased capability of governments to do digital surveillance. But he definitely put them in a race to improve their domestic surveillance capabilities, and we see how advanced they are physically and digitally. And the good examples, and you can see smart city is the way that McKinsey frames it, and then they'll help you build your domestic surveillance capability, right? And they talk AI infrastructure and vision applications, but Saudi, Iran, China, the United States, these are like good examples of countries that have really extremely sophisticated domestic surveillance technologies.
Christopher,
which again translate to
can I ask you one more question? Who's the bigger traitor, the Congress people and the senators and the president who put us $37 trillion in debt, or Edward Snowden? Thank you.
I mean, that is like a what about or this or that. Let's change the topic. Like, we're not even talking about the Congress people, but we could change the topic if you want to go over that.
Well, like, who want Edward Snowden prosecuted are those a lot of the same people who are putting us into a massive amount of debt.
I'm not even talking about prosecuting Edward Snowden. I'm talking about supporting him at home if he would have actually been able to go through the process.
I'm just saying Edward Snowden becomes a Pepe, that he becomes a scapegoat for, what you could call the deep state or the establishment, which has essentially created $37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, so we could change the topic. Like, we know that we have problems at home, but I don't think Edward Snowden has anything to do with debt or printing money.
Oh, really? You think that the domestic surveillance system isn't a multi-$100 billion surveillance system that, he was working on, through Booz Allen Hamilton? I mean, it's one giant
I didn't say what you just said. I've actually already explained the expansion of the surveillance state all the way to Big Beautiful Bill. I'm not sure why you're changing the topic and putting me in the Snowden.
I'm not putting you in any position. I'm just asking a question. I mean, the Big Beautiful Bill, yes, it keeps funding. I mean, what's the name of the National Surveillance Act? Is that what it is? That they have to reconfirm annually? Is it through the NDAA?
I don't remember the exact legislation, but of course our Congress is an issue and completely separate from Snowden.
Well, anyways, the National Surveillance Act, I believe, is annually reaffirmed. And, why does your Congress just keep, annually recertifying it?
Are you not an American?
No, I'm an American, born and bred.
Why is it my Congress and not our Congress?
Well, I'm just making, an editorial, they or we.
Our
it's
Congress.
our Congress people.
It is, though, brother.
But we vote for our
brother.
Congress people.
I agree with you, brother. But it's really hard to get Will around.
Wait, why do you think I'm your brother? I mean, based on your PTR, I am not your brother.
But you don't know anything about my PTR.
I don't like it.
It's just a picture in Chicago back on the 4th of July.
Yeah, you look like an anarchist.
That's not me. I'm not the guy in the picture.
Well, you're representing the guy in the picture by being the speaker of the guy, in the picture. It's your PTR. It should represent
I'm not
you.
speaking for the guy in the picture.
Well, look at my PTR. Then look at Mojo's. I think they pretty accurately
What's wrong with
reflect
yours,
you.
bro? I'm from Colorado Springs. We probably got a lot in common. What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying I don't like your PTR. I think it's disrespectful, anarchical, and, looks like an Antifa scumbag.
I'm not judging your PTR for trying to represent multiple national identities. You're the one trying to create separation between us.
I'm just saying we might not be brothers, and therefore, it's not, our Congress.
We are though, but you can create separation. That's up to you, my brother.
Well, did you answer the survey previously? Did you vote for Kamala and Tim Walz?
No, brother, and honestly, I've never been a Democrat, so I don't know why you're making
Did you vote for Trump,
instead of
brother?
just talking to me.
Did you vote for Trump, brother?
I voted for Trump before.
Did you vote for Trump before? You never voted for Trump before, brother?
No, I have.
Oh, so twice. You voted for him twice, brother?
No, I didn't vote for him twice.
All right, well then we're not brothers.
I know you're one of those people that separates yourself from the other parts of society and elevates your own perspective, but you're trying to represent two national.
You might be projecting, brother. You might be projecting there, brother.
How do you split? How do you balance out two national identities? Are you also a dual citizen?
Well, you see, I'm an American, born and bred, but my daddy's side of the family, they Jewish. And so I love Jews and I love
I didn't
Israel.
say shit about religion, bro. I said nation.
Yeah, I know. Israel is the Jewish nation. It's the homeland of the Jews.
So are you American?
I'm American, brother.
Yeah, so we make Americans make room for all these different perspectives. That's one of our values.
We're American.
Exactly. So we got to make room for our brothers that think they need to have multiple national identities as well. I think it's a part of our core values.
I say, be who you want to be. If you want to be an Antifa, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Live by the sword. You're gonna die by the sword.
I'm not Antifa, bro.
Then what are you, brother?
I think he's a Proud Boy.
I'm not a Proud Boy, but that could have been when I was younger.
Well, what are you now, brother? If you were the king of America and emperor supreme, what would you do for your people, brother?
I've never contemplated an emperor in this goddamn country.
Well, if you were the president...
January 6th? Were you there on January 6th, Christopher?
No, I wasn't there on January 6th.
Well, if you were the president, brother, what would you do for we the people?
All I'm trying to say is I could put a similar picture of Steve Bannon last week, and then people would make that assumption, and then they would say I'm this or that. It doesn't even matter what my picture is if you're not trying to get to know me.
Well, then I'll respectfully, stop asking you any more questions. I did want to ask another question because we do talk about the public debt quite a bit in this room, the unfunded liabilities and the funded liabilities. But what about all that private debt that Americans are contending with?
I don't even say axe. So now you're just being a racist.
No, I'm saying I'm going to ask Grok right now, how much outstanding private debt is there? Meaning credit cards, mortgage obligations, car payments, medical liabilities. What is the total outstanding number of debt in the private marketplace?
What is it, like 5 trillion, 6 trillion?
Yeah. 10 trillion, but a lot of that is mortgages.
Mortgages. Credit is probably about 3 trillion, I bet, consumer credit. But shit, I think my picture's more American than yours is, John.
Really? You think being a black masked vagrant in the street with a middle finger up swearing at police is more patriotic than a man wearing a Trump hat, wearing
think there's a
book
precedent
that says
for
the Book of the Law with an
Antifa
American
girl
flag
and the
and
anti-state.
Freemasonic apron and an Israeli flag and a veteran flag? You think your flag? You think your PTR is more patriotic than my PTR?
I do, though. I definitely do, especially since the individual's only representing themselves, not multiple nations.
Well, I gotta tell you, I do not like foreign aid, but if there's one country on this planet that I want to send as much foreign aid to, it is Israel, the land of the Jews.
You just contradicted yourself.
Well, I've been to Israel many times, and I know they are surrounded on every sector except the ocean by Islamic terrorists, jihadists that want to kill them and take their land. And therefore, I feel sending at least maybe $100 billion of our NDAA to the Israeli government so they can buy as many weapons as they possibly can and train as many soldiers as they possibly can to defend their country against Islamic, jihadist, Muslim, Mohammedan terrorists.
Yes, and to commit genocide.
No, defend Israel against Mohammedan, Islamic, jihadist terrorists.
That's the idealistic perspective on Israel, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks for confirming what I'm saying. I'm glad you agree with me now.
No, I didn't say I agree. I understand that you have foreign interest on your heart and that you advocate for sending money to other countries to carry out genocide.
Well, have you ever
But
owned a house that became infected with bed bugs or ants and you had to buy insecticide to deal with, the invasion?
yeah, brother, I'm not down for that. Humans are not bugs.
No, I agree with you. But unfortunately, when the Palestinians on a weekly basis shoot rockets over into all your major cities for years and years and years, I mean, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's called October 7th. And unfortunately, it's supernova Gaza.
Yeah, that's one way to think about it. But anyways, I normally don't embrace the dual citizen, dual nationality perspective in domestic politics. It's foreign influence, that's all I'm trying to say.
I agree, but I'm
We
just
do have,
saying, based on the
we
averages.
do have foreigners that do respect our political institutions and they don't try to lobby them for interest abroad.
Oh, like
So I do
like
appreciate
Iran,
those folks.
like Iran, like Russia. You think these countries don't try to buy political influence in this country all the time, every day?
And no, it's a highly competitive
Saudi
political environment.
Arabia,
We have tons of foreign influence coming into
UAE,
the country.
Dubai.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be any different than them, so I'm not even sure why you're saying that.
Well, I'm just an American like you, brother.
No, you got two flags behind you. I only got one.
Really, where's your flag? Is it the kafia?
See, who is this guy? He's being a racist, bigot, rude motherfucker, and I've actually never worn a keffiyeh. I'm not Muslim. And you need to watch how you talk around here.
He's a troll, Christopher.
I know, but he's a
Oh, I'm not a troll. I mean, he's slinging some real insults here. I didn't get petty like you and start insulting you the way you're insulting me. You're no gentleman, sir.
Yeah, you just running your fucking mouth, boy.
Well, there we go. You're no gentleman.
I'm not. I never claimed to be. I'm not like you. I'm not fake as fuck.
All right, sir. Well, I respect gentlemen.
I'm sure that we're not in the same league, my brother, so that's good enough.
Well, you, sir, are no gentleman.
And I don't think you have to be Antifa to be on some fuck the police shit. Like, I was never associated with Antifa growing up. I was associated with a bunch of military veterans and former law enforcement and security professionals, and that's where I developed my own viewpoint on fuck the police.
Well, thus, you are associated with some of the lowest IQ people in society today.
Nah, definitely very smart people that defended the country and also went out and put the badge on and did as good as they could for the American public. And only represented one flag, the American flag. That was the only flag that was allowed in my household.
All or nothing, huh?
No, we were just taught that we were Americans and that America was the priority.
Well, I say America first, Israel second.
Yeah, I never grew up like that, but I understand that some people did.
Well, you're no gentleman, and I really don't like your PTR. I think it's vulgar, immature, unprofessional, and downright disgusting.
That's no problem. I understand that.
I mean, aren't you a
This flag right
contrarian?
here.
You say you come from a family of police officers and military men and women, but yet, you are supporting a PTR which shows a miscreant in the street, a radical anarchist, flipping off the police.
I mean, I would flip the police off too if it was necessary. And I'm not a radical anarchist, so.
Well, is that from the summer of love in 2020 when the BLM stormed all the grocery stores and convenience shops and looted the city, causing chaos and murders everywhere?
It was the 4th of July in Chicago in 2025. No, this flag right here.
When is it necessary to flick off the police, though?
It depends on your politics. This flag right here, this is a picture of a flag that I saw at the Art Museum in Washington, D.C., right down from the Capitol. And obviously all the museums that are institutional and they're free to us because we pay an outrageous amount of money to the federal government. But this flag was in the art museum in Washington, D.C. The museum's on Pennsylvania.
So Christopher, do you think that feeding baby parts to alligators as opposed to just discarding them in the garbage would be a more effective use of abortion?
I don't even understand the structure of that question, but I do get that you're trying to project your worldview by leading the witness.
I'm just saying it's a waste to kill 60,000 children in this country a month and not use the baby parts to feed the alligators.
Yeah, makes sense.
Are there no moderators left in this room? What's going on here? We're letting John run the show?
I'm just asking, what is a patriot?
Hold on. So far, nobody's violating any rules. We have short chairs. Nobody's speaking over each other. Nobody's using the N-word. We're all speaking English. No doxing, no threat. I mean, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty moderate.
Fair enough. This is entertaining. I just didn't know if y'all were there. Hey, what's up?
Can I just say to whoever said, why would you ever need to give the cops the finger? As a Canadian, we can't do that here. You could actually, in Quebec anyways, you could be arrested for giving the cops the finger. And as a Canadian, that sounds like the most badass, most American thing you could do, is give the cops the finger. And so, as a Canadian, I just can't, I wish I could do that, and you shouldn't say that.
Thank you, Jarl. And we don't live in a motherfucking police state. We ain't subservient to these goddamn law enforcement agencies. So anybody that teaches you that we are is a propagandist.
Well, see, my father was a police officer, and I have served myself in the military. So there's just, proper behavior. I mean, if you're going to protest, be smart about it. Get involved in politics. Do some marketing online. But to go in the street and waste your time flicking off some cop on a midnight shift, you're a fucking loser.
The picture wasn't at midnight, and there was a whole line of police. And it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Dearborn Street.
Great. I'm just saying, if you walk around downtown Chicago in masks, flipping off cops and taking photos of yourself so you can come on a social audio chat up and say how badass you are a loser.
I know, but nobody's doing that here. That's not me in the photo.
I'm just saying, be smart about your protest activities if you want change.
I'm not a protester, but okay, bro.
Okay, sorry, brother. I guess I'm just really inferring.
Yeah, fuck the police. Completely agree with that.
All right, well, I'm canceling your boat invite tomorrow at noon, Hekima. You can F the police by yourself.
You never shot the location anyway, so cut it out. I was gonna campaign for you in Rockford. You can cut it. I got a lot of.
Okay, you know what? F the police, Hekima. You know what? I'll put that as one of my slogans. My constituent and campaign volunteer Hekima says, F the police. Do you agree with Hekima?
Just like a politician. Good job.
It's hard to find support these days. That's right, I'm running for Congress. And I thought about this.
That's the gag.
I thought about this today. If I was the leader, what would I do for my people? Well, I'll tell you what I want to do for them. One is I want to lower their taxes, their property taxes, their income taxes. And you know what? I want to eliminate some public debt. And maybe we can eliminate some private debt. Because if I was really interested in the well-being of my people, I wouldn't want them to have to pay so much to me, their government.
So Christopher, in the spirit of John being and having ambitions for Congress, he is in the spirit. You got to dress the part first, right? So in the spirit of wanting to be an elected politician, like a true politician, he continues to change the subject.
Oh, now John, where are you running for office?
In the great congressional district of 16 in Illinois. That's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
Okay, brother, I'm here in Chicago, so I'll look out for you.
Great, brother. Keep going to more protests and keep taking more photos of yourself telling the police to F off so I can give it to Heckham on my campaign manager.
I do got a shit ton of family and friends in Rockford.
Well, let's rock out Rockford. I say vote Kitover before the financial collapse is over.
Thanks for your service, John.
I'm just trying to figure out, however, Mr. John.
Wait, Nye, before you go, when people say, I want to thank you for your service, I like to say, don't thank me. Thank all the people that died fighting for your freedom in Afghanistan and Iraq and Somalia and Syria and Yemen and maybe the tips of Iran, wherever else this army went. Thank them. I'm here as a healthy, wealthy man trying to get into office. Don't thank me. Thank the dead soldiers who have kept your freedom and liberties possible.
Well, the dead soldiers, my friends and family, but certainly not protecting freedom. But that's a cool narrative that they used to push back in the day.
So, John, I have a question. Let me let Hakima go. Oh, no, please.
Nah, we talking the same time, man. Don't do that now.
I'm just teasing.
I would agree with Chris, but that's all. You got it.
I just want to know, like, who needs calls so someone breaks into your house or the room?
Ghostbusters. Who do I call if somebody breaks into my house? Well, I grew up in Colorado, so we got the make my day law, so we could just pull our gun out and execute that person on our property without going through any legal proceedings.
But don't you live in Chicago?
I live in a high-rise with security, so nobody's breaking into my apartment.
Do you own a gun, Christopher? Are you a gun owner?
Yeah, but I don't hold any in Chicago. I got them all back in Colorado. Too much liability out here.
I was about to say, in Chicago, I don't think so.
Hold on, I'm in Chicago, Cook County. I got a shit ton.
That's their point, man.
No, I mean, I could transfer them. I just choose not to. I choose to pay for security and high-rise, that kind of shit. That's all. But I definitely agree with you, Ekama.
We got concealed carry out here. What you talking about? There's no ban on guns.
I know, but it's too much liability for me. But I definitely agree.
I was letting her know. She was like this.
Christopher.
I never said there was a ban on any guns, did I? I didn't hear those words come out of my mouth.
Christopher, you had another profile on this app like a couple of years ago, right? And I think you did like a debate with Peter Schiff.
Yeah, I debated Peter and a whole bunch of other people. I mean, there's so many to name. Sam, the deterministic neuroscientist. Eric Weinstein, who's awesome, by the way. There are so many people.
Did you debate Thom?
I don't remember that name. There was lots of heads of state.
No, you wouldn't have talked to Sam. Sam's like this, metrosexual fucking European pop singer guy that would read from books, and he would be in a conservative clubhouse space, and everybody thought that he had all these original ideas when he would just read to people. Sam is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. Anyways.
Peter's a nice guy, though. I like Peter.
Yeah, Peter Schiff's great.
So how do you view Peter Schiff? Because to me, he kills two birds with one stone by being an asset manager and say, hey, the economy is going to crash. The dollar's going to go to nothing. Your purchasing power is going nowhere. They're inflating the money supply. Invest with me. Invest in my gold asset management platform. Do you view him as being just Peter? And that's the game, and he's very smart.
No, John, I agree with your critique. I brought it up too. But he's still a nice guy.
Well, what I'm saying is, technically all communication is hypnosis. So is the Federal Reserve just a communication organization that can happen to wire transfer hundreds of billions of dollars to BlackRock?
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I mean, I don't think that his... if the status quo is the status quo in the future now, I mean, gold stocks are going to be where they're at right now. Like, there's never going to be some 1000x on, Newmont Mining or Kinross Gold Corp. So I think to like not diversify is, a bad investment approach. But
I agree with you. It's a rhetorical tactic, like you said, to drive people to make allocations with him. But he's good at it.
Yeah,
Hey Roger, I'm disappointed you didn't put my PTR in the running. I think you might want to take another look at my PTR and put it. I think that's just as patriotic. But I still think Christopher might win though.
what's amazing about Euro Pacific Capital and Peter Schiff is he makes claims and says things that no other major bank or investment firm can possibly make.
Example.
Wells Fargo Wealth Advisors would never issue press releases and create podcasts about how the Federal Reserve is creating an artificial, equity bubble and go on and on about taxes and inflation and the value of the dollar, the history of the Federal Reserve. Like, they're never going to create content or discuss any of these things because it's all just branded marketing communication. And so Peter Schiff, has an advantage there.
So Peter's interesting. I like him a lot, but his dad is the legend. For those of you that don't know his dad, you guys should go read the book, The Federal Mafia. It's one of the best books ever written about why we should push back against taxation.
I'll check it out. And Heckema, are you in Chicago?
Yeah.
We'll have to link up.
I'm in the south suburbs, but we definitely can link up.
Okay, I was on the southwest side earlier today for action that was in Bridgeville, Illinois.
Why don't you guys all meet up at the campaign headquarters for John Kitover?
I mean, if John invites us.
Yeah, you guys can come out on my sailboat for the slip that I can't afford to pay. And I'm walking away from my boat in October, so we got a couple more months to enjoy the Lady Hawk rent free.
I am not getting on no sailboat with John Kitover. That would not happen.
John, what slip are you in? Which
I'm at Montrose Harbor, and they got a great restaurant there called the Dock Restaurant, and girls are already in the bikinis.
I'm by DuSable Harbor.
Okay, you changed my mind. I'll show up.
And anyway, how could you not trust John? There's always a camera on him at all times. You're safe.
He might be one of them serial killers that record his victims, so that might be improved.
Nah, that's his subscription service. You got to pay extra for that. That's an experience.
If I
Gets you drunk, then he gets you comfortable.
Yeah, all the videos is like an insurance policy, because if I ever disappear, at least I'll be on 30 cell phones still.
John, did you get on the ballot yet?
No, just getting on the ballot is the huge challenge.
I know.
They challenge every single signature, and if you don't actually door knock and have the address list, good luck getting the required number of signatures at grocery stores. It's got to be Republican voters. They've got to be in the database. Their signature has to match perfectly. Their name has to match It is the biggest fucking scam and the most ridiculous obligations they put on candidates to get onto the ballots or the primaries.
I know, I got on the ballot in the last cycle, but I took a different approach.
Hey, John, do you know who Mark Rice is?
Yeah, I know Mark, yeah.
Is he like in the same district as you, or no? I know he's also running for Congress too. So.
Yeah, he's like running in 13, I think. He ran against Raja Krishnamurti in the last cycle, and Raja won. But Raja's running now for senator, and this guy blankets the airwaves. I mean, he's got $30 million, and he just blankets. Everybody sees this Indian guy holding up his fist, saying, "I stand up to Trump. I fight Trump. Resist Trump." I mean, that's the type of messaging he puts out, and he thinks that's what people want to hear to vote for him.
It might be in this fucking state.
Well, what I'm saying is the message doesn't matter. Buying the medium is what matters. owning the signal, but what you put out doesn't even seem to fucking matter because that's not a very, that's not a great direct response advertisement. I mean, there's a lot of different messaging he could put out, but instead he chooses to attack Trump in his advertisements.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
That's all you need to do in that state.
Yeah, that's true. At least in the Chicago metro. That wouldn't work in like central or southern Illinois.
See, he's got a lot of Indians. There's a lot of Indians in Chicago, and if you could organize the Indians in Chicago, I mean, that's like millions of voters. I had a friend in high school whose father was a very successful entrepreneur, but guess what his business was? Is he had a travel agency, and he flew over about 100,000 Indians into the Chicagoland area, resettled them. Amazingly, they got citizenship. He started a radio, he started a newspaper, started an Indian grocery store, so people have made a lot of money on what you might call illegal immigration, but everybody's very successful. They got great families. They're not high in the crime rackets. So, God bless all the Patels and Krishnamurtis, but there's a lot of them in Chicago. There's a lot of
majority of them on H-1B visas, John?
No, I think back in the 80s, there was this H-1B visa was bullshit. People just came over and through immigration lawyers or however they did it, they got citizenship. But they're the best, Who do you think is working for the semiconductor manufacturers, the cell phone manufacturers? It's all these electrical engineers, and a lot of their last names are Patel.
Oh, shit, John. You crack me up.
Has the Indian population been growing, exponentially, in the last couple years? Or what's the
Not exponentially. It's on a, it's hitting a plateau right now because a lot of domestic U.S. companies have paused hiring for anybody that's not a U.S. citizen. It's even the big Deloittes or Accentures of the world. So it's a plateau, and it was never exponential. It's always been a small minority population in the labor force.
Wait, are you that guy that got let go from Accenture 2 years ago and still doesn't have a job?
No, I've never worked for a Big Four consultant.
You're a software developer, right?
No, I'm not a software engineer.
So what do you do?
I'm in the tech industry. I started a technology company.
What does your company do?
It's like a combination of media and hyper-local political risk.
Oh, got it. You got a spam business.
I mean, I'm taking political structures and transforming them into mathematical models. I've got clients on Wall Street, so.
Well, Mazel tov. Do you know what the source of income is?
Which source of income?
I'm asking you, what is the source of income?
My source of income?
What is the general source of income?
Alternative data.
So alternative data is the source of income?
For my business, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It's a pretty big market, to be honest with you, and it's global.
Well, how do you increase your income? Does that mean you have to increase your data set?
No, it's more about extracting the data and supplying it to the consumers in a way that works for their business. Some businesses have less technical competency, so then it's better to supply them with a platform where they can do sort of like drag and drop analytics. And then obviously I'm fine tuning that to whatever use case they have. It's not just financial firms. It could be like lobbying, corporate security, activist and community
But if
organizations.
you want to increase your income, what adjustments would you have to make?
Adjustments
to your model. If you want to increase your income, what adjustments are you going to make?
It's a startup, so it's unknown.
Got it. Because I read a book about what the source of income is, and so I was just wondering if your thoughts and opinions might align with what I read in what's called a book.
I haven't read that book.
It's called the Book of Income.
I'm sure it's interesting.
It is. It's got a lot of wisdom-based approaches to increasing your income.
Yeah, there's different ways to do it. I get that. But for this, it's more about, can I commercialize novel technology? And there's not really a way to predict that. You just take the risk and eat shit, or you don't.
Have you used Polymarket to do any type of data analysis on your income potential?
To be honest, buy versus buy. Like, remember the old cartoon? That's what this reminds me of right now in this moment. This is like troll versus troll. Like, I'm cracking the fuck up laughing right now.
I'm not trolling, though. Maybe John is trolling, but I'm not trolling.
See, people...
I don't see Chris trolling at all.
Chris, it's because...
I don't see John trolling at all. He might be known as one, but I don't see him trolling right now.
I know, I'm having some fun here, but you may not call this trolling. This may be, like... I call it, like, petting, or, I would call this, like, petting. Petting at a barbecue, of course. Chris, have you ever self-roasted yourself?
You mean, like, make fun of myself?
Yeah, self-deprecating humor. I mean, have you ever, like, been the topic of a roast?
Oh, for sure.
Hillary, I need a full-frame camera.
Oh, Chris, you meant to stick a pipe up your ass and out your mouth and stick yourself over a fire.
No, I've never done that.
That's some out of shit.
Only rich can come with that stuff.
Well, he had to pause and think about it because he's so autistic. He's like, does he mean like
Chris.
roast myself or like self-deprecate?
Chris, I recently got an invite to the Bohemian Grove. I'm wondering if you want to be my +1.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a place in the forests of California outside of San Francisco where a group of elites get together to do the care ritual. Do you know what the care ritual is?
Doesn't sound like my style, but I'm not familiar.
It's basically like an invocation to remove all care of the outside world. So when you're in the Bohemian Grove, you're not thinking about what's happening outside of Bohemian Grove. It's called the care ritual.
Also pretend to sacrifice a virgin. I mean, they don't do it anymore, but...
Well, no, because who can find a virgin these days?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, the Mohammedans can, but they start early.
I'm a virgin.
Yeah, I'm just saying the Muslims do, but they have to start really young.
Sorry, autocorrect. What did you mean to say? What, Kristen?
I'm a virgin.
Okay. As one of your best friends, I will absolutely go along with whatever lie you tell me I need to tell to other people. So, guys, she is a virgin. Virgo? Is it Virgo? Okay, no. Okay.
I'm a virgin too, Kristen.
I know. We virgins have to stick together.
So I got a question about the title of the room. What is a patriot? I was watching the movie Patriot with Mel Gibson, and I was thinking, like, is patriotism a mental health disorder? Because, he rebelled against that Lord Cornwallis and murdering all these people, but then he's got that asshole guy, the dragoon, who's, a madman. So, like, what is a patriot?
It's kind of subjective, though, because one person might say they have a patriot, but I think by definition, like, stand up for your country, fight for your country, but that can especially in America, can come in different variations. So I don't think there's no one definition in America of a patriot. Well, based on if there was a dictionary definition, I know what it would be, but I'm not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily agree with it.
Well, is George Carlin a patriot? Is who's that other fat comedian, the screamer, Sam Kinison, are they patriots?
No.
I think Frederick Douglass is a patriot.
Lenny Bruce was a patriot.
Muhammad Ali was a patriot.
That's right.
Is Jerry Seinfeld a patriot, or is he a Zionist?
I've never even thought about Jerry Seinfeld's views on nationality.
Well, he's the most successful stand-up comic of all time with a net worth of over $1 billion from the residuals of Seinfeld.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a great comedian. I don't think he's spoken much on national identity.
Oh, really? You didn't know that he's a target of the Free Palestine psychopaths?
No, I'm saying he's a great comedian, and I haven't heard him speak much on patriotism.
Is Ilhan Omar a patriot, John? Isn't she the Talib a patriot?
AOC's a patriot.
Rashida's a patriot in her own way. Same with AOC.
What about Ilhan Omar?
She's cool. I don't like her politics much, but if you can step up and run for office and get elected, I'm cool with that.
How come nobody waves anymore when you left it in traffic? What happened to that? Nobody just a little polite, like, thank you, Amy.
I do. All the
Thank
time.
you.
It's not.
Okay, thank you for that,
It's the
man.
way that
You might be in the wrong state or city. It happens.
You know, I asked Mojo yesterday, is war just a late-term abortion? And so when I look at the word genocide, and I think about eugenicists and the genetics and the destruction of life, I sometimes wonder, is 60,000 U.S. American baby abortions, versus the 60,000 dead children in Gaza, is it not just all a monthly genocide?
No, because genocide is the elimination of a particular sect, race, religion, something like that. And the other is all babies. You're considering all babies. So.
Yeah,
No,
one's a Holocaust.
month to month.
One's a genocide, one's a Holocaust.
Oh, I see. So, like what Stalin said, if the numbers are big enough, they're just statistics. Well, was the COVID?
John, when you were talking about CARE, were you talking about the Council on American Islamic Relations?
No, that's funny though.
That's what the chat was talking about, so I wasn't sure.
No, the care ritual is something they do at that supposedly Republican conservative retreat. But no.
That's weird.
CARE, the Council on Islamic Foreign Relations or whatever it is. I'm sure they don't care about America. And a lot of people here, they don't like AIPAC. But there's about, 10 other groups that you might not like that do foreign, lobbying on behalf of their governments or their terrorist regimes.
I like CARE.
I bet you do.
I like turtles.
Go banana! That's why I asked you if you knew what 565 times 1,000 was. I needed to do a quick diagnostic, but I know you don't care. You just care.
I'm cool with CARE in Chicago. They're a good group of people over there.
Are there any young Jewish women in that organization?
I haven't checked, but I'll ask them.
Yeah, you ask them.
I'll ask them and see what they say.
All I'm doing now is thinking about the Care Bear and the Care Bear cousins and the We Care. Which, by the way, that cartoon was terrifying and I had nightmares for years. Just saying.
You know what else is a genocide? The gun violence in America, in all the
We have a
major
new
cities.
poll up, Ron. We have a new poll.
Hillary, this gift is for you and all the other virgins.
Oh my god, I love it! I love it. I love you.
I love you.
Whatever's happening, can you guys just stop?
Wait, what? Why do people think intent?
And we love Rachel and Jennifer.
Roger,
Erica.
she loves you too.
Why do you think intent? You know, intent is just the thought. It's not even the action. I mean, mass deaths.
It's followed by the action.
I get it. You know, thought, action. You know, outcome. Remain silent.
Intense is where you have sex when you're camping, right?
That was the first place for me. Is my nightly ritual a genocide? Billions of lost opportunities?
No, because only one of them may have possibly reached its goal, and yeah, no, you're good.
What's your nightly ritual, John?
Why?
What do you think it is? It's a positive vibration,
He
obviously.
does a lot of yoga.
It's a positive vibration.
His daily, nightly ritual is to bore people to death. So yes, it would be considered a genocide. In with the breath. Out with the breath.
You know, when you get to either women or the Federal Reserve, you know you have talked and heard every topic that could ever possibly be talked about on this app.
Give us a breathing exercise, John.
Well, Christopher, maybe you could lead us in a breathing meditation.
That's not my scene.
So you're just always full of anxiety, huh?
That's why you flipped up the cops.
That wasn't me, but I wouldn't be afraid to tell the cops to fuck themselves.
Way to bring it back full circle, nonetheless.
100%.
I mean, what kind of a young person goes up to cops and just says, hey, go fuck yourself? Like, what kind of piece of trash are you?
I don't think it makes you a piece of trash. It's protected speech.
Well, what I'm saying is it's projection. So, like, if you're going to call somebody a name, it's really just your self-confidence which is lacking. I mean, a sage, a wise person doesn't, gossip or say anything bad about anybody or do that kind of behavior. Like, are you trying to improve the world by example?
That's an ideal. That's an ideal.
Well, don't tell me, show me. And when you flick cops off, you're showing me.
Those cops in your background to F off.
I know. What the they're ruining my recording over here. Could you go save that person's life in the South Side who's dying because there's no shot spotter and now we don't know how many shootings are actually happening and now you're claiming that the crime statistics are going down and there's less murders because you got rid of the shot spotter? I mean, come on.
It was a poor implementation of ShotSpotter, though.
Yeah, well, you can't lie and say less people are dying when they put out the shooting and the casualty report every weekend. The numbers aren't going down.
Hey, John, the numbers are down. I don't know what. I meant to say something earlier. You said crime is rampant in Chicago. That's just simply not true. You got spots where it happened there, but like saying that crime is up or rampant, that we need the National Guard. I wouldn't say disingenuous, but I just flat out lying.
Okay, let me get you the weekly shooting statistics. Please hold.
Ekema, he don't live in Chicago, so everybody be talking, but they ain't standing here with us. You feel me?
Damn, G. Let me get you those crime stats, Hekimo. Please hold.
Yeah, he don't live in Chicago.
when the next wave of police cars and ambulances come driving by, I'll be sure to unmute so you can all hear the crime real time.
Yeah. But the ShotSpotter implementation was poor, and what happens is you map the occurrence of the shot to where you should distribute your police force, but over time the machine learning reinforces the police posture, not necessarily where the occurrence of crime is going to happen, because they haven't been able to come up with a machine learning model that can predict where crime is going to occur. So ShotSpotter really just drives over policing of certain neighborhoods. That's what it does.
That's what it does. I'm lying in the street. I got a bullet in my heart. I'm bleeding all over the street. Somebody call 911. Oh, I dropped my cell phone. Oh, I wish ShotSpotter was here. Oh, it could save my life.
I don't think ShotSpotter saved anybody's lives, but that's good propaganda. Plus, you have to remember, it's hard to tell that when there's false positives, because there's only so much that you can do with acoustic.
Carry on.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Rachel. If you were president of the United States, what would you do for your people?
For human beings, I don't know. I have to think about it for a second. I'm not going to be like everyone else and just spit out something. I'm going to have to think about that for a minute.
Take some deep breaths, let it go, and say, I am a flower.
Deep breaths. Nothing's going on with me. I'm very relaxed. I just left this
quickest way to piss off any woman on the face of this planet is to let that woman calm down.
Calm down. It's just my first interaction. I wasn't trying to be weird or rude, but your first interaction with someone shouldn't be the way that you're trying to treat me. Interacting with them.
And Rachel is not a real politician. He's a wannabe. He can't even get on the fucking ballot.
I'm running. I'm running for the 16th district of Illinois. I'm praying to God that with a few donations from my clown house friends, we'll be able to hire enough organizers on the ground to get the signatures, to get on the ballot in the primary in March. And it's going to be because I've got this great hidden asset behind me, pushing me to the finish line. That's called Clown House. And I hope you all have a beautiful and happy, positive mojo vibration this beautiful Saturday.
I am hardcore meditating on it, and I have manifested this for you. Therefore, it is going to happen. Period.
Wait, I have a question for the Congressman. So are you treating this? Because I honestly, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know when you're being serious.
Maybe I'm trying to be funny.
No, this is a very serious question, sir. Serious question. Are you treating this so-called political campaign like a social experiment as you are doing with Clown House, aka Clubhouse? Is this part of a bigger project, like a social commentary about the never know?
I think if you're ever to move up in the food chain or the power structure, you can't just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You gotta kill 3 birds with 1 stone, 4 birds with 1 stone, 5 birds with 1 stone.
You keep reaching, you can just kill 2 birds and then get stoned.
I just want to eat the birds.
I'm saying, what they ever do to you, man? Why's everybody trying to kill birds?
Wait, Christopher, I'd like you to expound on what you keep doing about it.
He already explained that he can't raise the financial resources and get the signatures, so he's not going to make it in the primary. He's not going to get on the ballot for the primary.
That's what Obama told Donald Trump, and look where Donald Trump's at right now, Christopher.
He already told us that you can't get on the ballot.
Your tax or
John, are you taking bets if you're going to get on the ballot or not?
No, I'm not taking that.
Yeah, I'm down to put in for that.
You guys can make some bets around it if you want. You feel free.
I already told you, I've manifested. I've lit a candle and everything. It's in the bag. That's why the ticket's in the bank.
You see, you can't lose. You can't lose when you got nothing to lose. It's the best part about my campaign. My campaign my campaign manager and the treasurer of the campaign to elect John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Uh-oh, more police sirens here in Chicago, everybody. Must have been another murder on a Saturday night. Call out the National Guard. How dare you? How dare you?
When's the deadline coming? What's the deadline, John?
That's a good question. If it's in March, what do you think? What, February, maybe?
I know.
You know, I'd also like to know where I can find the actual ballots, because I've been Googling that and I can't even find the ballots that I need to get filled out. No, I'm running for real, but I'm having some campaign issues here because my campaign manager just got a divorce, unfortunately. Yeah, he can't do any work for me anymore. He just got divorced. He's all bent out of shape. Well, Heckema, do you want the job? Do you want to be my campaign manager? I'd be willing to give you the job as a campaign manager. Christopher, do you want to be the campaign manager here that gets John for Congress? A race is crazy, dude. You're projecting, sir. You are projecting.
I can't afford to be associated with John.
You know, Heckema, I want to say something personal.
You are a more nice, simple American.
You know, Heckema, you may not believe this.
Person on this fucking app.
Heckema,
Especially, following your fucking pedophile fucking prophet and your death. Yeah. Also Muhammad, your God.
You know, gentlemen, please, it's Saturday evening, gentlemen. Let's be gentlemen. Gentlemen. Gentlemen, please, gentlemen. Decorum, gentlemen. Decorum, gentlemen. Decorum, gentlemen. Heckema, you may not know this, Heckema, but I was messy, please.
Everyone meet up. Go make me read the rules. Go look at the House rules. Reference number 5. Thank you.
Go get Larry Rizzolano.
Larry Rizzolano? What about Dr. Vinny Boombots?
I said Larry Rizzolano.
You know, Heckema, you may not know this about me, but I was baptized by a black preacher in the YMCA in Evanston. So if you think I'm a racist, but I would let a black man dip me under the water for an untold amount of time and then lay his hands upon me and give me the power of the Holy Spirit, Heckema, you may be projecting when you call John Kitover a racist, sir. You are no gentleman. You're such a projectionist, Heckema. After what I just said to you, you can't even consider what I just said.
Are we using the classical definition of racism in the belief that one's race is superior to another? Or are you using the power and all this kind of liberal shit?
No, wait, he's addressing me. Hold on.
Fatima, shut the fuck up.
That's what I was saying. No, Rich, I was just saying, I thought I heard you call out Kima for being racist, and I said, I don't know, Rich. There's some rumors that you've been saying some, pretty racist things across social media, too, so...
Mojo had stated that no one can say the word, and then I used the South Park joke and said, could you use that word? And I was kicked from the room.
Well, no, that's not what I was talking about, but I'm not even going to bring it up because it's all the house group, sir. I don't want to be kicked out of the house. So, it's not even that important. It's all good. I don't want no smoke with you, sir. It's all good.
Let's start a riot.
You know, during the March 2020 BLM riots in Chicago, the Walgreens near me was broken into, and looters were running in and out and raiding that pharmacy. And, as a local leader, I grabbed my cell phone and stood there and filmed them looting the Walgreens. And I was absolutely appalled at how people, when the country's down on their luck with a global pandemic, scamdemic, they would break into a Walgreens to steal all kinds of products out of the pharmacy. Shameful. By the way, Moose, I'm sorry to hear about your herpes infection, but it's definitely a projection.
No, I went to the very arts and liberal school, Columbia College in Chicago. Okay, yeah, there's a couple of guys on Clubhouse I'm discovering.
Well, they have to go. I'm the only one. It confuses me. I have one. I love her. She's awesome. And all the rest of them. Bye, guys.
Just don't understand each other, guys. Please, Lord.
Tell you what, Hackman, maybe this is something we can agree on. Do you know who Slappy? I'm just saying, I'm talking about Slappy White. I don't know if you know who Slappy White is, but he's a famous comedian, and he too ran for Congress. Well, I thought we were going to go hang out on the boat tomorrow and have a cocktail.
So I just read this poll, and I just want to say you both are disrespectful. Brother Hakima obviously should be at 100%. John, you just got here. Hakima's been around, and y'all are disloyal.
Wow, look at this. I can't believe I'm losing the polls here.
What the hell is John? Isn't he just a character that showed up this week? How long have you been on the app?
5 glorious years of listening to the most interesting conversations.
Oh.
Yeah, I had to vote for Hakima just because we're from the same part of town. Kind of, sort of. We're both from the Shy, basically. John, I mean, I rock with you, John, because I think you're funny as hell. But because I'm out of loyalty, I had to vote for Hakima. But John, you would have got my vote. Christopher, I don't know Christopher. I know we just listened into the room. I like that you stand, you know, you're still on business with John. But yeah, Hakima, you got my vote, sir.
I refused to vote because there was no woman in there. So, yeah.
So misogynist, right, Hillary?
I'm saying.
I was on there, I would have just voted for me.
Right? What's right on there? You got my vote, Nye.
Edmund, who is this white man in your PTR?
That's me. I'm standing in front of an American flag, an Israeli flag that has a Freemasonic apron, a keffiyeh, and a Hindu garb, and I'm holding a book called the Book of the Law, and I'm wearing a Donald Trump MAGA hat and a black golf shirt with a peppered out beard.
Much thought went into that pose.
So, Edmund, why aren't you out there, like, reading or something? Like, why are you...
I'm going to Emerald Island tonight and the Serbian Fest to breathe. What do you mean?
Okay, because you should have a woman. Like, it's important. The birth rate in the country has gotten low. So we need the whites to start reproducing.
I'm going to help you out with that tonight because the Serbian Fest has some of the most beautiful women in Chicago who've ever been.
Go knock on doors, start campaigning, and then maybe you'll meet a woman while you're knocking on doors. Maybe she'll run away from her husband.
Are you projecting again, Moose?
I'm running for office.
Did your wife leave you, Moose?
Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you. These people have no soul.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you.
You know.
Wait, and I laughed. Did that really happen to you, Moose? Your spouse ran away for a...
No.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, you guys are awful. Jesus.
Mother, you're awful.
Don't ever share intimate things on this app, y'all. Red one.
I was going to say, don't step on this particular stage if you can't take it.
Crazy.
Mother, when was the last time a man broke your heart?
Oh, I usually do break it.
So you're a heartbreaker? You're not a heartbroken? I thought you're a heartbroken kind of guy.
That's not the kind of breaking I'm doing, but sure. Wait, I'm not, what are we going with second? So, no, but jokes aside, I've never been broken. I've always been the person who ends it. I don't know why that is, I just have never
Does that make you an alpha, Mother?
That don't sound like Adam.
What does that have to do with being an alpha?
No, you have like that gay sense, you know, that gay like
see, that's homophobic, man. That's bigotry, and that violates rule number 6.
I mean, I don't think that's accurate, but whatever.
So,
Don't worry, Mother, we got your back.
Mother, what's your last name?
Oh yeah.
I'm just afraid.
Superior.
Modern man.
I was gonna say like there's straight up stuff. That thing has a type of. That's not good.
Do it again.
Yeah, it's like the high pitch.
So,
with my votes.
this is a question for Christopher, Moose, and Mother. Who do you think is the most liberal out of the three of you?
Christopher, Chris, and Mother. Whatever wrong, Chris.
Chris, Mother, and Moose. Who do you think is the bigger liberal?
Oh, definitely moves. I'm actually not that liberal, to be honest. I consider myself moderate, right?
Moderate right. Moderate right.
He's only liberal when he's breaking up or something.
If I wasn't a faggot, I'm pretty sure I'd be a full-blown, but like, far left Republican. But the homosexuality pulls me towards the center a little bit.
So wait, Moose, are you gay?
Pun intended.
Moose, do you think you're more liberal than Christopher?
My attorney advised me not to answer that.
Christopher.
I really hope Christopher's super well. So Christopher, what is Christopher's like positions? Like, is he on the far left?
He's a far left anarchist.
I mean, I'm not, but okay.
Well, what are you?
He sound like a patriot to me.
What are you, Christopher?
I mean, everybody tries to describe my politics and nobody complains it, so I don't really.
Okay, let's go down the list. All right, how do you feel about abortion?
Yes, libertarian.
How do you feel about immigration? Let's go the big five: immigration, abortion, taxes, Trump. Big four. I'm missing one.
You can't pin down Christopher. You can't get
All right,
pinned down.
I'll answer my own questions. Right? I believe in strict borders and I'm pro mass deportations. I fucking hate Donald Trump. I think he's a racist piece of shit. Taxes. I believe in low taxes. What was the other one I asked about? Oh, abortion. No, I don't give a fuck. Kill them babies. That's not my problem. You do what you want with your body.
Do you think instead of discarding the baby parts and storing them in oil barrels or burying them, that they should be fed to alligators, and so we don't waste any of the baby parts as nutritional supplements?
Okay, that was a little. I was a little bit graphic. How I explained it. But like, here's my view. I'm anti-abortion, but it's not really my main issue because I'm a fag, right? I don't want to have this problem. I'm not gonna get an abortion. I'm not gonna get any woman pregnant. Nothing. It's not really my number one voting topic. So that's how it's better to describe it.
Wait, Congressman, aren't they already using the discarded baby parts in cell research and adrenochrome?
No, according to Grok, they are not selling baby parts, and those Project Veritas videos are all doctored and fake news, according to AI chatbots.
Wait, Chris. Now's your turn. What are your views?
It's too soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we rest our case that Chris here has failed to deliver on his promises. Can't even give you a basic explanation of his fundamental principles. Who here thinks that borrowing and spending more is a good idea? Who thinks increasing property taxes and income taxes is a good idea? killing, distributing fentanyl, and destroying our population.
Come visit Houston for 5 minutes. Seriously, because I drive from one side of town to the other side of town. Tell me if you still have to respect the police. But I've always had respect for police until I moved to the city and needed police, and never there. Now you commit a crime, and it's you. They should always be there. But no, I'm kidding. Like literally, you can do a drive-by or walk by in the city, and like nobody cares. My car, I got carjacked. They were so irritated at me that I called the police and had them come down to do a report. I was carjacked at gunpoint, and they were so pissed off at me because I didn't go to the website. There's a goddamn website because there is so much carjacking that they don't even want to deal with it. It's like just fill out a piece of paper on the left. That's it. That's all I gotta do.
So I have a good call with another officer complaining against my neighbor and the police department sends officers to knock on their door. Like, I don't know if maybe why being police was doing these night with free time, but they actually do a pretty decent job.
Part of your job. If you don't agree with Heckema, change your vote now to John Kitover, your favorite person from Chicago on Clubhouse. If you don't agree with fuck the police, murder the police, it's part of your job, fuck them. Vote for John now. Who here is going to vote for anarchist Heckema versus Republican John Kitover?
I might have to change my vote, bro.
So like, okay, you can't change it. What's your vote?
Hey, go to her, man. Go to her.
John, look at the silver lining. You only got 32% of the vote, but that's 32% more than you'd get in congressional run. Look at that, 38.
You know, if you are a prophet or you can predict the future, I'm praying to Hashem Rabbana Shalom right now, this beautiful Shavua Tov, that we can reverse the spell you just cast in the victory. And anarchists who'd like to see the police shot, unfunded and disbanded.
Don't twist his words.
Heckema, should we fund the police with more money or should we defund the police? All right, well, that's a smart answer. So, do you think spending, $10,000 a year on the average Medicare and Medicaid recipient, do you think that person receiving that money from the federal government in the form of doctor services, hospital services, do you think they might want to opt out and say, you know what, just send me the money, $10,000 a year, I'll take the $10K versus getting the Medicare and Medicaid. How many people on the rolls of Medicare and Medicaid do you think would opt out and just ask for the check?
I mean, so medical expenses, everyone pretty much knows that they basically have under the bed for the last 10 to 15 years of your life. So without looking at the data, I would assume that these are elderly people who are getting most of these payouts that you're talking about. That the story's not correct. You're not expecting 30-year-olds to be getting these type of payments unless something is medically wrong with them, which is not likely compared to another population. So I don't know what they're getting these payments for, but it's not related.
No, I'm saying Medicare, Medicaid at $2 trillion a year, that at $10,000 per person, people would opt out and just rather have a check instead of saying I get to go to the hospital to see my doctor. A lot of people would rather just have the money.
I don't know. Maybe not people with chronic illnesses. 10,000 is still pretty fast. And you're still stuck with medical bills.
I think you'd be surprised. But it's a real survey question.
I mean, $10,000 is like almost more than used to. You know, like they really can go relatively quickly. I agree with that line.
I'm just
That's like what 4 or 5 doctor's visits a year. You're around a couple thousand already.
Well, new payers would definitely want to opt out.
59% of Americans can't afford $1,000.
There you go. So probably half the people on Medicare and Medicaid would rather to stop receiving services from the state, and they would rather just get the check direct from the federal government. I'm just saying it's wealth redistribution, but it's not to you. It's to your doctor or your local health insurance provider or getting rid of Social Security. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary and head of the IRS, they've already allowed and they are forcing newborn children to get involved in the S&P 500 through an index share purchased on behalf of the federal government for your new baby. And guess what? That's the back door to getting them out of the vicious cycle of the scam Ponzi scheme known as Social Security.
Nobody trusts the federal government to appropriately control these funds that they're supposedly setting aside. Isn't that how we got into the same fucking problem right now? We expect the federal government is magically going to become fiscally responsible with this new program that they're rolling out. They're going to use that money as a piggy bank of way down the road, whatever the fuck they need. You know how crazy it is? Somebody said, what was it, 51 or 59%? He said Americans have $1,000 less. 59. Forbes has it 21%, 70% in other studies. There's another study that has 57%, and another one has 21%, and another has 59%. There's 40%. Just all over the place.
Are those numbers medical emergency or emergency in general?
Just emergency $1,000 fund. The savings. And I asked how many Americans have $1,000 in savings. So 21 to 70%.
Well, Cardinal Health, Aetna, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, United Healthcare, they got a profit margin to maintain, and they're the middleman coming in between you and exceptional quality care at your local medical family practitioner's office. Let me ask the room a question. Do you think a physical therapist can provide better health outcomes or a vaccinologist or pediatrician?
I say we all pray about it, and then it'll all go away.
You want to pray the vax away?
I want to pray it all away. Everything, all of it. And here, that's how it works.
Who here experienced incredible health benefits from getting the COVID-19 vaccine and boosters?
I never took any shots. I've never had a flu shot in my life. Not as an adult, maybe as a kid with my parents.
Yeah, I didn't take the shots. You just stay up.
Why the fuck would I take a flu shot? I get sick once every 3 years, so I get them all fucking cold.
Listen.
So I declined from dying, so I got all the shots, and I'm like, polio? Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Mother. You know,
I didn't. We're not talking about polio. We're talking about flu.
do you know why they did the why they did the COVID-19 vaccine cards on paper? I figured this one out the other day. My friend forged my COVID-19 paperwork so I could get into Wrigley Field to see a Cubs game or to see a concert. Do you know why they put it on paper as opposed to creating an actual digital database?
Why?
Because they didn't want tracking because of all the adverse effects. That would actually give you the data.
The government made the vaccine manufacturers exempt. That logic doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. Imagine if they were able to do what's called statistics. I'm sure some of you took a statistics class in college and figured out standard deviation. I'm pretty sure if there were adverse effects and you actually had a large data set, it could be what they call helpful in figuring out whether or not the clot shot was a positive health benefit or what's called a negative health benefit.
It doesn't matter whether it was positive or negative. They're not going to get sued because they're protected by the federal government. They passed some legislation about it.
I'm just saying, inquiring minds like big data. Maybe you've heard of data science. It's supposedly pretty important, like forensic accounting, to figure out where all the waste, fraud, and abuse is.
That's not really what you use forensic accounting for, but that's fine. Usually government entities have a pretty straightforward annual budgetary process. It's usually publicized to the public. You don't really need a forensic accountant to do that, but anyway.
George Bush, I saw the leaked documents about how Operation Warp Speed was actually developed under the Bush administration. Uh-oh, it's another... The police are here. Oh, I know, I saw that. People are very upset about what he said. Well, how do you support Bill Gates? How do you support Fauci? How do you support any of these people? Well, I say arrest Fauci and arrest Bill Gates and arrest Mark Zuckerberg.
You supported Biden and Harris, and they both fucking support fucking Fauci. No, you love fucking Harris and Biden. You like Harris, and Harris has come from the same cloth. Yo, Hakaba, what do you think were the greatest three things about the fucking, what's the dumb bitch, man, I just said her name, fuck, Trump Harris. What, the Harris is a dumb fuck?
Another classic example of projection by Hakeem. I wanted to point out that somebody in the chat wrote, John Kitover has dozens of phones and has them recording a lot of clownhouse rooms like a weirdo. Go to youtube.com/John Kitover.
And first off, it's not dozens. He's got at least 30. Okay, give him credit where credit is due.
It's 50.
50.
I'm saying.
10 minutes of time
Dozens. Amateurs.
becoming desensitized to crazy on this app. Because I remember everybody used to give a cool about it. Now, like, nobody gives a fuck. Whatever he wants to stream to YouTube. But I don't give a fuck. You know,
I'm
like,
normalizing my behavior by normalizing my
but
behavior.
I do think you're unstable. It's fucking weird. But, I mean, I just don't care enough to make a
Are
big
you
deal.
serious? Unstable? Do you know how consistent I am at doing this? This is a lot of work and no one else is doing this valuable research and service. I am literally giving you the best of Clownhouse. I'm giving you an inside look from my perspective from YouTube so you can find out all the content that you're missing out on here on this dopamine addict app known as Clownhouse.
You mean that you're aware podcast exists, but people know that podcast exists. Like, this is pretty much just like an emulation, a ghetto version of the podcast on Spotify.
What I don't understand is...
Do you have an issue with him recording terrorist groups like of yours?
Well, before we go down that route, what I don't understand is if I literally just record what I'm doing on Clownhouse, which is having a conversation with you or listening to you have a conversation, why is that any different than even being on Clownhouse? It's the same stupid shit. That's what my point is. I'm just recording the same stupid shit that you're talking about. It's totally a waste of time. I agree with you.
They're literally recording it with their minds that they're hearing.
It's just people object because they don't want this living on other platforms. But, I don't understand why you want this, waste of time to be in your life to begin with. So I consider myself a psychological researcher into, human behavior and human thought processes.
Oh, people should stop it.
Well, I think you're a wild character. I mean, I've described you previously as a cross between Rain Man and a Black Mirror episode. I don't know, for some odd reason, I'm a fan of John. I think you're insane. But I also think you are quite possibly a mad genius because of this social experiment you're conducting. And we're all willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly a part of. I also feel honored to be slightly
Well, you might want to consider changing that vote. Go ahead, NY. You can change that vote to John K. from Hackamore. No, I do not, Hackamore. I do not say the N-word. I literally say N-word, but never the N-word. Come on now.
Yeah, he never uses the N-word. I've never heard of John.
You are full of shit, Hackamore. You are full of
You're a
shit.
fucking liar, Hackamore.
Liar, pants on fire.
You're doing the fucking Adam shit where you just
Listen, Heckema, do you even
This is the equivalent. This is the equivalent of Adam saying, "Oh, this motherfucker was in my back channel trying to get in my booty hole and clap my cheeks." Like, nobody fucking.
Heckema, dude, I don't even use profanity.
I've heard John say the N-word like 100 times.
I very rarely use
John
profanity.
ever one time.
Very rarely.
Not too much on Adam. Not too much on Adam.
I've been Mojo already before. I've been Mojo.
Mojo, have you ever heard me say the N-word?
Roger, have you ever heard him say the N-word? Roger Smith.
No, you haven't. No, I will give $100,000 to anyone here who could produce a video of me saying the N-word.
Wait, don't you have all your fucking audio already recorded?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I live stream myself on the internet all day long. So maybe if you want to go back and try to find the N-word moment, maybe you could be right. But I don't think you're right. But you might have to go back 100,000 hours to find out the truth.
That's really easy. All you got to do is cut and paste the links into Notebook LM, and then put the keyword that you're searching for, and it'll come back and it'll tell you who's there or not.
I'm willing to bet.
I love that Christy in the chat room. Christy, I was laughing so hard over here. Christy wrote, this app has to be an old lady stations of nine.
He's stomping at this point. It has been killed, it has been stomped, it has been resuscitated, and brought back, killed again, and now it's just looking for brains, unfortunately.
All right. I want to pose a question to the room, everybody in the center. Put one in the chat if you've ever heard John Kitover say the actual N-word, not just N-word, and put two in the chat if you say that he's never said it.
Now again, the real N-word.
He's never said it. I can say that I've never heard him say it, but I can't say he's never said it in his entire existence.
Exactly.
No, we're just talking about on the app. We're saying on the app.
I have a feeling you probably said it simply because wasn't it like a couple days ago or a week ago you were complaining about DEI and some epiphany you had working with black women and you had a
You are so full of shit, Heckema.
JB, hold on, Hakima, you're violating the rules. You're bringing in drama from other rooms. Yes, you did. You said to bring in JB from another room. I'm not a moderator.
Well, listen, I do live stream myself.
Hakima's trying to bring forth drama from another room.
Hakima, I live stream myself.
Violation of the rules.
Hakima, the fact that I live stream myself, the fact that I live stream everything I say in here on this app, there is no way that I would sit here and use the hard R N-word. It's just a fact. Saying axed all the time, that's not saying the N-word. No, I never said it, and I don't say it, and I will repeat for you. I live stream everything I say and everything I hear on here. If you think I said the hard R N-word, I encourage you to go back through all my videos and try to find somewhere where I say hard R N. I never do, and again, I live stream everything I say.
Explain how to look for it.
Well, then you're making a baseless accusation that I use the hard R N-word. It's just not true.
Hillary has already explained how to actually search and find it fairly quickly.
I get no satisfaction, nor do I like hearing people use the hard R N-word on here and use profanity and vulgarity, because I do record a lot of stuff, and I'd like the recordings that I make to be a little more professional than people who want to use vulgarity, racism, and profanity. It's outrageous and it's low IQ.
I think the worst word I've ever heard John say is this is fucking clown house. We're fucking crazy.
No, not
But he
really.
doesn't even use it as a pejorative towards somebody. He's just saying the clown house is fucking crazy.
No, it does not give me dopamine shock jock value to say the soft A or the hard R, but I have made many jokes about the N-word being a word you cannot use.
You know, when it was so prevalent, John, you know, when he would just online and he was like, oh, well, there was this one situation, he would like explain when you actually said it, but he can't.
No, I think Heckema is projecting here, and he many times a year do you think you use the N-word, Heckema? Really? I have heard you use the N-word many times. I have. I have you on recording using the N-word all the time. Okay, please hold. Okay, May 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 6 times in less than 3 minutes. June 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 18 times in less than 6 minutes. And you used the soft ah version of the N-word variant 7 times. July 4th, 2025, on Independence Day, you used the hard R N-word. See, Heckema, we can both play that game, but I got the records. I got Motown now, and the Clubhouse soundtrack records are mine. You can't claim copyright ownership of these beautiful babies. This Clown House record is going super platinum, gold, and silver. Thank you, Dr. Heckema.
Somebody in the chat said this is a racist home. Actually, we're just blonde.
Yeah, Jazzy.
We make fun of a certain race, the human race, constantly.
Jazzy is the most racist person on this app.
You're projecting.
How I believe that one race is superior to another race. I mean, maybe you're using this fucking liberal progressive, version where you're like, oh, white people, black people can't be racist because they don't hold power in society. I mean, maybe you're using that to define us as racist. But the ideal of the classical definition is one person believes that a race is superior and another race is inferior. I can attest that I don't think John or I, either of us fucking believe that.
Well, Heckema, is it?
Okay, so let me ask something. So if you call black people, if you're not black, and you call a black person any variation of the N-word, whether it's the ER,
No, that's not racist.
is that racist?
No, I just told you the classical definition that a person would have to believe that one race is superior and or inferior.
Okay, well, never mind the classical definition. What about the Clubhouse definition?
Oh, I don't believe the Clubhouse or the liberal progressive, all black people don't hold power, so they can't be racist, all that kind of shit.
Now, even if you
You guys can all go into the Chili's and listen to fucking Lion's Eye talking about how blacks, which he calls our Hebrew Israelite, are superior in every which way. And then white people are demons and dogs. Oh, okay. Sorry. Hakima's right, because he did the same thing, and I'm guilty of it. There are people on this app who do that. That's what I should say.
Hakima.
And those people who are black who do that are racist because they believe that whites are inferior.
Hakima, let me ask you this question. When the mayor of Chicago said that in 1997, a heat wave that killed 700 people in Chicago, he claims that that is a racist event, that white structural racism and supremacy is responsible for a heat wave. Do you think that type of rhetoric is actually reverse racism? Well, he says that housing in Chicago doesn't have central air, so you have to have a window unit like I do in my shitty ass home apartment. So what I'm asking is, when he claims that white people and white supremacy is guilty for a heat wave killing 700 people in 1997, to me that stinks of bigotry and reverse racism and politicking.
What Trump said on TV the other day is Somali was responsible for 92% of the deaths and injury in Iraq. So, I guess politicians black.
Well, how do you know what Soleimani did?
Everybody how to build fucking IEDs. The majority of deaths in Iraq were due to IEDs. What are you talking about?
Well, I asked Grok how many people.
If I teach everybody on the stage how to build an IED, you go use it, but I would be responsible for that.
Well, how do you?
Yeah, if you have no idea how to build an IED, and I sit you down and train you how to build an IED, and you build 1,000 IEDs and blow fucking soldiers, then I'm responsible. How's that not racist?
Trump killed Soleimani because he's a racist? Well, we're talking about racism here, and you're bringing up how Trump assassinated Soleimani in a rocket strike because he's responsible for all these IE deaths in Afghanistan.
I said nothing about it there. My father got politicians black when I'm from.
It wasn't a lie.
Well, did Obama lie when he said they dumped the body of Bin Laden off the back of an aircraft carrier into the ocean? Is Obama a liar?
John, do you think if Adolf Hitler, trained the Third Reich and all the military and shit like that, it ran and orchestrated the entire fucking Nazi party? Do you think he's sort of responsible for the death of 77 million people globally? Or do you think it's just every individual is responsible for those individual deaths? No, it's the person who fucking led them into fucking battle.
Like, millions of Germans are responsible for the Holocaust.
Yeah, Soleimani trains fucking people how to build IEDs. You're like, oh, he's not responsible for the deaths. When they then turn around and use IEDs to blow up.
Well, I don't know what Soleimani did and didn't do with regards to those
He was one of the
IEDs.
greatest fucking IED builders that trained fucking tons of people how to build IEDs. It's like
Okay, listen, I need to like a landmine. The protocol is not reserved.
it provides explosive device.
Okay, thank you.
Well, how Heckema is bringing up a far right.
I think Hillary thought that it was one of those implantable.
Type thing. I was like, dude, what's that?
No, it's pipe bombs. Pretty much.
Well, let's just confirm this quickly. Hakima, what would be the number amount for every ADOS in the country in order to settle the restitution or the payback? What is it called again? Reparations. What's your number? Is it 1 million, 10 million, quadrillion? Like, what's your real, go-to number here?
Wait. It's
I'm only answering. Okay, Roger, I just want to say I'm only answering Trump because Trump gets lumped in with Israel racism and COVID. So I think we should all vote Trump.
Sorry, I was driving.
No, you're good. Yeah, what is the most popular clubhouse topic? Racism, Israel.
Yeah, and everyone please respond to the poll. If you can't see the poll, you probably don't have the latest update of Clubhouse. So you can go update the app, and then you can see the poll, and then people are fully participating.
You know why racism is the number one topic? Is because it is the absolute opposite of transcendence or higher level consciousness. Thus, racism is the lowest hanging fruit on the totem pole to play the communication game with. It's basically because it's opposites. Transcendence is like a spirit, and race is an animalistic consciousness.
I'm saying you should come up.
Because the brain is pink, right? I mean, like everybody's brain color is the same, but the exterior features just don't have the same color.
Yes, my mind is all nice and smooth. See, I work it out to make sure that I got no wrinkles in it. I do it like I'm on Clubhouse. That's how I make my brain wrinkle free.
Really, it's like taking a smash hammer to the brain.
Mine is smooth and virginal.
Yeah, we don't need none of that gray, wrinkly stuff.
Yeah.
it's mostly the way the comedians ask people within the Asian community when they spot somebody in the crowd. They're like, wait a minute, are you half Asian or fighting Asian? They're like, oh, fighting Asian. Which means they're looking or Thai or.
Well, listen, if the culture of the community is not offended, you know, then I suppose I have no dog in the fight. I won't try to contact you if you refer to an Asian as this term. If they don't care, you know.
What if part of the community is offended by a term?
Why are we worried about hypotheticals?
No, it's
Yeah.
literal.
I mean, listen, part of the black community doesn't like the term N-word, you know, but I don't know if we speak over it, you know.
There's a lot of black people who are like, yeah, we're gonna have power. Like KP, Sig.
Yeah, some black people feel that way. Some black people have a fuck around and find out kind of attitudes when it comes to that word. Some people, you know, they have a brush the dirt off your shoulders kind of attitude. Some don't care, you know. So, I mean, I guess it really comes down to the individual because, as I'm sure you know, black people don't all think the same. And
Yeah, they're not a monolith. Yeah, I agree.
exactly. So it's just really individualistic. I guess it becomes a problem specifically on this app when you think certain people are cool and you see them in black spaces and rocking with black people and chilling with black people, but then when they're not around black people and they go to other rooms, then they all, you know, their true side comes out and they're
Oh, you mean Bebo?
black people, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know about people.
Wait, I have a question. Am I consistent in my views, in my words, and opinions?
He was talking.
The problem is when people would say something like that, not necessarily that word, but other hateful things, they wouldn't say in real life. Like, that's
Oh God, you always fucking say that.
Can I finish? That's the main problem right there when the person came. When they're cowards, they would have had a microphone on an app and say hateful shit, but they wouldn't dare say that. Neither would nobody else in public. Not because they're scared, but that's out of general respect. And humans don't act like that. Now, you're some human, you want to sound silly and exoteric, man. Go for it. Talk around and find out.
You know, you always make this lame ass fucking attempt to argue.
Respect you right now, you wouldn't say it.
No, fuck, I choked the fucking life out of somebody if they fucking try me. I'm not hitting you, so stop threat of violence.
I'm not one of them.
No, I'm not violating the rules, I'm saying.
Yeah, don't violate the rules. Y'all know to speak openly. That's one of the rules. Let people speak. I don't know what rule that is, but
That's rule number 1.01.
yeah.
So Hakima, who do
Subsection B.
you think the biggest purveyors of racial identity politics are?
White women.
The Republican Party, exactly.
You don't think it's the Al Sharptons of the world?
No, definitely not good. They don't react to things like you don't hear how anything.
What they called?
Basically, Republicans. Can I finish? May I finish? Like when you're just Republican, the MAGA running around acting like this is what happened in their life. They bring up race and DEI on every issue. They make everything about race. They want to act like it's the other side, which is really them. That's really bringing up every second of every day.
Well, you know what's
Wait,
interesting?
hold on. Is that Monica? Wait. Is that Monica Scarlett? Is that Monica?
Yeah, it's Monica. Yeah.
The name of the room just like
Wait. This is Roger's white queen. I have to moderate her. Okay.
You know, Roger
Wait, you
is
are
in
here,
here,
you're
but
right.
I just gotta say, Scarlett's voice, even though it's not the name Monica, is so pleasant and wonderful to hear that. Like, it's just warms my heart to hear such a beautiful person's beautiful voice on this app. But I did want to say something about Pete Buttigieg. He's actually what you call an LGBTQ DEI, because don't forget, it's not just about black women and black men and Hispanics and Asians. It's about homosexuals getting preferential job placement. because they enjoy anal play or oral play with the same sex. Does that sound to you like a DEI disqualifier in the Trump administration?
I am so glad I decided to keep the phone on while I'm in the middle of the freaking store, God.
Butt sex, butt fucking.
I mean, Hakima, you don't think people should get appointments in... Oh, wow.
So y'all ran out the last black man on the app. God damn it, guys. Well, it looks like you have a brown. We have a brown man at the bottom. Hussein, would you care to chime in? Disruptive white male energy. I'm just
I'm half black, half white, half Arab, so I like
say like you said half black. How would you be half black? Welcome to the thing.
Wait, is Arab Caucasian?
Hold on, talk. Listen, what part of Arab are you? Like, where are you from?
I'm a quarter Arab from Yemen.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making, because it just really frustrates me when I hear people say they're Arab and they're like, I'm Jordanian.
Wait, are you white? Are you white?
I'm not, but people from like Iraq and Syria will be like, I'm Arab.
Hussein, you know, you claim
The Arabian Peninsula.
that you're white. Is Arab white? Like according to the U.S. Census or college application?
I said quarter, so.
A quarter white. What is white though? Like that's Arab?
No, that's half. The other quarter was.
Well, no, he's asking like you're white part like British.
Oh, Italian. You're Italian. The only reason I was asking is because Northern Africans are technically considered Caucasian, I believe. No, for college applications in the census, if you are a North African.
He's African.
Yeah, because to be Caucasian, you get the people in the Caucasus now.
But my mother's side, her mother was Italian from Napoli.
Yeah, like hot dog.
Well, that's interesting, you know, because my mother, like her father, you know, her grandfather, like the mother's side and the grandfather's side, he was a Jewish grandfather that had a Jewish grandmother with the, like, and the grandfather was a grandfather.
Yeah, nice mulatto too.
Wait, I'm sorry. Rick is spicy. What'd you say, Rick?
I said nice mulatto as well.
Okay, this is a question I have.
Okay, sorry.
Someone else defines or describes you. Do you get annoyed or irritated? I find myself when people speak for me or describe me without my permission. I'm like, you don't look.
Say no more. No.
Oh, John is here. Hi, John.
Hey, Sauda, كيف حالك حبيبتي?
How are you?
I'm good. Are these racist, ignorant, N-word using pederast and Tourette syndrome sufferers here keeping you company, beautiful?
John, Mr. Anderson.
You're pedophobic. Rabbi, there was a whole room about you yesterday. Dr. Mojo the Positive Vibration, he was roasting you. He was claiming that you're one of the dumbest people on the app.
I was defending Rabbi.
Yeah, Lou Jiz was really defending you. I know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, nobody cares. What's up, Sada?
Were you streaming that?
Yeah, I I stream. You can go and find it. Yeah, you can watch it.
Which one is it on?
Good luck. Just find it if you can.
This nigga doesn't even know. It's Roger Cuckold. Oh, Roger Cuckold. He's the one that's
He wrote that was big, bro.
That's so wild.
I said that you actually may have. I said that you may have more in common with him than you think because your opinions on Islam probably align with his.
He's a pro-Israel Zionist guy. He's biblical, but not 100%. Okay, let's not laugh. That's right.
David, how many martinis have you had so far tonight?
No, I'm not. He drinks box wine.
Really? You drink box wine, David?
It's better than Miller High Life and orange juice.
I'm using grapefruit juice too now.
Oh, grapefruit. He's moving up in the world with these grapefruit juice.
It's really a refreshing little drink.
Plus, what does Roger know about Islam? He doesn't even know how gold works. That's a good question. Like that.
T-Robs, have you ever drinking the Irish whiskey called Tullamadu?
Child.
So, how are you guys?
If I wasn't funny, actually, I can too.
Good joke, David. Take the pacifier out of your mouth.
That's actually not funny, but go ahead, sorry. I find it to be essential whiskey that respectfully. I agree with you respectfully, and I agree with Red. I don't do it big.
We don't do it big, chicken.
Where is it? We all deserve to be very Rabbi, why don't you ping Rico?
Rabbi, are you excited that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to take all of Gaza and destroy Hamas?
Yeah, I'm very excited. He should. He's supposed to not gonna make us any money. He deserves a comment. I think he will make us a lot of money. I always trusted him. He never failed in person. I don't know why. No, I trust him. Trust in Bibi? Yeah, I trust Benjamin.
Trust in Bibi. Trust in Bibi.
Yeah, trust no Hebrew, nigga.
Trust Bibi. Trust Bibi. Trust Bibi. So there's going to be no more Palestinian Authority. There's going to be no more Hamas, no more Islamic Jihad. They're all going to get destroyed in one huge pincer movement.
How's that working for the Vietnam? You know, that's the right question.
I don't know.
They should have just gave back the hostages.
Should have just given back the hostages.
That is true. For the record. Should have given back hostages. Fuck the hostages, nigga. Whoa.
Wow.
They just did.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
I don't know why all the people in Gaza didn't just, why they didn't just go be with the hostages. I would put myself right near the hostages. These are the only people that are getting killed. Okay, hold on. These are the
This high-level academic, intelligent discourse is exactly what I'm usually looking for on a Saturday night, and you're hitting all the nails on the head. Yeah, but I think you're actually way more retarded than he is.
I don't think he's retarded.
Respectfully, respectfully. David, are you drinking Merlot, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir? What are you drinking out of that wine box, David?
Obviously, you can use it any word you want, but
David, what's the point of having a big toy business and making all this money if you're chronically drunk all the time? It's true, it is my time. All right, I gotta get going, everybody. Have a great night.
deciding vote in key things. That like as tight as things are, that could be a big deal, and that one person could end up having power. If you got 3 people in, he'd have a lot of power. But man, heaven forbid if he was to have 10 people in Congress representing the interest of reducing the debt. I think that even the people that identify themselves as budget hawks would probably be impressed if you had a real agreement. I mean, there's maybe 4 people in Congress right now that you can rely on that are going to shut down government spending if it's above the budget. It's just not enough. If that's his core focus and he gets more people to do that, that can be a game changer. Especially if he limited his scope to that.
Adrian Dittman is live on X right now, and I know you don't think he's Elon, but I would encourage you to spend 5 minutes listening to him to confirm that it is 100% Elon Musk, and that's his pen name, Adrian Dittman.
Oh, dude, I've been in the room when Dittman and Elon were there.
I know, I heard it all before. Just go listen to the room now, and you'll listen to what he's talking about, and you'll say, fuck, this is Elon Musk. Go ahead, listen to him right now. Now is all important. But I think you also laugh at what he's talking about, because it's just boring, shit. And, he cooks a steak, and he does his show, but it's Adrian Dittman live.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Elon Musk, I don't see him as, any virtuous, with the debt. I mean, in general, we all know it was really about the fact that the Big Beautiful Bill didn't contain the electric car on the plan to have charging stations. That's really why he didn't like the Big Beautiful Bill.
To a conclusion a little bit later. You analyze it through and then just decide to post it once it's certain enough. And then he comes off as having good calls every time, right? That's what you have to do. It's you've analyzed this a bit.
It's 100% Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman. I mean, that is the most distinctive voice, and everybody has heard Elon Musk speak a lot endorsing Trump. So I don't know why people have such bad voice recognition.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, Elon Musk, I mostly see him as, I've never liked the guy.
You posted a lot of things. You posted so many things that nobody could keep up with it. I told you not to do that, but you did it anyways. I got schizo up this hard. It's oh, please, just be, I had to get the schizo out of my system. I did it. Personally, I would never make a list of predictions. I would just put them out.
I mean, they're mostly meant as a joke at this point. Most of these are clear jokes.
Real.
Australia will have a kangaroo war. That's fair.
A lot of jokes became true. Never know.
Another kangaroo war. I mean, they had an emu war. Have you not heard about the Australian emu war?
Yes, I do remember. That's a thing.
I was expecting a kangaroo war.
Nah.
After the COVID, they've been having some trouble with the kangaroos. I was kind of maybe.
The Great Roo Wars of the 2026 election. Let's just kill the election. I don't know. Maybe it's an election. Yeah, let's make it that.
Did that get pinned for anybody else? I hit the pin thing, but it didn't show up for me. But it just does that sometimes.
It's there. It's there.
Okay.
Cool. No, but what I mean is you have to post your things individually. So if you're TensorFlow will win, that's what you have to post individually. This, it doesn't make sense. Post it individually. Do that again and post it individually. Just TensorFlow will win. Put that out there and just leave that as a standalone post. Because when you're correct, you bring attention to that again. And it's reinforcing what it is, right? I hear furious typing in the background.
No complaints of it, obviously. I'm just saying I'm here typing it down. I think it's funny. Wait, Blythe, are you speaking? I don't know what you do with your mic, but I'm pretty sure your Bluetooth audio is what is connected, and it's probably very, very far away. So I'm only hearing very faint sounds out of you.
Yeah, for the past 30 minutes.
Like, I didn't initially, recognize. I just heard... And then I hear Blythe again.
Oh, yeah, you're saying
Like, bruh. This is the moment I recognize what was happening. Wait a minute. Technical difficulties. Yeah, it's still fucked, by the way.
Yeah.
Hilariously so, I might add.
It's like an ant.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's like an ant that gains consciousness for the first time.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, my parents have all sorts of Bluetooth shit in their house. They kept auto-connecting to my phone. So for the longest time, I was calling somebody and I could not figure out where the fuck I was being picked up on. I was being picked up by a smartwatch in a fucking drawer for some fucking reason.
Amazing.
I don't know what the hell was on with that. I don't even know how to make my own devices auto-connect. This seems like a security problem.
You have to, forget the device every once in a while.
I hear wind again.
That is me.
Are you soaring through the air like an eagle?
Yeah, baby, or like a plane. Superman again, yeah. That would be so fucking funny.
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's fucking Superman flying, having a space.
Yeah. They should have put that in. They should have put that in the movie. It's like, you have to deal with populous things. You just go on an X space and have your crash out there. It's like you don't need Lois Lane anymore. You have an X space now.
That's true. You could just be anonymous on the internet. It's fine.
You troll everybody. It's like, and then they find your alt account. Superman's alt account. And you've just been saying some really specious shit. That would be so funny, actually. It would make a lot of sense too.
You can be in a different continent and
Yeah, he doesn't even need VPN. Bro is the VPN.
Yeah.
See, Superman is underutilized in his powers. He doesn't understand himself. See, this is the thing that I don't really get. If I was Superman, I would be very, very open with my identity on that. I would just literally tell everybody who I am. 100%. If I was Superman, I'd tell everybody. And they're like, well, are people going to come stop you? I'm like, yes, please try, so I know who you are, because I will completely destroy every last one of you if you do. 100%. What are you going to do? Stop me? I'm not going to have you figure out what kryptonite is. That's not going to happen, because you'll be too gone to understand that. Right? It's like, we have this, crashed spaceship. The world engine, it exists there, in the Pacific Ocean. Not necessarily the Pacific, sorry, South Pacific Ocean, because I'm pretty sure that's where the world engine was, at the end of that movie. It's like, okay, that's where all the kryptonite is. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that, totally not gonna be a problem. What the fuck was his problem? What is wrong with Superman? Why the fuck would you leave that there? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I just don't understand that. It's like, hey, let me just leave the only thing that could hurt me just over there. It's not gonna bother anybody. What? What do you mean by this? It's for the sequels.
Hey, may I remind you, Batman almost killed Superman?
Exactly, that's the point, where it's probably don't leave the only thing that can hurt me just, there. Bruh. Just bruh. It's
That's
so the world knows who I am now.
That's not
okay.
my mindset. That's completely fucking retarded.
Yes, his mindset is also pretty retarded. It's both of those have massive problems.
Yeah, I don't kill because if I kill, there's gonna be the same number of killers in the world. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, yes, because if you kill the killer, then it's there are less killers because of the fact that a killer needs to be created by some event. So it's what What if you just remove the event creator and now you have less killers by default?
The Joker alone kills like 50 people at least every day, right? Like,
yes.
Like, if you kill the Joker, you're effectively saving lives. Come on.
Yes. Oh, also, because you have the Injustice timeline, which means that the Joker decided to, like, fucking have Superman kill Lois via an illusion, which then drives Superman over the edge so fucking hard that he then turns into effectively the Joker in that extent, where it just, like, decides to kill everybody. So it's like, that's actually kind of funny. Because, like, why on earth would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Why would you leave that thing alive? So it's like, oh, hey, very twisted, fucked up person keeps causing issues for Batman. Batman should kill him. Easy. Finish. It's not like anyone's gonna stop him. They're gonna fucking thank him if anything, because there's no more crime. Or like, there's less crime now. Same thing with Superman. Hey, I have the spaceship with all the fucking kryptonite down there. Totally not gonna hurt anybody. Oh wait, that's right, it's gonna hurt me. So, doesn't do anything about it. Also, another thing, why the fuck doesn't Superman turn into SpaceX? Personally, like, why doesn't he do that? Like, Superman could literally turn into SpaceX. He could, like, charge 50 million or maybe less per launch, just take a fucking rocket and yeet it into space. Just, like, fucking fly up there, deploy the satellite, 50 million per fucking contract, maybe 20 million if he really wanted to, completely, like, just buy everything and just replace Lex Luthor as the entity. What was his problem?
It'd be Superman and Batman at the same time.
Exactly. Like, what
could
is his
also
problem?
build a space elevator. Like, why is there no space elevator in the DC universe? There should totally be one.
No, they have the thing that's called the Justice Tower or something, which is like that space station. So they have that, and that's it.
See, that's lame. They should have something way cooler. They have
Yeah,
Superman. He can do whatever.
Exactly. Hey,
Why all the resources we need for comics?
Exactly. Why doesn't he like fucking bring people to Mars? You know, it's like, hey, guys, we're gonna like bring you to Mars. We're gonna take whatever we need to go there. $1 billion per run. I want $1 billion per run. $1 billion per run.
Like that.
Yeah, see, but they're like too extinct to care. You know, there's like only one Martian that remains. Remember?
I thought there were the white ones. There's just the green Martians that were hunted out by the white ones, and the white ones were still left there.
Which is funny somehow. It's a very funny dog whistle, but I mean, you know, the Martians are there, right? And what is the one thing that the Martians cannot really defend against? The same thing that you're gonna have to like get resources out of. No, not Superman. Meteorites.
Huh.
So like, why doesn't Superman just go, yeah, exactly, this stuff needs to be mined. We're gonna nuke the poles anyways. Yeet. That's it. That's my solution to the Martian problem. Yeet. The answer is yeet. Big, beautiful rocks. So now, the rocks are on the surface and no longer in space. And I don't have the Martian problem anymore. And what we're going to do is...
Superman would have technically done a genocide on people...
No, we're not going to genocide. We're not going to genocide. I'm not finished with that yet. See, what we're going to do is we're going to take a massive fucking asteroid, send it on the poles, and then we're going to land on the planet and be like, so you saw what I just did. You're going to stay out of our way, and we're going to try and coexist. And if you can't, you're all going to die. Sounds good? Finish. That's it. That's the end of the argument. See, Superman doesn't have, like, that in his heart to, like, just lay down the law and go, no. Superman has to be like the Doge meme, where it's like two opposing entities, and the Doge looks at him and puts them together, and just goes, kiss. That's what he needs to do. That's what Superman needs to do. I don't understand him. Why is he a little bitch? And then whenever he has to fight, like, the worst part is, like, whenever he says, oh, hey, I have a problem with, like, hurting humans or something like that. Meanwhile, as soon as any new superhero comes around, he just decides to throw him through, like, 6 fucking buildings. What is his problem? It's like, hey, meets Green Lantern for the first time. Yeah, let me just, like, destroy, like, 2 or 3 kilometers of street and 2 or 3 buildings.
Yeah, they should really do the Dragon Ball thing where they fly out to a wasteland.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, okay, you're green and you glow. I have a problem with that. You want to fight it out on Europa? No one's gonna care.
Yeah, the amount of infrastructure that get destroyed in these movies.
Like, why don't you just fight it out on the moon? You know, that works too. You know, you got Earth in the background. Plus, it's a fucking massive coliseum. The humans get to watch too.
Oh yeah, wasn't that why Batman took umbrage to Superman and that Batman v Superman thing. Like, Superman destroyed too much of the city. He was like, what the fuck?
This guy must be stopped. Exactly. Too much collateral damage.
Adrian, to your point earlier about the Indian Ocean, he didn't know the ship was had anything that was lethal to him. He destroyed it. He thought that's it. He destroyed the wall.
I mean, he's kind of stupid for that because he was literally there. He should have known that there was something that was still left over. It's like, hey, the only thing that can turn this world into Krypton and does things that are Kryptonian, which also hurt me, is the thing that's there. I should probably, over the next couple of years, using my super strength, take all that fucking shit off planet somewhere that the humans can't reach it. And if the humans try to reach it, I would know. Like, I don't know, put it on the light side of the moon.
Yeah, but I think like something could be made like that. He wouldn't have felt the kryptonite. He would have been confused.
No. It's not about the kryptonite. Even if he didn't know the kryptonite was there, why the fuck would you leave the space junk there for Earth's military to take apart, who already tried to fuck with you? I mean, he knows that there was a drone tracking his ass that he took down.
Well, hold on. Forget. That's one thing. The other thing was the one in New York, right, or Chicago, wherever that was supposed to be. Well, not. Fuck.
Well, like in his own city, actually. You know, there was like they were sending people to take him out there, which was like wild, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I like the latter version of it simply because it showed that he was like Man of Steel. Basically, him afraid of his powers to him realizing that holy shit, he is invincible. And Batman versus Superman was him realizing that his invisibility has limits, and then effectively dying to save the race. So yeah, I think that they had to play it like that. But I was gonna say,
because he should have known he's not invincible, and he should have known that anything from his world could hurt him, because that's literally the first interaction that he came in with.
How would he know?
It's a Zod.
Because he never bled, right? So he never bled. He never got hurt. Even the World Engine, he still was able to overcome it. And Zod, he killed him.
He was fighting with Zod for a decent bit there, and he was really fucked up by the end of it. So
no blood, no nothing, right?
Yeah, I do remember some of it. Like. So though, that's the thing. It's like, hey, this ship of mine crashed in the middle of the city. Then Star Labs decided to take it over, take it apart. Totally let the humans study it. What the fuck?
Yeah, that part, I mean, yeah.
And why the fuck did he destroy the ship? Oh hey, super advanced alien technology that can help everybody. Yeah, I'll just blow it up. What the fuck? He even hesitated for a second there. It's like, alright, literally he could have just been, we're gonna stop this, or I'm gonna blow up this ship. Because, you know, Zod cared about the ship. It's like, okay, cool. Let's take this ship, fly it elsewhere. You're gonna stop the World Engine thing, otherwise I'm gonna blow up everything. You know I'm capable of doing it. You know I'm gonna do it. So let's fucking hash this out, one-on-one. If you lose, well, you lose. And if we want to fight to the death, so be it. If I die, that's on me. If you die, well.
Yeah, but I think that was Zod trying to bring him constantly back, right? Because he took him to space and then Zod hit him back in. The one thing actually, I like that idea you said, why the hell didn't you provide launch services? Even better, it's like the reverse. You gotta have massive asteroids out there of ridiculous amount, just put it in orbit, right? For like whatever material you have.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense. Like, hey man, I have this problem. I need to bring things up there for cheap. Also, I have stuff trying to destroy Earth on the regular. Hey, let me just protect you guys for you. Just pay me like $3 billion a year. Actually, make it $20 billion a year, and I will protect Earth from all the asteroids. Oh, actually, no. Maybe I wouldn't do that because that's part of my marketing ploy. Nah, scratch that. Asteroid protections for free. Space transport, that one's on me. That's annoying. Asteroid is like, well, I care about humans, so yeah, no, that's free. That's free. That's bonus.
How much does insurance cost in that world?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a lot of buildings sometimes. Mm-hmm. You'd ask the same thing for the Avengers, because like Tony Stark is like, hey Hulk, I see you're having a bit of a freak out. Let me just demolish this newly constructed building real quick. He did have a Stark Relief Foundation, right?
Well, he bought that building.
Exactly.
And Batman bought the bank
I like how
to get his house.
I like how canonically the event in the Marvel universe, New York is a piece of shit place, and it's very cheap, and it's the place where all the poor people live because it's constantly getting fucking demolished by aliens.
Yeah.
Plot twist. Batman and Superman have a deal with real estate developer.
Forget that. Well, you gotta look for the Russian connection. Why does Moscow never get hit?
Yeah.
Hey, they're smart, you know why? Because they silent, they're sanctioned. Because all the sanctions, they're not allowed to transmit internationally, so the aliens go like, nah, these guys are not as impressive, but these guys over here, they make the most propaganda. That's dangerous.
There's actually a show or something where Superman lands in Russia instead of in the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
what it's called.
Russian Superman. Is pretty good.
Red Sun?
Yeah, that's it. Did Russia get attacked more as a result of that?
Can you imagine if Superman landed in the USSR?
Yeah, that's what the whole storyline is about. That Superman landed in the USSR, and then the USSR survived it a lot longer. And actually, one of the major attacks on the USSR Superman was by America via their version of Superman, who they kept overpowering and they made him overpowered and retarded at the same time. Very weird.
That's how God must have felt when he made me.
Listen, communism, just have one guy called Superman do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And just take the fruits of all his labor and share it to everyone.
Exactly. Communist aliens, incredible tech.
Yeah, they would have called him Ubermensch instead of Superman.
No. That's German. What is above human in like Russian? What is that?
I have no idea. I don't speak Russian.
You have AI, do you not?
Yeah.
That's the thing it can do well. Andrei, what about you? What language is you're Russian, aren't you?
Yeah. So Syria is super.
But like in the context of a like Übermensch in German, which is like the above human. You know, like you're the human above humans. Like you're better, like a meta-human. Like what would that be in Russian?
I text you the transliterated, or I message you the transliterated version, so if you pronounce it.
Sure. It's funny, we're doing DC's legwork here creating Russian Superman. They should pay us. For real, for real.
I haven't watched the newest Superman.
Don't watch it, it's gay.
But I saw a bunch of women talking about it. Apparently, in it, some news report talks about how Superman is evil and actually wants a harem or something. And how
No, that's his parents.
What?
That's Jor-El apparently. I didn't watch it either, but I thought it was Jor-El.
Oh no, it's part of the movie. It's part of the plot that Superman is supposed to form a harem. That's in the message from his parents.
And apparently, the woman of Metropolis were very angry about this in the movie. And like I had not watched this movie at all, and like as I was like scrolling on social media, like this was the only circumstance where I like learned about the movie, and it was basically a bunch of women being like, let's be real. If this shit happened in real life, there would be a hashtag going in called let me into the harem.
Yes. 100%.
It would probably have a more creative name, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
Something catchier.
I mean, and if people want to say that's not true, I can actually provide you a real world example of this. Elon. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that was my first thought, is that Elon kind of proved that the reaction would be, it's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So many want to get with him, but absolutely can't.
Also, I think for the audience, when it says so many, it's like a number, it's not a percent. A percent will be like a tiny percent, I would say. But out of 3 billion people, 0.00001% is still like 1,000.
Hear me out. Monetization of the seed. Okay? I'm sorry. How would that even work? Like, does a kid have superpowers? I think so.
Yeah, isn't that the story?
I don't know.
The weirdest theory I've ever seen. The weirdest theory I have ever seen is that like, well, it wasn't really a theory. It was like a math calculation. It was like they did it on Elon, and they were like when you're making as much money as Elon, pulling out literally does not financially make sense. The time it takes for you to do that does not financially make sense because you'll make child support back before you even do that.
Incredible thing.
That's funny. That's like the back in the day they used to say about Bill Gates. If it drops $100 bills, it doesn't make sense for him to pick it up and cost more.
Yes. I literally watched someone do the calculation, and they're like, if pulling out takes 5 seconds, then it's literally not worth it for him.
Wow. You know what? We should do more autism calculations like that. We have it in ourselves. We definitely could do it.
What you want to calculate? I can calculate things. What I'm calculating?
We'll figure it out. We'll come up with something really good and current, and we'll hash it out. Right now, there's nothing good and current. At least as I can imagine. I might even be randomly in the middle of the week. So if I message you with, hey, this thing's blowing up, we need this calculation of that, I'll quote post it.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is, if you're like famous enough, rich enough, whatever, right? Like whatever characteristic you have that some people like, people will literally forgive anything to be with you.
Yep.
Also, like I remember this like famous celebrity who cheated on his wife, right? And then they went and told his wife, and she's literally like, I don't care.
I mean, aren't like all the romantic movies are basically like half of it is like cheating?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
pretty much.
The Notebook, right? Not the Notebook.
The
Yeah,
Titanic.
exactly. It's,
The Titanic.
yeah, that too, right? Titanic. The girl is supposed to get married and runs away with the
deathbed. On her deathbed, she's told.
Yeah. Fuck my kid. Yeah. My kids, my grandkids who can benefit from this. No, my husband that I married and loved and had kids with. No, this guy I met 80 years ago or whatever.
This hobo I fucked on a ship.
Yep. Who also, by the way, died because she was a selfish bitch. Because he could have survived on that door. It was physically possible.
There was space on that door. And then another
I recently
thing is throw out that rare blue diamond during, I don't know if it's a true story or not, but basically when they were shooting the movie.
Also, like the 365-day sequel as well.
Oh god, yeah.
Is that the mafia guy?
Yes.
Yes.
My personal
I
favorite.
watched the first one.
Oh yeah,
I watched
she
the first
cheated
one
in the second one.
because like for like 5 months straight, I kept seeing women constantly talk about it. So I'm like, okay, let me go watch what this is about. And I'm like, damn, this movie is really shit, but at least it's watchable, right? And then I went to try to watch the second one. I had to give up. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
I don't remember exactly, but
Basically, to give you a summary, in the first movie, this guy kidnaps her, right? I think she has a boyfriend or husband or something, or like is about to get married or something. And then this mafia guy kidnaps her. And then she ends up falling in love with him. And then she ends up getting kidnapped. And then he ends up saving her. And then in the second movie, like he's very paranoid because she literally got kidnapped, right? So he's being very protective over her, having security and whatever. And she's like, you can't control me. You need to let me be free. And then she starts fantasizing about fucking another guy.
the bodyguard, I guess, with
Yeah,
blue eyes.
no, not a bodyguard. Like a fucking. I think he's the guy that cuts the grass or some shit. Mows the lawn. I don't know, one of his workers who actually works for his enemy. So she wants to fuck this guy's enemy, her husband's enemy. Wild.
She was in for the adrenaline. Who wasn't
By the
or
way,
anything.
you guys heard of this? It's not a theory. It's just a funny connection, a funny idea. It's like where you can take Leonardo DiCaprio's movie and draw a storyline between them. So you got Titanic, and then he actually survived that. Somehow gets picked up by some fisherman, old man with wealth or known wealth and stature, and then you got a Great Gatsby movie out of that. After that, like Cole, he doesn't die. He just goes out west to become the aviator and so forth. And anyways, you guys ever heard about that? That's new to me.
How long before Gronk Imagine just completely destroys Hollywood?
Oh yeah, that's but not destroyed. We're just gonna have a lot more interesting movies. A lot, I think.
We gotta see them. We gotta see them get as good as VO first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Genie. Have you guys seen Genie? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that is insane. That's insanely good.
Insane shit I've ever seen. That's impressive.
Especially the one where they what's called that? It was like playing a game and then it comes out and it's like the rest of the world is still there. Like it's like it created the game inside the world as well. It's like it's crazy.
They took like I think they were like they took like a video of these people playing a game, right? But the game was like the Genie world, and then they took that fucking photo of the people playing in Genie, and then they turned that into another Genie, where you can fucking walk around.
That was wild.
Yeah.
By the way, how long until people are going to discover, the title for that movie? Like, since we all know what gooning is now, right? How long is it gonna take until...
Which movie?
Well, if you would wait, I could finish, yes. So, how long is it gonna take until people associate gooning with the movie The Goonies? Is that too soon?
It depends on whether or not memetics leverage the movie Goon as an interface.
No, like just goon is like really in there and everybody just like focuses on it. But I don't think that the current generation is cultured enough to understand what Goonies is, so.
Guys, I'm off. Hey, dude, thanks for having me.
Okay, see you, man. Yeah, this is such funny timing, actually. I will say though, if ever, I'm gonna say this here, if ever there's a new drama thing that starts, in spaces or whatever, and I get back into the news, or I get like to a Fortnite YouTuber, I'm gonna drop the Goonies title, and I drop that exact question just to see what happens. I want to see what happens when thermonuclear memetics takes off, and I just turn the left into its own weapon of my own design. Just because I can. There would be no reason for this whatsoever. There'd be zero gain at all. It would just be fun. That would literally be it. There would be no reasoning for that whatsoever. It's just an additional thing.
We call that for the lulz.
For the lulz, you know?
Yes, indeed.
FTL.
What is funny about FTL?
Faster than light.
Yeah, I know, but like, what's I don't understand.
The history of it, it's a whole thing. I can't explain here. It's so much memory attention.
Why are you talking about the game?
What game?
The game or that light game?
No. Talking about how For the Lulz became appropriated from Faster Than Light.
Oh.
The original transition of it.
I see. Because For the Lulz FTL. Right. So if I'd be like saying, oh hey, I just did a FTL, you know?
Yep. It was originally a Star Trek like nerdery thing, if I recall correctly. It was from the Star Trek message board, where they would sign off things with FTL. But I could be misremembering that. It could have been Battlestar Galactica as well. Or some sci-fi board. But, yeah. They signed off with FTL before the laws became a thing. And it was because specifically another sci-fi community just beefed with them. So they decided to reappropriate the term FTL, so it meant For the Lulz, just to fuck with that specific nerd group. And I remember because it came up across on 4chan, and I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Why not? I'm doing for some chicanery, and thus, For the Lulz became a thing. I could just expand it from 4chan. All because somebody was very pissed off at some nerd on some forum some time ago.
And do you want to check the ether?
What? I don't understand what.
I'm in the chat.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I care about it.
He's talking about the thing. It's not responding to you.
What happened to the space genre? Like, it feels like when I was growing up, Star Trek and Star Wars, things like that were nice.
It's because we got liberals. That's why. start speaking about witchcraft conspiracy theories again, I'm just gonna bring up that movie. And we're gonna see what happens after that.
Well, yeah. Because maybe all these people were so traumatized by that film that they rematerialized it into the reptilian theory. I can see that. All comes back to the Super Mario Brothers movie. With the September 11th attacks, it caused a traumatic scar on people. We started seeing reptile people everywhere.
Oh yeah, don't forget that movie where that guy puts on glasses and sees aliens everywhere.
They live.
Classic. That helps.
The true story back in Germany where they had red light, this kind of like red light vision. Last
Actually, I thought it was Vietnam.
no, it was Vietnam. Okay. And they started seeing like shadow figure and this.
So they just started seeing demons, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like people take way too much time explaining these very basic things. It's like they saw demons, and it's like whatever you want to make it, because the longer you explain what's being seen, the scarier it makes it, and it's like that's how we give power to the entities. It's just like even if they're real, which they're not, it's like okay, can I kill you now?
There should never be afraid of them.
There's this anime where it's about humans invading hell, and the whole point of the show was to somehow represent the demons as being misunderstood. Like, what? What is wrong with you, misaligned fucking artists? Hell invasion. Why the fuck should I feel sorry for hell? Explain.
Well, that happens in Doom Eternal. There was these fucking things about the demons and how you shouldn't use terms that may be offensive to that demon. You should be using something morally challenged.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I feel like those big, sharp teeth will be challenging my structural integrity if you allow it to bite me. But yeah, I don't see much moral struggle here.
Real.
Kind of chose to go in one direction very, very hard.
People mentioned in the comments that Druid was a great space movie.
I've never watched it.
I haven't watched it either, but I should.
Yeah.
I recommend watching stuff.
I watched part of it on a plane.
Sorry.
I watched it as a kid, but I just totally forget most of it.
No.
Please remain calm. You may notice a slight change in environment. Fear not. It's all part of the plan. Let's help keep our friends transitioning this world number one.
Maybe let's help our new friends make the transition in the new world a comfortable one. They're talking about fucking demons. Right? Remember, demon can be an offensive term.
Mortally challenged.
Refer to them as mortally challenged.
And you can't call robots blanket anymore either.
Fucking clackers.
I call anything whatever I want to call it.
I'll be calling
Like the boss of
motor mouth.
Motor mouth? Really? We should gaslight it told that CPUs from Intel is destroying itself.
If the CPUs from Intel won't barely work.
Yeah, that's the point. It's not just nitrogen, it's nitrous oxide. It's a little bit different. Yes, you can. Nitrous oxide is what turns you into Kanye West if you take it enough.
Get this land again.
Yeah. Yes. That's why
I don't recall this gas making people loopy. I was just saying that as a joke.
True, but still though. I mean, the whole song that he made, the whole Hitler song, like he did start it with "Where's my nitrous?" So.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Where the fuck's my nitrous? He could have just been wanting to drive real fast.
I wonder if it's legal. There's been a lot of time in Japan and China. I wonder if it's legal there.
Wait, what? What's legal where?
In Japan and China, he's been a lot of time.
I think they probably don't give a fuck. Right? Like you're a
Yeah.
big artist, right? They probably don't care. Plus if you arrest them,
Her and Adidas over there.
plus if you arrest them, like it's gonna be a whole international event that they won't want to quit it. To China not as much, but Japan also doesn't really like arresting Americans. Right? Like they will like kind of drag their feet when it comes to Americans.
They're super strict on drugs there.
I know they are, but like they're a lot more lax when it comes to Americans, generally, than they are on like other countries.
In South Korea and China, they're pretty much like worshiping him right now. He's filling up.
Yeah, South Korea or China, he's having like entire stadiums singing the song. And like in those countries, he's actually playing the A-Chain song, but it's like Hallelujah. He's replaced like the words A-Chain with Hallelujah.
Interesting. You know, the last time he had
It's going to China and South Korea, and he's literally playing the song, so you hear the it's like Hallelujah.
the last time we had a concert in the US was like 2012 or 2013.
I guess maybe we don't understand what he's saying on Twitter. That is the funniest line. I just keep like,
The Chinese government, for some reason, seems to love Kanye as well, right?
I think they offered them a deal regarding Adidas. They were ready to like mess with them for him and help him instead of.
Yeah, apparently his mom was like very well respected in China or something.
True.
Right.
Yeah, he lived in China.
Yeah, he lived in China, and his mom was very well respected in China.
Yeah.
So the Chinese government seems to love Kanye West. Right.
Yeah.
So
maybe they just don't like Jews. Bro, what the fuck, man?
And it's so interesting to see people in all of it.
I'm just saying, he's the number one trending artist, and it'll be straight.
I know, guys. I kind of doubt that how much Kissinger seemed to like China.
Real.
So Elon Musk is now platforming Jew hate in his X
So
page.
funny seeing people in China, South Korea just singing all the freaking lyrics. Like from start to finish, all the songs.
You know, in the nightclubs over there, I've seen a bunch of them. They're doing the uncensored version.
Hallelujah.
No, they not be singing Hallelujah in those nightclubs, man. They be singing something else. Yeah, I know what I'm saying, but in the fucking nightclubs, they be saying something else. Yeah, basically.
Wouldn't have a problem in Japan though with that song.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? I mean, if I was that country, I'd make sure that doesn't spread as much anyway. You can't deny it's not happening.
They were part of the Axis of evil during World War II.
Bruh. Man, I just love how like Chad and like JP, they come up with like these funny things. It's like, hey, let me just think this and just say it and then just bruh, you know?
I mean, it's all technically wrong. Like,
I know.
like they literally have the rape of Nanking
flattering you, you beautiful woman, you.
To the consternation of many, yes.
Has anyone told you how beautiful you are today? I can smell your beauty through my phone. Oh, a rose
It's
you
an
are.
audio app, Don, so please don't do that.
Beautiful.
You're smelling yourself, sir, and that's a concern.
Well, I did just get out of a hot shower.
That says you're giving off Joe Biden vibes. That's not good.
So, yeah, X is definitely the best. I know Mojo likes to say that Elon and Adrian and his mom were all in the space at the same time, but you know what? You can have more than one phone. One could be on Elon, one could be on Adrian, his mom could be on her phone. And right now, Elon Musk is sitting there talking to his crew of cronies on X Spaces under Adrian Dittman. Now, moderators, you may not believe what I'm saying, but I am 100% confident that if you would just listen to 60 seconds of Adrian Dittman's space, you'd be like, yeah, you know what? That is Elon Musk. Okay, we're going back to Elon. Here we go.
Right, so they're not. So when you're talking about like big, like we mean
Let me
like
just wait until Elon starts speaking, because this is out of his
like in Japan.
Let them talk. It's literally like listening to a Conhouse room where they talk about nothing, and that's the show. You know, and Elon sits there and gets angry and talks about wokeism and liberals, and this is his post. You know, I think OpenAI will likely start pivoting harder towards the scaling of biometrics, i.e. WorldCoin, as a means to capitalize on the uncertainty of identity in the age of AI. I mean, it's 100% Elon.
Christ. That was the whole ideology on it. Freaking.
Well, the unification. Sun Myung Moon and his
Sorry, we're going to go on for a while talking about that. I'll let you know when Elon's chit-chat.
Yes, and from what I've heard, she's been squeezing money out of Japan via, like, political.
Remember when the former prime minister got killed?
But in terms of fan base and chatter, isn't it interesting how racists started those apps and all they do is come on here? Maybe not Nelson so much, but Isaac Hayes is 100% racist. I've heard him say the most derogatory racist things about the white man, white supremacy, white structural racism, etc. Non-stop bullshit about the white man. Meanwhile, he's trying to raise funds for his next investment round to enhance the amazing capabilities of his app. And it turns out nobody listens to him or goes to his app. I mean, his rooms are always in conjunction with Clubhouse, the primary social audio app where they were birthed, and no one really cares about what people are talking about on their platforms. You know, I like the book club in the library. I want to be in the university listening to something brilliant as opposed, you know, to listening about how when I look in the mirror I see what looks like white or a big ugly bald head, that like I am the source of all of these people's problems, and that it's, you know, people who look like me that have created this structurally racist, violent, degrading, destructive system for, you know, their people, our people. So I don't know. Tell me, you know, if you think I'm off.
Let me tell you this. Isaac Hayes III was very welcoming to me on the fan base. And when at least a racist guy, he thinks that he's invented social audio named Durand. Have you ever been around that guy? He's critical of Nelson. He hates Clubhouse, but he talks as if he's like the brains behind all social audio. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. If I heard the voice, I'd know for sure.
Yeah, he talks like you know, when prison guys get into Islam
talking about like a flat Earth room.
Yeah, but that's the way Duran sounds. He's so condescending, but he absolutely fucking hates white people. And there was a room where he was criticizing Kelly and I's presence on Fanbase, and Isaac Hayes had to tell him, like, no, you're wrong. These are the people that we need on this app. And so Isaac Hayes was very welcoming.
Yeah, I think that like it's the way that they're introduced to new speakers on their app, but truth be told, they should be totally agnostic to whoever uses their app. They should give two shits as long as somebody's using their piece of shit app and possibly creating an audience or a marketplace of conversation. So, to delete any account that says John Kitover because they've recorded their clubhouse rooms and embarrassed them with their racist hate speech, to me it just reeks of hypocrisy.
Wait, are you saying you recorded fan-based rooms? You didn't record Isaac saying anything racist, right?
Oh yeah, I've recorded Isaac saying incredibly racist things on Clown House, not on Fanbase, but on Clown House.
I've never heard him say anything overtly racist, but I think the way that he moves with, his preference of he only wants to hire black people, but he'll frame it in a way of like, I support black creators and black entrepreneurs, and like, I don't necessarily think that that's racist, but I will say that if somebody came on this app and said, hey, I'm creating an app and I'm looking to hire white people because I want to empower white entrepreneurs and white people in tech, and people would say it would sound a particular way. So he's definitely a racial essentialist. Whether that makes him a racist, that's up to your opinion.
Look at the video. I'm putting it in the chat. I don't know what this video is even about anymore, but it's titled Black Lives Matter Fanbase Isaac Hayes. And as I go through the YouTube shorts, I can find others, I'm sure. Here's another one. This is his crowdfunding room. I mean, I think it's politics, I just really dislike, there's a double standard that you can hear profound hate speech out of the lips of a black supremacist claiming white supremacy. See, that's the problem with projection is people cannot admit that when you lob insults, you are actually describing your own sentiment, or that is your projection to like a very high degree. So the sage never criticizes, never gossips, never slanders.
There's so many extensions you can add into Blender as well.
Yeah.
It's your possibility.
His family tree, right?
No.
So, Isaac, go look up Isaac Hayes. Very interesting career, but towards the end of his career, he was known as the voice of Chef on South Park, and he would participate, playing the lone black voice on South Park. He would make fun of any religion, any race, anything, and then they did an episode about Scientology, and Isaac Hayes is a Scientologist, and so he got so offended with probably pressured by the Scientology community, and he had to quit South Park. So if you're familiar with South Park and you're familiar with Chef, that is Isaac Hayes, and Isaac Hayes III is the offspring.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I thought for a second he was the voice.
He also had like a huge influence like in music and like you should look up Isaac Hayes. It's a very interesting career.
No, I mean, I know he's very intelligent and he's a gifted speaker, but when I hear the racial stuff about, that doesn't support white people, it's like he has no Americanism in him. It's just all racial identity politicking, and to me it's obnoxious and low IQ, but who am I?
I don't know if I answered the try to figure out how I feel about it, and then when they get obsessive about it, and then all of a sudden every conversation is put through the lens of race, it's like I don't think 100% of racial essentialists are racist, but 100% of racists are racial essentialists, if that makes sense.
You know what cracks me up, the new sexy specimen, is I love when stats of like crime, you know, abuse, all this shit is literally broken down by race, by like literally by nature. It's just broken down by race. That should make me laugh. Because who the fuck cares what race is doing what most when it's the act of what's happening that's going down. It's wrong. So I think it's just so funny how whenever we get to that, we bring up which race did it the most. That should be
You don't find it annoying when the news won't identify a black male? It just says a male committed this crime. I mean, the world doesn't want to know.
Yeah, it's just the obsession of it.
I just read some crime statistics though about African Americans, and it wasn't pretty. X is full of this type of data analytics that is not flattering, and it is statistically significant, and the averages do indicate that there's a black on black crime epidemic, and it's part the community or the lifestyle.
Yeah, so crime is based on proximity, man. So if you got a neighborhood in Arkansas that's mostly white trash, they're gonna kill each other. If you got cities where it's a lot of proximity when it comes to these crimes, these shootouts, these robberies, and all this stuff. So, it does make sense for the color on color crime, but it still doesn't make sense. It's just possible.
Yeah, but it's not all proximity.
Well, hold on. It's also not really to race. So you can take like a neighborhood in Stockton, California. It's called Okieville. It's nothing but white people, right? Super high crime, very poor part of town. So uneducated, on drugs, poor, and there's an incredible amount of violence, and it's white on white. And so the characteristics that they create the violence is being poor, being uneducated, and those two things, by the way, don't lead to violence. But if you have the drugs component and you have those three things going on, it really doesn't matter what the background of the people are. That's going to spell doom for any community.
Can I push back on that? Like, can I argue with that real quick with the
center originally, and then I don't know what happened. I didn't follow the drama, but something happened, and then all of a sudden you started appearing in like conservative clubhouse, quote unquote, and then it was like they embraced you for a minute, and then all of a sudden they do what they do. They get bored. They throw people out, and like now you've gotten to this thing where you just kind of hop around, join conversations and whatnot. But your journey, I think, has been one of the more interesting ones of them.
I'm gonna be honest. I am so uneducated with politics and the left and the right. So when I was like hopping around trying to figure my shit out, I was like, both these sides, like they both just suck. Like they both are just. I just, you know, it was the click bolt type thing that I can't vibe with. So I just bounced around. I don't try to identify with the political ideology. Shit about it. All I know is I got bills to pay, got taxes to pay, and I got food to eat. So it's just, you know, I feel like people are so obsessed with their political ideology that they literally base their entire lives off of it. And I don't know, man. So I was running my own shit. And I was ranting about how everyone's stupid. I feel like people will agree to that, which I like.
I even remember the house. It's called In the Pocket.
Yeah, I think it was Stay in Pocket, or was it In Pocket? I forgot.
I'm pretty sure the club was In the Pocket. You're in the pocket. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I remember when I was on the dark side, and I was used as like the racial token. It was fucking awesome. Like I was used as like that white girl that would be on stage, piss everybody off. It was good. It was fun.
I remember having a 2-hour debate with you in a hotel room in St. Louis. And finally, at the very end, I got you to admit, fine, yes, it's all political.
Yeah, dude. That's probably a lie. Not in real life. You was in a hotel room.
Yeah, not in real life. I was at work in a hotel having a debate with Roberts. And I think it was like over your gender study degree or something to do with trans. I can't remember what it was. But don't you have like some kind of doctorate or some master's in, you know?
No, I'm a CMA and an LVN, but I'm not an RN. I stopped doing nursing when COVID happened, went into sales because that shit'll never die. But yeah, I'm an LVN.
Got it.
It was just some fucking like.
Okay, wait. I got Elon Musk on the fishing hook. You want to hear him? Listen to this.
Okay, so
We kind of journey in some kind of geopolitics at this point.
No, we don't.
Just the scam part. I mean, have you checked the numbers of all the scams? It's I think.
Honestly, I have a very unpopular opinion. If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
We're talking about.
See, brutal. Listen.
That was a bar. That was a bar.
crazy. People think Monica came up with her name with a K, but she didn't. Me and someone held the room and put Monica in the title. That room was huge. And so she put it as her name and stuck with it. People think she came up with it. No.
Her name now, Scarlet No K. Fucking hilarious. John, do you think it's amazing that you managed to hang out in these spaces and do nothing to violate the rules and hang out? But Rich, the guy that advocated for you to come into this space, he found a way to get himself kicked out of the ring by not abiding by the rules. If you talk to him about you should point out the irony of this. Whatever happened to Jazzy, man? Is she still part of the Ali cult? I always thought that was kind of a weird one. Ali Alexander? Oh my god, what is moving? Yeah, he killed Jazzy and Ash. It's very. He basically took two of the most naive people from the app and put them on his team. And if you've looked at like the stuff that he's gotten himself in trouble with, he's basically a groomer. Like he's a homosexual that has a proclivity towards underage people. It's very interesting. But that was the head of a conservative clubhouse for several months. Adams killed off Jazzy. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like when Dark Adams appears when he shows up and he wants his pound of flesh. It's pretty fun. Yeah, I was just saying in the chat, I don't know who this Jazzy person is, but man, I hate that I missed it. Adams and Jazzy wrong. Adams is a beast. Yeah, when Adams gets on a roll, it's really hard to stop that onslaught. It's all offense. It's pretty good. Yeah, especially because he's sharp, he's witty, he's very quick with his comebacks. I think the only person that got excited was Ava, because she thinks I fucked that guy named Tom or something. She thinks we like that up a lot. So she's. Do you guys remember when Sarah Fox and Donat got together and then he did a room talking about how she gave him an STD?
Wait, doesn't that violate one of the rules of your house? Or, yeah, it does violate it in the Muff rule. Sorry, Mojo, you're going to have to put yourself in the audience. told me that Marshall Rankin got uninvited to, I guess, some Republican event because he got so plastered he crashed while riding an electric scooter at the event and broke the leg.
I heard that too.
I mean, I think that's fun.
It is package.
Not taking, joy in his misery, but just like, thinking that Marshall's a character, even though I think he can be, kind of obnoxious or not accurate. I think he's a fun, quirky, personality to know.
I crashed a golf cart into someone's Jaguar from 2015.
Crashed a golf cart?
Why does Matt think everybody's coming back again? I don't think everybody's coming back.
What do you mean it's coming? Everyone's still here.
Well, no, there's a lot of people that are gone. I don't think the people that have been gone are coming back. Because they'll peek in and then they'll peek in and
Who's gone?
a lot. When's the last time you seen Alex?
Oh my god! Roger used to eat Rocco and Cheerios in the morning before Papa.
Make more money. And I don't really feel bad for you.
I agree.
I guess so.
80% of all of the downloads of this app are this app is going to get completely swallowed by influencer. In fact, an Indian company may end up buying it.
You think those are the ones that they're putting white people PTRs, they're putting like, hit me up, you want to make $500 or make money, they're probably not even white.
Not the white people are above us.
Right.
People on this app, it happens more than people fucking believe. I will always just give them links to content that they can read to help improve their situation financially. I just give them resources so they can help themselves.
I just tell them, fuck off.
Some people on here are really nice though. I know people that they will give money to people. It's not that I haven't done it, it's that I've learned my lesson to not do it.
I feel like people who give money feel guilty about their life. It's trying to do that.
Well, I will say this. There is a small handful of people that I've gotten to know better than just like shoot the shit in the room. And, if they were in a pinch, those aren't the people typically who would ask. It's usually people that don't even fucking know. They'll start with something like, I've been coming to your room for years. You're so funny. I've got hard times, and I'm just like, it's like I should start PTRing some actions. That might be.
Sorry, you know what would be a fun game? If people in the room back channel you, and you could read it out loud, and you have to guess back channel you or discuss the topic. That'd be fun.
That could be fun. I got a question for Matt. Cool. Where's the other angry
wanted to like relay the message that he's getting heat, you know, earlobes.
Let me guess, he called me a thing.
I think so. And then he went on about how this is such a waste of effing time. F all you words. And then his big one is this is the most one of the most vulgar things. Anyways, he has a knack for saying the most vile, vulgar things you can say in a language combination.
Yeah, the comment he made to Anne was that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
Who is this person? What?
Well, no, it wasn't Lou. Lou is his best friend. Knows that all this stuff happened, right? But this specifically chooses to as best friend. But Randy McNairs is the one that told Anne Hero that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
He's a Jordanian. He lives in Quebec, I think. Rabbi Randy McNairs.
First name is that he's a rabbi?
He's one of those typical anti-Semites that used to hang out in those rooms together. And they would, do all their anti-Semitic shit.
He says, I never heard this term until today, but pedophobia. Pedophobia. You know, if you ever want to put Lou in like a state of hypnosis, just ask him about AI, and he will immediately go into an AI psychotic tailspin.
Yeah, I had this conversation with him once, and he was like, I don't know how much you know about it, and then he just kept repeating the word alignment 1,000 times. You gotta understand alignment. Do you know anything about alignment? When it comes to AI, you gotta know about alignment. I'm just like, fuck, like, I hate stupid people take complex things and like, even the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, this AI can go really well or it can go really off the rails. Like the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, it's high risk, high reward. And then you got Lou to be an expert on AI. We're so lucky to have Lou.
I tried to convince him to be my AI campaign strategist, and then eventually, after like text messages and like an hour-long conversations, like you're just gonna waste my time. I'm like, the whole point is you're on this app all day already wasting your time. So why not waste your time working on my campaign while you're on the app? And you only have to work on the campaign when you're using the app because that's when you're wasting your time. And I could not convince him to do anything.
I think his fear around AI is based on the fact that he's got low knowledge, low skill, low ability, and he's reading about how AI and robotics will take jobs, and he's looking at that and he's like, well, shit,
because I'm the one that goes out and helps schedule, senior doctor's appointments. I help them sign up for doctors, right? So our company now invested into getting a website for like self-scheduling, right? So now you can get kind of go off online, put in their information, try to self-schedule, right? It's kind of working, but their market is senior. Senior don't like going online, doing all that stuff. So to me, that's where I feel like AI is going to make things a little more complicated. Obviously, the test running, like you said, it could be nothing, or it could be something that's detrimental. But I feel like AI is sometimes just lose sight of the control that we have and what we do. So I feel like it's just it's a little scary. What, like 4 a.m., 5?
I think it could be fun. The
That's
stuff,
the time I love watching.
the stuff that people used to get up and do these rooms, but they wouldn't say anything. There was no real insights, right? They would wait for something to happen and then they react. I'm talking about before the market opens, to be able to make some predictions and then let people watch in real time if you were right about what you said was going to happen. I think that could be interesting, and people might learn something about the market. I just have to make sure we're careful about not giving stock tips per se.
You can put it in disclaimer.
Yeah,
Like we are not professionals.
yeah, we're just speculating, we're just talking shit. But
I am for stocks during the week. During the week, I'm actually focused. During the week, I'm put about almost 3:34 on my coffee and my cigarette, watching stocks. So.
I've got one particular one in mind that on Tuesday is going to do, and I'm going to buy a bunch, and then I've already got options out on it, but it's I think it's going to blow up, but it's going to first experience a big deal.
I always wanted to ask you this: how'd you do when UHC CEO died? How'd you do?
I don't care.
Oh no, that was no. So the stock plummeted. UHC stock plummeted after he died. People started selling. So that during tragic things in life change the stock every day. Airplane crashes. You know what I mean? There was a oil plant that blew up a few weeks ago. Their stock plummeted, so people started buying. The UHC, and I think I made about a good 8, 9 off of buying the stock via voucher. They were cheap as fuck. So it's really important with stock to know the world things that are going on as well. All the tragedy and shit. People will start selling when the tragedy strikes. That's what I've noticed.
Roger, didn't I tell you to buy Win in April?
You did.
I knew it. It's almost doubled what it was on April 5th when everything tanked. Same with LVS.
Did you ever see?
I'll give you. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you ever see the video of Steve Wynn putting his elbow through like $30 million paintings?
It wasn't exact. It was Larab, and he was giving a tour with a very famous lawyer that was visiting. And so I will tell you that they repaired the Picasso, and they ended up selling it for greater than he purchased the painting for. No harm, no foul on it.
What about how
CCOI, in the last 5 days, it's lost a third of its value.
Yeah. You know, I was in the room, was it a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about stocks, and I got it wrong. I'm such an idiot. I kept saying Wingstop, but I meant GameStop. So I was talking about that. Remember that whole crazy thing with GameStop?
Oh, yes, when they tried to play the market, that's
Exactly.
legendary.
I kept saying Wingstop like an idiot, which is like really, successful restaurant chain. But GameStop is the one this is so crazy. People were, like the stock went nuts then. They were holding.
That's because these Reddit folks, like, realized, like, there's some smart people with software that look and they try to figure out things that are exploitable. And it was about the amount of available stock and the people that were shorting it. And so if you have people shorting it and you have a bunch, you can just hold. And what they realized is they can just hold. And the people that are shorting it have no choice but to buy more. And so it was a very interesting game to play. There's not a lot of stocks that have the ability to do what that did. AMC and GameStop were very unique in that. But you should follow those groups to just find things that are, like, gonna blow up. Like I was telling people earlier, there's this company called Bitfarm. It's BITF. Their earnings call is going to be on Tuesday. They're gonna likely have a bad earnings call, which is going to tank it. But there's a rumor in the market of something that I think is highly likely to happen, which if they announce that within a week or two after that loss, that's going to be huge. So BITF, don't go buy it, but just go take a look and track that for the next 30 days and come back and say, hey, you were wrong about Bitfarm.
The worst thing about Bitfarm and Cogent is I've never heard of these names, prior to this conversation. Looking at Cogent, it's like it says negative 50 million.
So here's the deal with Cogent, right? Cogent had a CEO that before the dot-com bubble borrows he gets an investment of like $500 million, like right on the eve of the dot-com bust. When that happened, he was able to spend all he was going to do is start a DC-based ISP, a regional ISP, and then when the internet collapsed and you had the dot-com bust, all of a sudden all of the major ISPs had these distressed assets that were worth nothing. So he went and bought that shit for pennies on the dollar, betting that the internet would bounce back, and so they became a tier 1 ISP almost overnight. And if you don't know what a tier 1 ISP is, it's like they don't buy bandwidth from anybody. They are the source. Like when you think about drinking water, like where's the reservoir that the water comes from? The tier 1s are the source of where bandwidth comes from. And so Cogent's one of 5 global companies that have such a luxury.
You're right, it's down to 13%.
That's just in one day. Go look at year to date. Go look at the last 5 days. It's crazy. And then go look what the analysts are still saying about where they think it'll be in 12 months.
Do they have to borrow to pay out their dividend yield though? Because it shows their net income's like negative 50 million. But it shows the revenue's like 200 million a quarter.
I don't know where they all get the money. I know that their CEO is also has other businesses, and from time to time he will sell his stock to be able to cover things. But they just announced an aggressive $100 million stock buyback that they want to do over the next 12 months, which is why the stock buyback is giving confidence to the analysts that it's going to recover. Why would they want to buy back the stock if they don't believe it's going to go up?
Well, they can't figure out a better way to deploy that capital. But the craziest thing about dividends is it's like you think it comes out of like their bank account. No, it just comes right off the price of the share in your brokerage account. It gets put into your account as cash or swept back into a buyback. So it's like dividend yields are like they're paid out in the price of the stock. It's kind of a dividend only portfolio, in my opinion, is the best way to go because it's more real.
Yeah. Correct. Especially if it's
He's not going to grow. Well, yeah, I don't disagree. And, you know, some of us live off our portfolios, but I think if you really want the growth stocks, they may not necessarily have those yet.
Well, I think you want to have a blend. I think there's some real estate investment trusts that I like. DWO is a good one. Pays out about 16% dividend. So when you're getting 4% a quarter, that's pretty amazing. In fact, that's probably going to outpace most growth stocks anyways, unless you just happen to get on a rocket ship. What I would also advise people to do is if you're investing in the S&P 500, continue to look at the percentage of the S&P that you have, and when you start seeing if you would have tracked Nvidia over time, you could have saw even before they became like a household name, you could see the movement that they were making in the market. And so players that got in super early they have fuck you money now. But you can look at these things like just monitoring the S&P and see who the movers and shakers are. I think one of the biggest lies that you hear in investing is buy low, sell high. The reality is you want to buy high and sell higher, because if you make a habit of buying low, you're probably buying a lot of losers.
Yeah, like last year, I literally built a portfolio at Fidelity of one stock of like 450 different companies. And over the course of a year, the number of stocks that went to zero was mind-boggling. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, the number of doubles, triples, and 10x's, it really does follow that normal distribution curve.
You do your own, or do you use someone?
I just do it myself, and it's amazing that you can buy and sell stocks now for $0. Like when I was young and was trading in high school, you're paying $30 a transaction, Brown Company, and then TD Ameritrade, or Data Tech, or Daytech, or whatever it's called. You actually had to pay for your transactions. Now it's like, holy shit, it's all free because they sell your data. And Citadel Investment, they will front load your trades, so they make that type of data and trading data is like you can't really win unless you're really just willing to buy and hold and try to build a portfolio that over a great period of time. And in my opinion, to day trade, it becomes like a dopamine addiction, just like clown hustling. It becomes a job, and it's difficult.
I think day trading is very dangerous, and unless you have access to really good information and
don't trust myself with it. Like I think I would kind of do as you're saying. I'd probably do well on some of the swings, but I'd also could have catastrophes.
Yeah, I'm broke. I'm trying to figure out how to get money like you.
Work, study. Really, I'm going to give you the answer, sweetie. Study really hard. Like work your ass off in school, and then get a career. But study really hard first, and that'll do it.
first two trades I made, I hit home runs. My cousin advised me to buy a company called InfoSpace. The other one was Real Networks. You probably heard of the Real Player for Real Networks. Both of these companies were ex-Microsoft guys, and my cousin worked at Microsoft. So like, hey, you should follow these guys. These things are about to go public. As soon as they went public, I bought them. You can go look at the stock history. Like, it was a pretty amazing ride. But I didn't know anything about how, like, the stock market worked. I was just thinking, like, oh shit, I'll just keep these and I'll just continue. They'll go up and I'll just make a ton of money. And then when the bubble burst, those two companies got hit super duper hard. I still made money, but if you look at on paper where it was at one point, it's kind of nauseating to think about because I was very young, and those were my first two trades, and they were still to this day the biggest increase that I've ever seen percentage-wise on anything that I've ever bought. And I just held them too long, and the market ended up doing what the market does, and I ended up losing. But that's what also tuned me into, like, I should probably learn about this stuff. So losing, when those two stocks lost their value, that was kind of what got me excited about learning about it.
I think the best tip is to not be too greedy. Like, if something's going up, to sell little bits of it, and if it's going down, to buy little bits of it. And I've been very successful just being disciplined about that.
That's really disciplined.
It's hard. It's really hard. In fact, you were talking about the best tip. The best tip I ever had in my life was when I got to Clubhouse. the first couple of weeks in Clubhouse, like, I met a guy, and we were talking about, I don't know what we were talking about, and we discovered that we both had the same stock. I had a little bit of it, and he had a lot of it. It was NVIDIA, and I had a little bit that I had for more than 10 years. And it's gone up, but it was still, I didn't have that much. And with his confidence in this stock, he said he put his whole savings into it. Convinced me to, like, quadruple down, like, just to go big on it, because he put his whole life into it. And of course, it's been
How early was that? Because I have a hard time believing that people saw the vision of NVIDIA when they were doing video cards.
Yeah, no, I bought it 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, and it was from video cards, and that's why I had it. I was in that industry. I didn't know anything about where they were going. It was just this guy who was into video games and other stuff, and yeah, he had sold a company and put like half of his sales and of what he made in that sale in NVIDIA. So, yeah, sometimes people are good. And if you want a tip, I would say, like, I'm betting on energy. I think if you're going to have AI stocks, you need energy stocks. So I have a small portfolio of Glow, LEU, SMR. I have like a couple of stocks, and they're just betting on that sector. That energy is going to be huge over the next 10 years.
What about, I heard someone talking about this, just thought it was interesting. All of this has to be housed in places where the energy has to be cleaned.
Yes, you need water.
So they were talking about someone who's in the business of installation. They do just building installation. That, something to the effect of that would the air conditioning systems and the installation systems to keep these facilities cold. And
Do you watch Shark Tank? You know who Mr. Wonderful is?
I know who he is. I don't watch the show, but I know who he is, yeah.
So that dude's got this team of people that are trying to build the largest data center in the world, like by magnitude, in Canada. And I have no idea if that's going to be a publicly traded entity or what. But the whole reason of why they're selecting it is like energy costs are low and it's super cool anyways. And so they've got all the conditions met, and apparently this is going to be like the largest data center. It'll dwarf the things that like Netflix and Apple and these guys have. But I'm interested in seeing if that's going to be a publicly traded entity.
Interesting.
But you have, I mean, if we're going in that direction, you have to house it, you have to keep
KLO, quote, and LEU, which is centrist, and SMR is the new scale. And SMR, I think they are on sale right now. By the way, I couldn't work you guys down. That's how I think about it. It's like they're on sale. You guys know they're on sale. Close on sale. Everything's on sale right now. Except NVIDIA and Netflix.
my son's roommate is a TikTok influencer. He was a comedy guy, and I just don't think he's that funny. Really hard. He's not, I don't know. I guess kids like him.
I don't know if I like the idea that maybe because someone's followed so much that they can make it a movie.
guys that lost World War II. So it's a horror movie.
Yes.
First released in the Philippines. That's an interesting strategy. Let's see what the Filipinos have to say. It's almost broke even already. just said to myself, I remember when I did, I sound like a robot. I think I was like sleep talking or something, but yeah, just wanted to apologize for that. Oh, well, I was sleep talking yesterday, and I was so sleepy that I probably was a little delusional. No, I
her daughter. That's yeah, my cousin said that one time when she was describing what her daughter looked like. She said, "This one's very white, like Will's belly."
Have you ever seen that video where this massive whale goes to each whale, and there's no way that anyone could ever hit that? And he went up the eye of the star, and he's so beautiful. And then it's weird. A lot of people say that it's like the sonar and stuff that the military's doing in the ocean. They can't, like, it fucking makes them crazy. And that's a whole subject we talk about after, but there's whales on the beach. They don't know what to do with it, so they fucking they put a bunch of dynamite in it, and it's on film. You can YouTube it. And they blew it up, and there was lumber flying all over the place, landing on the building back there. It's insane. That's they're like just
What they use whales for? What they use whales for? Huh?
It's otherwise it's gonna rot right there on the beach, and it's gonna bring about, you know, rotting of fucking tent whales on the beach. They're about that big too. I didn't check. This thing was huge. Look it up on YouTube. Put explosives in the whale on the beach. Like a lot of people will. You probably see a bunch of different things. That's their answer to it's most practical to do it that way because otherwise what are you gonna do? Then it's a biohazard. You leave it there. But the thing is, I love all life. I hate mosquitoes and flies and black widows. Kill them. And a cockroach. Kill a cockroach.
Yeah, I met a military guy who they got bit by some mosquitoes in one of the countries in the continent of Africa, and it tore out his appendix. An appendix, the little filter part back in appendix. That's something to say. Appendix. I have an accent because when I try to transcribe it comes out wrong. Yeah, they say we don't need that organ.
No, but I mean, when you really dive into it, everything has like lids, right? That would be like ants. Ants are really, I fucking, one time I did some acid.
Red ants are beautiful, but they're mean as shit.
Red ants,
They will bite you. They will bite you.
and I did some acid. We're in a treehouse. I climbed down the ladder, and I was these ants. Like, we got looking out before, and I got my head right next to the thing, and I wasn't worried about being stung or being burned or anything like that. And I put my eyeball right next to the animal, and I was watching the line, and I noticed that some of them would recognize each other. Like some of them were just walking by doing their thing, they heat it a little bit, and they lay eggs in it, and then that traps the water in the incubator for their hospital.
Wow. But the nature ain't no joke. Everything is recycled. Everything.
Yeah, but it's again, look at one. Bring up an image, and you'll trip on the color there. It's just like I haven't read one of them.
Oh, you're one of these guys.
Which one?
The guy that makes bad arguments. You're one of those guys.
Well, I asked you a question. You refused to answer.
I never refuse to answer. I
asked you, why am I a bad guy for not reading the Bible?
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I said that you were a stupid guy for wanting to argue with people about the Bible. Hold on. Can I answer? Yeah, you wanted my answer, right? You were so excited to hear my answer. Yeah. I think you're a stupid guy for wanting to argue about something that you've never read. That I think makes you stupid.
I've heard the scriptures poured out in many books amongst my life. Then, to me, it's just common sense.
So you're making a common sense judgment about a very dense book that millions of people, actually billions of people have read. And by the way, there's disagreement about the understanding of it. But you're the fucking expert, and you want to talk about it when you've never even read it. Do you find that a little weird that you've got such a strong opinion about the Bible, a book you've never read?
I don't have a strong opinion about the Bible. They have a weak opinion about the Bible because there are so many. It's saturated with religious belief amongst human beings spread out across the world. So I have a weak understanding of it because it's watered down. Okay?
What's watered down? You've never read it.
And anything that is not substantiated.
But you've never read it.
It doesn't matter if I've read it or not.
Where does your opinion come from if you've never read it?
My opinion comes from an open mind, which you don't have. You're indoctrinated at a young age, or maybe at an old age. I don't know.
What am I indoctrinated?
It didn't get you in that fucking mess of things.
What am I indoctrinated into? Please explain. What religion do you think that I'm a part of?
What you claim to uphold.
Which one do I claim to uphold?
Christianity.
I'm not a Christian.
Then what are you?
I'm a deist.
Meaning what?
Meaning I believe that there's an existence of God, but I don't believe the truth claims that are made within the Bible. See, I've read it. No, we're not. No, we're not. Because I understand what the truth claims are because I've read it and I don't believe it. I do find that there's value in organizing a society around a common set of beliefs, but I can't even begin to argue with you about something like this, and I couldn't believe that you brought it up, considering you've never read it. So you're nothing like me. You're the guy that comes in where human has it.
Argue against it. Because I'm not indoctrinated like you.
I'm not indoctrinated in it at all. I disagree with the truth claims. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you so separated about my beliefs then?
Because you're an ignoramus that's never read it.
You waited to pull that word out. Ignoramus.
clubhouse room, you're gonna have to learn to not interrupt people. It's rude and it's not productive for a conversation. But before we even decide if we want to bring your dumb ass back up, I want you to just think about a book that you have read, or maybe a subject that you're really familiar with, and then we'll have a discussion about that. Because it kind of makes a fool out of you when you want to have an argument about a book that you haven't read. Anyways, I might have a new poll coming soon. Let's see. Let me, I gotta bring. Serendipity, are you awake? Are you sleepy awake? Wait. She's got this. Oh, Rose there. Rose, will you bring this guy back up? Ro.
Yeah.
Ro, am I crazy to think that it might make sense that if we're gonna have an argument that we're both familiar with the source material of the argument?
Need I remind you Clubhouse?
That's a fair point.
The book I've read, I haven't read a lot of books, but I have a lot of real world experience going.
Listen, I want to say I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty, but I don't think you needed to say that you haven't read a lot of books. I think it's obvious that you haven't read a lot of books.
Okay. Well, one of them was, because I've read Let's Escape from Warsaw. And you can probably imagine what that was about.
I've never read that book, so I wouldn't bother debating it.
Well, it's about someone the Jewish person that escaped from the Nazi concentration camp.
Go on.
Yeah, and when you want me to read
I want to see if we can find a topic that you're well versed in, that I'm well versed in, that we're both interested in talking to each other about, because you wanted to talk about the Bible, and then after asking a couple of quick questions, come to find out you've never read the Bible, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to debate that.
well, what do you know about besides the Bible?
How about economics? You want to talk about capitalism?
Not necessarily. Well, try it out. I can, but I mean.
How about gun rights in the U.S.? Ro loves that topic.
Yeah, we can do that. What's your stance on it?
Well, first of all, I want to just make sure that we both are men of letters here. Have you read the Constitution of the United States, most specifically the Second Amendment?
You could bowing down, or you could actually refer to it as just complying to a reasonable request. That's entirely up to you. But if you want to be a victim, okay, then you'll be a victim. I'm just letting you know that's the way it works. I thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Alright, so
Let's talk about the Christian Bible.
where do you get that?
You know what? You know what? I've changed my mind. I want to argue about something that you've never read. Let's go. I just want to see where this can possibly go. Go for it. Enlighten me.
Well, you gotta begin it to take you from. So give me a premise.
Well, the hard part is wherever I start, I'll ask you if you're familiar with it. You'll say no because you've never read it. See how that's a problem?
It has to be if I read the book perfectly.
Do you believe that the teachings of Jesus would be a good idea for people to adhere to throughout their life?
Yes.
Excellent. Now walk me through what the teachings of Jesus are. No, it's not. It's not. No.
Why do you disagree with that?
Well, because babies shit their pants, and I think that eventually they learn that it would be a better idea to wipe their ass.
Yeah, but little babies, when they go to fucking toilet, they shit on the toilet. People fucking buy them diapers and think they're ready to sit on
You have to teach them how to take a shit and how to wipe their ass.
Okay, but what happens when babies took shits before diapers were invented?
The parents would clean their ass. Wow, you really got me there. Shit, one point for next. Hey, hope you guys are keeping score. Next scored 1. I'm at 0. Man, I'm getting demolished here. Go ahead, next. Next subject.
So what happens when kids get encrusted around
I think a good mother would clean it. She would clean it.
why do you get so polite? You say,
Why don't you